Yeah, you're good to go.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's 9:02 this morning. This meeting will please come to order. Let us proceed with the roll call. Mayor Pro Tem Chris Flores. Here. Councilman Pablo Martinez. Councilman George Hernandez. Councilman David Smith. Here. And Councilman Abram Boyce. Here. And Mayor Garcia and myself. Okay, let us stand for a moment of silence and debate. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please proceed. Item number 3. The following items for consideration, discussion, and action. Discussion of revenue and expenditures with 2022 and 2023 fiscal budget. How we're gonna get this sorted down?
I'll just wait for Bill to get started. Make sure he's up and running. They're working on and changing it, and so it's not fine tuned to where it's ready to be accepted. Obviously, we need to go through there and make a lot of changes or some changes. Make some changes, and we have some things we need to add. So it's gonna take a little longer than anticipated. Bill will be explaining that. But while we're here, I'd like to also mention that we should have talked about the council meeting last week, and that is the overage that we received from the county tax assessor. This one, we all read that letter, I hope. So we're gonna have to pay back that money because it's not ours. So that money is currently standing at a little over 180,000. We expect more, probably another 90. So we're looking at close to 300, if not more. And that money is to return. 40% of that will come from the 4B. We can take that back. Money's in the secret, they shouldn't have, so we get that back too. Our accountants have recommended that we pay it off rather than make claims and get a 2% discount because we pay it off. And since we have money in the bank and it isn't our money, we just go ahead and take it back. But that way we don't have to worry, because even though making payments may sound like a good idea, it isn't, because then it complicates the issue that our bookkeeper and our accountants then have to create a ledger where they pay, or what's this payment for, we did it from here, do this. It just creates more work and it just complicates the issue. So to make it a smooth transition, we just pay it out.
Mr. Kind of what this oversight. Goes from one quarter or different quarter.
It's been several years from my understanding.
It's around April of 19 there, and they're still auditing up to, I believe, 2 months. The other audit 2 months ago, right?
Yeah. They were going to continue because we asked, I think this was the total price of when we were to have to pay. When was the last time that these people stop making payments? But they're gonna do the research to find out if they're still continuing making payments, and if that's the case, and then we're gonna get another bill. It's some people that they don't tell you who they are or what, but apparently they're outside the city limits. They've been paid, and they're thinking there's a glitch within their computer system that's creating the tax sales, right, that are being reported to the controller's office. So they got to go somewhere in the system.
This is the first time they ever had.
No, it's happened before. It's happened before. But this is this is the first time because, since I came back in 17, we were generating quite a bit of sales tax, right? And this is something that has been going on, but apparently these people or this business, particular business, is outside the city limits, so it's paying into the sales tax when it's not supposed to be. So apparently they just caught it, and then we went back a year, more or less, couple of years. Now, so I wanted to make sure we get clarification that this is going to be the only one, having stopped already making payments. So they were gonna look into it, because they have an investigator going through this company or whatever it is. And to make sure that they have stopped paying their sales tax to us or to the controller's office.
Right.
And then once it gets to the controller's, well, it's generated and it goes out to where it's supposed to go to. So they're still working on that. We're supposed to work on it.
I'll go back to this.
I wrote it down and I don't know where I put it. I think it's for a year and a half, 2 years maybe. 7, 18, reaching to 20.
So we don't know the full amount yet, right?
So now this is what they're asking. And they supposedly said that should have been the end of it, but since I asked, I don't want to, later on get another surprise and say, hey, you still owe us. We need to make sure we're going to stop making their payments. So we don't continue with this process of having to, be returning money back to us.
Let's simply sit on the other side of. I don't know. That's all I'm on. That's the more ones I can.
Anyways, it's gotta be, I'm thinking maybe because their sales and close, part of it is in the PJ. So that doesn't mean they're inside our city limits, but they're like the PJ. So if their computer or their system or for whatever reason, because that's what they're saying, maybe there's a glitch in their system. It's paying the sales. To control it, and because it's, the PJ is probably being kicked into our.
Well, I know that if they use like Google, there's their outline of Gregory, missing big stuff is kind of.
It's all, even if you look for addresses, you look for an address. Somewhere else besides the correct place.
A lot of the stuff nowadays is using that kind of Google Maps as a foundation to build. They're built off of, yeah. So that means that that's where we're at with that. We're looking substantial amount of money.
We financially sound figure.
Well, yes, I mean, of course, we use 300. Yeah, when we get back $300,000, we're not gonna have that, we can say, well, let's use this money to purchase something, and let's do something.
And we're strong in reserves, right now. Actually, we need to move some money, but our general fund reserves are at 1.6 million in the tax class. I think we have 500,000 in general fund, in the system fund, the enterprise fund, the tax class. We have 800 in contingency, or did we move some of that? I'll have to look, but I'm pretty sure we have 800,000 in our contingency tax class, although we do have a contingency bank account that has this. So there was some confusion there, but so I mean we have the money to survive this. It's just in preparation for this year's budget. We're gonna have to look pretty hard at it and go over it. And by the way, before we get started, Ernest and I worked on this. I don't know how many times we worked on it last night until about 9. Got up and worked on it this morning. The items that you see under H6 of 2022, it says workshop. So those revenues and those expenses are not necessarily our recommendation. There's going to be something for council and staff to discuss because we just all need to look at it and try to come up with, is history gonna support it or we have to. For our general fund, and I know Chris and Mayor are used to this. Our general fund has several revenue streams. The main one is the M&O that comes from ad valorem. We depend a lot on sales tax. And I'm gonna go just a couple of them. I'm not gonna bury it in this thing. The most important one are the sales tax. We do get some money from permits. We went ahead and budgeted the same amount. We have franchise taxes that we give, and I think that is with GTEC and Awesome. Is that right?
No, those are, I think we've got it on the system. What was it, maybe?
Under tower.
Well, we center point, Sparkline,
Yeah.
those are the ones that, and then every once, some, right of ways as far as, you know, wires and stuff that comes in from other things that we have that are pending. But the main ones will be center points and Sparkline and AED.
And I'm pretty sure I see, yes, Ernest is on, so. Good morning.
Ernest, can you hear us?
Yes, sir. How are you doing, council? And I pray everybody stays healthier a little bit more than me.
Sorry to hear you've been sick.
Yeah, I came down with one of the COVID. That's why I'm not there.
Can, if you don't mind, Mayor, do you have a specific agenda? I think what I'd like to do is get Ernest to discuss the upcoming tax rate. That way we can get an idea of that revenue, and then also y'all can discuss and decide if that's, you know, if you want to adopt that or not.
Yes,
That's all right. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. You know, okay. You know, you have a no new revenue rate and you have the voter approved rate, which is our max rate. So you got those, there's like 9 pages, but I like to cut to the chase for y'all. So the voter approved rate would be the 0.7018870. That would be your voter approved rate. So we don't go over past an election. Out of that would be a dime for your M&O. I mean, I'm sorry, for your INS, and then the for your M&O, which gives you right about close to your 593,000 for your M&O taxes, and almost 100,000 for your INS. Now, one of the things that Bill and I worked on last night, historically, you know, your INS pays half of the payment, and then you historically have gotten 0.25%, 25% from your system fund and 25 from general fund. So that's what we worked and did. Now we know there's some other variables in there as you go through. Our goal was to try to give you a balanced budget, but we know you want to add the IET department. So that's another thing we've not factored in. We were just trying to get to an actual revenue equals expenditures. One of the things in the prior years that y'all had been doing was going to reserves. We're really trying to stay away from doing that. You got to go to reserves if you have maybe capital outlay items, but that's why you've established your capital project fund. So some of the things, you know, we've got to pay back on this sales tax, and we just want to get that done this year, not to fool with next year's or the following. And then, you know, we're hoping the municipal court. We're not saying to push on tickets, but it kind of keeps the cycle going with your municipal court and your police force. So when we go over this and Bill will highlight, we'll kind of hit some of the issues what was our challenges for all of us, and we're trying to. Again, we're opening to this is your budget. We're here to just try to help make it work.
Anybody want to discuss that pathway? Without actually, council was good last year, y'all decided not to increase, go for a property tax increase because we were increasing the utility rates to try to help support system funding. We did not touch the what am I trying to say? The residential rates that we strictly looked at increase on commercial, light industry, and industry. No, we had two commercial. Was it two commercials and industry, Tony? Well, whatever it was, we left residential alone, and we tried to factor up. Now we rates on commercial. I think it was and that's good 1 to 2 years. So the sewer and water, right? Yes, sir. And we did that. It took us a couple of months to come up with that. Now we had not enjoyed a full year of that improved revenue. So we're looking at, I think Norman and I pulled a report yesterday to look at capital. We're going to do better. Yes, to top it off, while we're talking utilities, Norman got notice that sanitation will be going up. Much as 10 or a little
Up to 10%, which is an additional 32 cents, an additional 32 cents to our current rate, which is 3.6.
So that'll be, if I understand it correctly, that's always a path through. However, I think we need to look at what that represents in our sewer rates and try to pass that through also, and at least because we're going to be handling more water, we need to, want to try to get that done. For 10%. That's up to you. Yeah. We can certainly look at that a little later before you pass it over.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Yeah, it's a whole bunch. It's the same kind of the returning the sale tax hurt us, and which means we actually for our estimated revenue on sales tax for this coming year. What did we end up putting in? Let me see. We went with 38,500 times 12 months. So I guess the question is, somebody think? We look at the historical report, we're seeing 32, 34. But in order to, unless we start cutting and push our goal is, we haven't even looked at payroll.
That's what I was looking at earlier. I was kind of wondering how that would, when I was looking at, but I was looking at like the system fund, because I started creating my own spreadsheet. I didn't really have one. So when I was looking at the system fund, I was looking at how we had the water, we had the sewer, and we had people in most times in there. I'm not speaking that, but water was there.
Well, what work do you do, like the labor, we normally put them in water. The sewer is usually the operators and whoever works in the sewer plant. So normally we tend to have two public works, which is labor, and then of course in water you have to have a licensed person on it. Okay, so Same thing goes with the sewer plant. We have one that's licensed and one basically like a little or you direct or however you want to work. So we try to keep it on an even base, where you can divide it after it like that. So that's why we have two different payrolls and two different departments. Each department has its own payroll.
Yeah, but I mean, you don't have like, able being paid partly on water and partly on.
Yeah, he's on the sewer.
Yeah, okay.
Able to the sewer, and the two workers right now, the current labor, we got them up in the water.
Yeah, that's no problem. And how did you do that? Okay, no, that makes sense.
No, what we did come up with, and probably matches what you have, Chris, is we estimated 74.8 for our water wages for this current year we're in. And it just, so we had Dave contracted in water, right?
Sewer,
Sewer.
it's sewer. He was on payroll. And he went back to, he got out of payroll and started paying his taxes and insurance, and he went back to contract.
So we,
No, yeah, they need to.
all right, so in sewer, we've got 49,000 to make it to the end of the year, and that covers it well, so we'll be under budget on that expense, and I think we're gonna be about 36,900 under budget on our water wages. If we had those at 74.8, and I'm showing about 36.9. Unless we hire somebody else in the water before the end of the year. So, I don't know what you were looking at, but Ernest and I just kind of read that number over, anticipating we may hire someone, we may not. So here again, we're gonna rely on staff and.
Okay, what he's looking at, if you look into the pages, this is the different accounts which be in your system. Right now, what he's talking about is the integrated system account.
Yeah, and I apologize, I'm jumping around.
It might be page 1, up more.
Yes, so we are actually,
After page 9, you go after page 9, on the front.
and on the top
You see
left
the system?
of,
It'll say
the left
system on
column,
top.
it should say system fund workshop.
That's what he's at.
After nine,
After page 9,
separate all one. Oh, you're on the journey. Yeah. I want to get to finish typing. Oh, it's a big.
Yeah, I need to quit jumping around, and we can get organized here, but.
so if you look, it'll tell you different departments, it'll tell you general system, debt service and everything. Regular, what you have on top will be the general fund, which is 1 through 9. Second account will be the system account, which is 1 through 4.
Okay, so.
So
the very top is
first,
the general fund. Yes.
yeah. So then you're looking, what he's looking into right now as far as water and sewer will be 1 through 4, which is the system fund. It'll be right after page 9,
After page of the general.
at the general fund.
Well, they're keeping all of it. It's now.
That's okay, on
See that?
page 1, Chris, you should have a top left.
On the journey.
thing that says system.
Oh, another one.
They're listed on top.
The one that looks like this.
Not the one with the address. See up here, up on the top, it says general fund, system fund.
Okay, so we're on the system fund.
We're in the system fund, yes.
But the system fund is only like 4 pages long.
Yes, yeah.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Oh, you can say 9.
Yeah, general fund, page 9 is over there, so we had them
Okay,
organized.
that's what I thought you were saying. I was like.
Yeah.
I do have the system fund.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I got.
And I know Chris and the mayor are used to this 20 pages of budget. This year, Ernest had a really good idea. Let's break it down by fund so that we can look at either transfers in, transfers out, and follow them easier than just 25 pages of numbers.
No, that makes sense. The, what I was wondering is if we have a number or, you know, how when we have to rent things and stuff like that. It would be better to buy. In other words, we would pay more rent than we would be buying.
Well, basically what we're doing right now is we're getting our equipment, right? But we're normally renting, we're trying to purchase our own where we don't have to go through the process of renting. So right now, like, for example, we rented a 4-inch pump, okay? And we've been pricing to see where we can purchase our own 4-inch pump where we don't have to be renting and all that. Like on emergency leaks, we have to call them in. We have to call those people from air supply or whatever it is. Pump, air pump too. We have to pay for the employee coming in, they decide and open it up. Right? So what we're trying to avoid is the excess funding overage that we have to pay for versus we purchase them all and we have it ready for us. And, and we won't have to be paying that extra expense of going out and looking. Sometimes it's hard to find the equipment that we need when we're working.
And the major issue we're having two issues. One of them is locating a pump or equipment, the other is paying for it. Because right now, everything's going. Oh, yeah, it used to be 40,000, now they want 80,000-90,000. Now it's okay.
We're that all over and all.
Oh, it's everywhere.
It's everywhere, not everywhere.
It's affected our budget, and so what we try to do is, we're trying to continue running. We had a major problem with the 10-inch, and so we were going to purchase a pump. I started researching and couldn't find them. And the ones that I did find were in other state, all the way up in Nevada, and we had to get it, and we were looking at $27,000 for a used one. So it was one of those, if we've got our eyes open, looking for the equipment, and find it, and we can get it at a good price. We're gonna do that. We're trying to, like, we're trying to outfit our public works department with the equipment they need, so they don't have to be piecemeal things together. So far, I think we're doing pretty good. We keep that in mind when we try to purchase the equipment. So if they need something that breaks, they use up a saw that can wore out. We tell them, go get them. Is there any, yesterday alone on Church Street, they had another break, which is something we need to put on for next year's budget. We're looking at probably $50,000 to $60,000 to replace that line on Church Street between Argentina and that General City. It's an old steel pipe. It's going to have to be replaced. We've already worked on it in the last 6 months, probably 4 times. So that being said, we're also going to address grants. And so what I'm going to do is get together with Abel and find out where we need to replace these lines so we can apply for new grant to replace all the lines. So let's say, for example, in Bowling and County, and get all of those streets repaired, replaced, and see the infrastructure.
Where the facility for storage with this equipment we're talking about.
Yes, we developed one last year. We had when we built the covers, the other places, we built the cover over the public areas, and that's what we built the 600 the cover. Plus, we have comics buildings out there also for storage equipment, and they're always working on. They have a commission to continue to fix and keep those things.
Chris, in our round for the Enterprise Company, we budgeted 6,000. Between water and sewer, we rented $1,630. So, I mean, we started taking a look to see what that was, and if it was, I don't believe it's small equipment, but if it is, you may be right. Maybe could just to buy it.
Well, I mean, that's like the start. I wanted to look at, and then I wanted to also look into like when we hire people. I know we don't have a manpower, but would it be cheaper to just hire somebody on board versus always having to find somebody? Well, I was looking more like for this as well, but I was kind of like, for example, would be like for the attorney. How many attorneys do we have that we have on all on? Yeah, two. And then a lot of those that are attorneys. how much do we use each one now? Which one do we get the best bang for the buck?
Yeah, and we reduced trying to do expenses. Just to get it to balance and really staff and council needs to look at that.
One of the things I noticed was that in the last couple of years, that some council and other people were using a lot more.
Yeah.
So questions that I had answers to, she had answers to. It's a matter of just opening up a book and reading. Oh yeah, we can't do that. We can do that.
Yeah, that's where I was kind of getting at. Is like,
You'll notice that the bill is gone down because we'll research it rather than call it and answer, hey, can you do this? No,
Yeah.
okay, that's $25. We try to avoid that. We try to be more frugal and so, yeah. Also, before we get tomorrow on Monday, Monday, we have our fourth public works support. So for the staff. So we have 2 laborers and the student.
I'm sorry, but go ahead.
No, sir, I'm looking at what we did on the attorney's fees, because that's good. So,
You're down there after.
that- yeah, I'm back in general fund. You don't have to go there, but we reduced, and I think that isn't Mr. Kuchek in this also?
Mr.
Or do we
President,
try to-
we just paid him his regular weekly.
Okay, all right.
He's been coming for, he's reported he was nervous and he's not something that he's going to do. I don't even want to people on them.
We use Cynthia Trevino quite a bit. Well, the year before, and then the first part of this was
This one's bill was only, I believe, number 2 this one's.
yeah. So, we had her budgeted outside attorneys at 75. And we put that at 55. I mean 45,000. And that may be reduced more. I don't know what council and what staff anticipates on outside legal. You never know. I mean, you can't you don't want to not budget anything. We want to be prudent. Now, this year we have.
Bill, if I can add, remember, we can come back and make budget amendments as the council needs.
Right.
Well, that's true. I was just looking at our. Yeah, so, we've spent 20,000 on attorney fees, so 45 maybe maybe the others.
Get back from 75.
Yes, sir.
All right, so-
Yeah, we have it 75.
I like that. It's a good one.
So anyway, however you guys want to proceed, I'm jumping around and it's confusing everybody.
No,
I'm trying to respond to the questions.
I'll bring it up.
Something for council to consider also is that the food check had been wanting to go up on rates because he just felt like, but I had a conversation where he said, I'll stay where I'm at, but I just want to be used. I won't come to council meetings or anything else like that since you have the model already. So, and they always yield to her or to. So I'll just do the same rate and I'll just take care of the use support.
I was gonna say, I mean, this is something I've been talking about for a while, but it's like going to tail wagging the dog in my opinion. Let me stay and cut my work and then sink it. But I'm wondering, can we get someone that can do the municipal court and to have to know, I don't know, I mean, how much do we have to pay out of pocket?
Well, it's something we can definitely look at. I know that they're strained or stretched because they're working a lot. Also.
Oh, I know, no, I'm just saying, like, hire another,
They're hiring another firm.
no, somebody besides Google check.
So look at maybe someone out of Navarro that could come in.
Well, Cynthia
And
does municipal court also, but the thing is, you have to. If she comes in, you have to pay for the travel time.
What she uses.
She does municipal court over in Rockport and I think she.
Oh, no, you make it sound like here.
No, but she doesn't do it here.
No,
But if that's what I'm saying, if you're looking at, putting her in. you would have to pay the counselor and, you know, everything else that go with it.
He's talking about.
I'm talking about.
Whole new attorney.
Yeah, because I mean, when, I was here when, Mr. Gilbert came in. And there was quite a bit of application, but that was like not a push through. So when I saw it, I was like, okay, the only thing I knew was he was here before. So that was it, and it was like, okay, so I just don't agree with the way it works, right? If he's the attorney, he should be reviewing the contracts and stuff like that, and every time, you know, we ask him to review it, it's like, oh yeah, that's good, but then it's not good. I wanna know if we can get it better.
Well, absolutely. Council's fault.
Well, I mean, it'll save us on both sides, right? Just, I mean, because if he comes back and says, well, I want to get the same pay, but I want to do this. Okay, well, that's not what the pay. That's what I'm about. It usually reports what, once, twice a week. Are we doing it weekly?
It's,
Once a month?
she comes, she added it's a work day and.
Once a month. Yeah. That's like, I was looking at the calculation for that, and that's like, what was it? It's over $300 an hour or something. That's pretty crazy. You know what I'm saying? I'm just probably. That's where I was going, because I thought it was my calculated like really, it was quite simple.
And so one of the issues that we have at the city hall currently is the paperwork. It's generated because of the time.
And that's when I was researching when I asked you for the total list, so I can know the pays, because I was like, well, we have room to, for the bonuses or something. So that's why I was asking you. Anybody else? No.
No, sir. Well, we're looking at payroll, would you want to look at, I guess the next one in line is the police department payroll.
I don't know anything.
Well, as far as the payroll go, I know that we were having trouble, initially we were having trouble trying to get another person hired on for public works. And, I think I was discussing it with you at one point. The starting pay that you've got and the scale for the public works. Possibly seeing if we could just kind of push that, you know, $1 or $2 more from entry, maybe maybe kind of push it up a little bit for, you know, levels of certification. Because they're always busy, they're always doing, if I was trying to do the type of stuff that they're doing constantly, that's like 3 full-time jobs. You know, they are always busy.
And I concur. I mean, the thing, with the scale is, I created that scale. I don't know if you already used it. Like if you use it, because I put it for a 20-year kind of life cycle. I don't know if y'all use it at all or what.
We started, with the problem is that it wasn't keeping up with what was currently in the area. And there's several things that we've been discussed. Let's go back to public works. The reason we couldn't get anybody to work as a laborer in public works is because it's hard to find someone to work for $14 an hour, especially in the environment and the type of work they're doing. The reason that we had been lucky and obtained 2 gentlemen was because they're having issues in another community and they are looking for work, needing support and take care of their families. So they're basically, I'll take kind of situation. I'll be honest with you, that's exactly what it is. They're not here because of the pay, they're here because of support. They need to keep their families and insurance and support. So it would be nice to give them more money all the way up, And I can't overemphasize, I try to at every council meeting, speak highly of Able and now Steve, but I cannot tell you how many thousands of dollars they've saved you by the work they do.
Well, not just that, but you know, we're sitting there looking at, you know, oh, we're offering the starting pay of like $14-15 an hour. You can go down the street and get a job at Bill Miller's for 13 now.
Absolutely, and that's been one of my compartments.
Well,
My thing was when I created that scale, that lowest pay was like nobody, no skill. And then you go from there. I mean, you don't start them out there, you start them out when you feel. But the lowest is here. You know what I mean? And then if you go in there and you just put in the change in the number, the lowest spreadsheet, it'll automatically just go. Well, I have to look at that again, but what we've normally done is we start them at wherever the base is. The gentleman that started prior to the man who started Monday, I started at 15, that's the way I did it. Yeah, no, and I understand. So I started on Steve 17 rather than 14 because of his skills and his training and his skill level. And he's not a backward operator. And so, and as Mr. Boyce expressed, I think we need to just follow them.
Yeah, they're all gonna definitely, but when I got those numbers, it was like, we went and got. When I saw the income, you know, the reply back, we got numbers from like, I think it was Odom and these other places, and they were like way up there. I'm like, dude, so I went to Houston, right, and I said, okay, where are the big state, the big city? And I got from there and ours, and then I kind of moved them up. So that was kind of already a raise.
Well, let me.
So now it's.
Do something, you know, as far as an example, when we go to where you max out. I've already maxed out.
I know.
And you look at everybody else is taking more money than me. You know, so basing on the way you're doing it on the pay scale, you're giving me a max, which means I can go any higher than that. But yet we can, these guys, they need to, you know, be able to give them a little bit of breathing room because they're working. Find out. And it's a lot because they're coming in midnight, they're coming in at 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning. We need to keep our employees. We want to be able to recruit them to the point where they're going to say, oh, I like this location, I like my job, I want to be able to stay, I like my benefits. But with a pay scale where you max out, you're not giving them the opportunity to move up or look into something that's going to I'm going to say, bring them up to a new level.
No, I understand what you're saying, but I know what you're saying, but again, when that was created, it was a new person coming in. That's the way this was. We grandfathered in everybody else, so I got here too, we maxed out. That can only be a child. This is something for the future. To market right now.
Well, the way it was, you know, if you look at it, it's basically you're locking people up to a point that.
Well, this is like again, over time, we gotta build a culture here for people to want us to.
Yeah.
And you gotta do it without just going to pay. You have to do it. They offer all this stuff without pay.
Right. All the way around. And so, you know, there's more to it than money. It's not about money. They've got a passion for the job. And so.
And that's the hard part, is finding somebody who has passion.
You're
That's willing to stay and, you know, say, okay, I like my benefits, I like my pay, I like the full man.
And you can get anybody to come in here who lives to be alive.
Oh, yeah, out there, somebody can come in and move, gotta just survive.
But what's the big point? Get paid what you
Yeah.
pay them, but once they get out there, you do the work, they want you fine. I'm going, I don't like the work.
The good thing
That's the thing is,
the good thing about it, and we'll go back to public works, because we talk about that division, we talk about police department, it's a different county, totally, they're all.
Yeah, no, I understand.
So in public works,
That's a hard job to do, and I understand the pay.
but I understand, that certain things, but, able, make sure that if they're not qualified, or they're not good, we're out, he's not gonna keep a person that's just giving space. Because he works, he's in the trenches with them. And so if he's gonna do it, he expects them. So I know when he was leading his school, that they're all working, he expects a certain level of work from them, and he trains them, he prepares them, so that he doesn't have to come out fighting and telling them, believe it or not, so he does that. And I think he is running a good crew right now, and like I said, we're giving him another, gentleman, and hopefully they're going to stay here for a while, but we need to give them something, and I think that is, right now, an increase would be beneficial for them right now. I mean, August, I'm sorry, October first, let's give public works a bump up, whatever that is, that you decide.
I'm always under the impression that money is a motivator for me to do it. And if people get paid good money, they'll be good, loyal employees. And that's true. That's true. It's significant money.
But it's like Mr. Boyd said, if I'm gonna be out here getting sunburned, getting my hands cut, and getting all muddy 3 in the morning or 3 in the afternoon, and for $14 an hour, and I don't really care, I just need to work, I'd rather go to work somewhere where it's air conditioned and clean.
And these guys are 24 hours a day. They're always on call.
Or there's on call, they rotate over.
I understand this. I mean, just on the other side of the coin, I tend to say, okay, well, we got to bump. Now you've been in there a year, 2 years, and you're like, you're back to where you are now. You're like, hey, I don't want to go there. You got to bump it up again. Well, that is right. That's why I'm saying the culture needs to be there too.
Well, the culture is here, we have a camaraderie, and we try to build that with the gentlemen, we try to help them out with public works. And we try to make sure they have the equipment that they need, and so we're purchasing a new vehicle for them, that they desperately need, and have been needing for years. So there's certain things that we can do for them to improve their quality of life, if you will, right, quality of work, or quality of life. So so we want to have good more morale, and so I think by doing this, that will also entice them to stay. And of course, they can earn it. I can't overemphasize how many thousands of dollars they have saved. So,
Well, that being said, though, the same, I mean, we only have 4, right? I mean, we should turn it that to where they will eventually become a supervisor and comes in on a budget meeting, but it's always been 4, we can't get more.
well,
It's like, he's acting like the chief, right?
yes,
Say, I'm teaching how to do it, and that's exactly right.
he's a working chief, though.
Yeah.
He's in there. So I think it's up to council. The council approves another full-time employee, absolutely.
Oh, that's what I was trying to do that, we need to get to the base of that structure.
Yes, sir. I consider that, this is what I do. I think that's a good reason. It is a good idea.
As well as some of the office.
I know that this is, basically running the show for them. Kind of is the boss, and it all trickles down from there. He delegates it out, sets up the work schedules.
Pull him in the
Works out his
workstation,
training.
right? And only go out when he needs to, but while he's here, I would like him to put on paper or on PC, he needs to learn how to drive, somebody who can be transferred. All the lines, all the breaks, all the old stuff. That way, somebody else, all has your knowledge.
Yes.
Otherwise, you're losing it, just.
You should probably get him on a print to follow him around every day.
Well, that's what he's doing with Augie right now. That's what he's doing with Augie, he's training Augie to take over. Because it was getting ready to. He wants to retire, and we talked about that yesterday, and so he said that he is going to continue to train on the students, so that he knows everything he knows teaching.
And at the meantime, the infrastructure keeps getting over and over and more. More vulnerable for breakage. Yes, we need to maintain it.
Right, well, we can replace some of those, and we can see if we can get, the older on the gate and grants, that's a different story, I guess.
So I say we build the base now, and let's really get more people. I'm okay with it.
I think
vote on it later on, but I mean.
You need to, I need it, there's, you need to cut.
I don't know, I'm on the budget, just thinking of full-time employee, at about 15 months now.
We, just in system.
Oh, yes, sorry.
We actually budgeted 74.8 in water. Which would have been, who do we have in water the first year?
The first year right now, we've got the whole story.
No, last year.
Last year,
We didn't budget anywhere in water. Right?
No.
We budgeted.
we budgeted, Dave and Ethan.
That's what it was. So we had Dave Purser come on instead of contract,
Mhm.
we ended up hiring him.
Yeah.
So, the short answer is yes. I mean, we've got 74.8 budgeted for last year, and we've used 45,000 of that. And so we had kind of on and off employees, right?
Yes, sir.
That day for a while, then.
Had several come on and then not return
Not
for less.
Chris, do you have any numbers for two people in water? We could reduce that 74.8. I need to divide it out and see.
I did a pull up my count, I thought I was gonna do it. Well, you want to pull it.
Yeah, I think the short answer is yes, and we can probably do it for less than 74.8. We need to look at the premiums and everything associated with that. So,
Closer to 48.
Sir?
It's probably closer to 48.
So we can probably get to
Only
75.
So-
So two people, 75 minutes.
So if we have, like we have that water break,
Well, that's for one.
so if we've got a break,
So 15 times 28 is.
what is a normal crew?
Well,
To go out and fix the public works person on call.
comes out to check and verify. If these things get, it needs to be repaired right now, when you call Gregory, and then things are really, they're able to get, they will decide how many of them. Three of us, covers, this is just look at the annual, they'll show up, we'll test it, then they'll work on it, so it's fine.
Okay, so right now we've got 4 people, and we're looking to bump Abel up. That's gonna leave us 3 people, and him as a supervisory position. So if we get. Technically, if it's 2 to 3 people per team, depending on the severity. But if we could actually manage to get 2 more, that would give us a short team and a full team for pretty much any situation. As far as like a break or something like that.
So if we hire one, right, at $15, that's at $31,200, right, two. If we do 65, if we get 2 people, we still have enough room to grow.
Okay, will we take away from the current employees to get raises?
It doesn't look like it, Tony, but we've got 74.8 budgeted for the current fiscal we're in, and we've extended 45,000. Now that's tossing up today to 25, and then we put Augie in water?
It's in sewer, right?
No, he's in water.
Yeah, we put Augie in water, and then we had 2 temps, I think, in and out. So, long story short, we spent 45,000 out of 74.8 we had to do. I kind of think Chris may be close. If we budgeted 65, we could probably get 2 guys permanent. We'd have to go over, Norman and I'd have to work out the workers' comp and the DORS. But because after a while, but after 6 months, they get their they get their retirement package and whatever. Is that day one? Okay,
Insurance.
we can figure that. We can figure that.
So if you do that, then you'll have more room for people to get tenant. And you're working in the office today. They'll pull out of that.
Right, and you know, and the other thing too, even if we just add one more, which I think would be a really good idea. Even adding one more, we're still going to be able out in the field, but that gives some time. We utilize it for a lot of things. I never say, you know, like I'll call Abel and I'll say, Abel, go get the Greg, he's in the cook and saying, Abel, would you do me a favor? Would you do this? Abel, would you go? So Abel's running around doing all kinds of things. And on top of his
I understand, but I would say 2. Right? Okay. I like going back to 1, but let's keep the 2 and we'll be good.
Yeah, because I like that, your idea of getting the 2 and with bumping Abel up. Put him as basically the foreman chief. Yeah. And then Augustine is like the foreman. And then you got all your little Indians underneath. That way we've got rotating crews, we've got
Weights around the
And we've got, we can utilize Able to, you know, put his knowledge down before we lose him.
Right. Well, it
And
also,
to overshadow.
it also may stretch his, longevity, stretch his time here. with-
Exactly.
Might do it longer time, but you're right, it might work, you might work in our favor.
Is that if you get just 4 right now, and then if you lose 1, we're stressing them even more.
For a long time.
That's what I'm saying, so let's stick it up.
All right.
And I leave the.
So can we say that if the budget is approved on October 1st, the starting rate for the labor coming into public works is $15 an hour?
I would say, because I mean, like you said, I mean, I'll tell you, when I came out of the military and I came back, you know, working for this, I was throwing pipes up there in Los so I can pay them. And they called me, hey, you want this job? I said, American condition? Yeah. I'll take it. But it was a big increase in pay too, but I mean, it was just improved like that.
Right.
So I'm sure I'm not going to do it. So 15 is kind of, and at that time, I think I was getting paid $8 an hour. For that, and it was July, and it was hot. And
So if we start the public works laborers at $15, 15 an hour in October is approved, what are we looking to see for the 2 current laborers?
well, see, here's the thing is that we're gonna increase it to 15 at what start? So right now, what is the minimum? 14. So then we just have to put this spreadsheet to 15, the current ones. Where are they at?
We have
14.
1 at 14, 1 at 15, and then we have 1 at 17, and 1 at 20.
So, okay, so let's say, just, this is where this is where I wonder, is that if you do the 15. And you bring up the 14 to the 15. Then the 15 to the 16, now compound that all the way across up the chain.
So $1 all the way across.
No, I'm just saying, if you were to do $1 across.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Now, $1 across has a big effect,
It does.
you know?
That's why I'm
That's what, I got what you're saying, to start them out there. But then, like, is it grandfather or is it starting new? Because then, if it starts new, well, then these guys at 14, well, I'll quit, and then I'll wait a week, come back, I want to get rehired.
Oh, yeah, no, we see that all the time. People do that.
But what, all I'm saying is like,
Okay.
I can't do it here, but like, if you do the 15 to start, so that's just $1, but $1, let's just say the 14 to 15, that's $2,080 a year for one. So now at 16, that's not 2,080, right? Now you're at 45,000 something.
5,000.
So now that's 7,000 just for 2 jobs. You know what I mean? So now it's really,
Right.
how deep, if you go deep, that's where you're gonna hit what? That's gonna be like 25,000.
If you did all 4, like Chris was saying, about across, that's gonna add $8,320 for 4. So
A year or a month?
a year. That's 2,080 times 4.
Well, yeah, but not everybody's at 15. I mean, not everybody's at 14, so like Able would have to get a bump too,
But
right?
it would still be,
It would still
it
be-
would still be the same amount. Yes, it'd still be about. So that means that we're gonna pay this much more.
No. I got what you're saying, but like, so, what's Able at right now? 20, so much. 20, 20. He's at 4160, right?
Yes.
So if you bump him up to 21, right?
You should go up to about 43.
We just add another 20.
It's at 43, so that's. Yeah,
It's the same. It's the same.
okay, yeah.
But if you.
In my head, I'm like, you know, how's it not going?
You're thinking percentage, now percentage
Yeah.
makes a big difference in amount. These ones now. So, but I think if the council is good with that, I think if we can afford $8,300 a year, that'll. Sure.
Well, and that's gonna be divided because you're gonna have 2 in water, 2 in sewer. So I would look at it. So we could make that 65. We could bump that to 69 and then automatically figure the 5. All for instance.
But I
Which is
think
probably not gonna change that much because we figured, on 74.8.
Yeah,
So even if we budget what we have or decrease it, well,
so even if we do, if we do all these, and we go across with it. I don't think it will, in other words, we're not gonna go down. In the future, I mean,
We're gonna have to go.
we've got,
Yeah.
yeah,
in other words,
no, if we're gonna.
I guess where I'm going is that we're not gonna sink our own ship.
Absolutely not. And so here's another thing, what it's on, we have businesses coming in. And so what we need to do as a whole, we need to encourage them to go out and find people to come into this area. And so what we want to do, yeah, not what team to go. So the things we want to do, have our own tax store, we have more homes, those are things that, you know, they're in Vernon and particularly that we want.
Now, I got one thing, and it may be a good idea, and we just be me barking up a dead tree. If we go along with this plan, with 2 additional people on, we change up the pay scale a little bit, get all of this in place. If we bump Abel up. We try and get him to come in on meetings and everything like we were talking about. But we also have him sit down and look at the new pay schedule for the employees under Marble Sewage employee. And break it down to, these are all of the certifications that we're trying to get everybody to. And here's the breakdown of the pay based on amount of certifications.
That's what I had already.
Yeah.
And I don't have any, but it's that's where we don't have the certifications. Like Zach, I have made the pay scale. If they get the certifications, you get a bump automatically. When they get that certification, right? That's what I had originally.
And right now, 2 employees have some water licenses, so what we're doing is we're sending our steam back to get recertified, and then we go up for a second one. And then the second gentleman who just started, he's only been here about a month. About a month. So he's got some licensing as well.
And see, that's where I was talking about, like, we still have that Apple computer system. But nobody's using it. We don't have it.
And then there is.
We put it on the- We've been moving stuff around,
No, the only reason I'm saying, because we could use that in the back, and they can start practicing, like, well, now we're getting deeper, right? We've got enough time to wait, you go to the office, you gotta do your courses, start training, get certified with the police department, with the fire department. Admin.
Well, the police department, does that on their own, because they're mandated by law, 40 hours, they have to get, every 2 years, so they're under the license.
They're doing it on their own, but we got a place in the office, hey, it's downtown.
It's in the back of the city office, they're before the time to come in and do their work in the office. Someone chooses to do it at home and some men, they have time to do it in the office. They work 12-hour shifts, and it's not like going crazy on things.
I understand. But that's what I'm getting, like I said, I don't feel it's in the culture, the state environment.
So whenever, yeah, but so going forward, because we're running the time, so we're okay with public works?
I'm okay, I'm down.
I need y'all's input on the 2 sewer employees. So we've got 96,000 budgeted last year, and we moved that over to this year. So can we look at your numbers as far as able, and we have one other guy hired already? Okay. Can we get a close number on that, because that's gonna reduce. It's gonna reduce our expenses a little bit, every little bit helps in system fund. Because it's so hard for system fund to float itself just because of the, the way the revenue is structured.
Yeah.
And really and truly, system fund should be actually moving money to a general fund every year. But we can't do that yet. We're not there. So what can you give me a number on Abel and the one other guy? And I can adjust this from 96,000 to what it should be.
We, what Aiden's projected,
Yes, sir.
He's projected 21 now.
Okay, so that's,
43, 680.
that's where we 680.
Yeah.
All right, and then what about your other?
We'd be at 15.
He'd be at 15.
So it's gonna be about 2 low, take the. Times 15. Is this okay with you guys? I mean, is this where we're headed?
Yeah, that's where we'll just, I mean, that's where we're going. So,
So, yes, and so then
we have even a third guy?
so just so we're clear, the 3 laborers, and we hired 2, and the current one, they'll be at 15.
Yeah.
The one that has a license is 15 now, will be at 16. Augie, who's at 17, will be at 18.
But now okay, I got where you're going, but we're just looking at the sewer part, so which.
Oh, at the sewer part.
Yeah, we've got water taken care of.
Okay.
We reduced it from 96.
Sewer decided to table and,
Just able right now.
It's just they want to- but-
And then we've got Berger on the contract.
So we could put the 2
Because
guys
Berger, we've got him on the contract, and I think he's at,
under sewer, maybe, right?
maybe we can put 1 in sewer and 1 in water.
So then we'll have,
we can
Oh,
put
water.
Augie and Able into sewer,
Because they operate.
because they operate the plant.
Let's do that.
And then the public works,
18.
public works can go with the
So we need 1 at 21 and 1 at 18.
18.
Okay.
that'll give you the example, and then we can, but then we'll have to alter the water side. To reflect the 315.
Yes.
15, or the laborers for the others will be into our system, which is our water.
And those are all gonna be 15,
No, one of them will be 16.
so 16 and 15 is.
3 15s and 1 16.
All right, so,
to 160.
all right, so are you guys comfortable with 81, 120? We want to make it 83,000 maybe in wages for sewer. Because we're not figuring overtime.
Oh, yeah, you gotta figure over the.
We're gonna
We've
start
been doing a lot of.
Can you go
getting
later?
a lot of water breaks. We better leave sewer at 96. Let's go. I'm at 81, 120 with Able and 21 and a guy at 18. That's 81,120 and that's no overtime. I'm gonna leave the fringes alone and the retirement. It's a little overstated, but we can polish it up.
So sewer needs to stay at 96.
I'm asking y'all, I mean, I think we're looking at overtime.
I mean, we're gonna need it, because we're gonna need it.
Yeah, we're also gonna work on overtime.
Overtime.
Yeah, I mean,
They were out this last thing again.
yeah.
Then we were moving 6.
Okay.
So just the water side. We'll know, I mean, it's 126,
I'm sorry.
we know the 50, so 126,
We have a county, we just hopefully we can go out and find some.
Okay, I only plug 2. So I'm just.
So we're gonna get
Something, my across, that doesn't mean on. That's
so
already.
we're moving, let's be over the label. To sewer, so two,
Okay.
and then we got 2 in the water, 116, 115, but we're having 2 more 15.
So we're gonna have 4 at once.
We're gonna have 4 and water, 4 laborers.
Okay, no, I need to go back to business number.
Which means we're gonna have to have 3 at 15 and 1 at 16.
126.
Going the wrong way, Chris.
Well, they're putting people around. But I mean, that's,
I understand this, so, okay. That puts us, I don't know, Ernest, I don't know if you got those numbers. We're 50 grand negative. We got a deficit budget of 50,000.
when we make the switch.
Yeah.
So how do we add the 2 before we hadn't added them, we're just doing the rates.
Remember you're bringing in, currently what we have is just 2 laborers, 3
Yeah.
laborers,
So,
and we're able,
so when we,
so we're adding on 2 more.
so we had the same, the 2 new people at 15 were replacing Berger's numbers. So whatever his was on.
I understand, but what we did, we,
We still not use version, yeah, the license.
But we got him under contract.
but we're gonna do contract with you, sure. we're gonna have to look at that.
Yeah, we're not taking about.
We've got some contract labor per day at 25,000. Are we gonna need that much?
They started at 16 times 12, they found out it's like, because sometimes when they need them, they'll come out and help them with the leads and stuff like that.
Can you consider going with one full-time employee and then
Well, I'm doing at least one.
looking back, two, and then going and midway, going, you know what, we have the funds to still run.
Well, I just got confused, I mean, because it did go up. On the number one.
Right.
Okay, so,
When you put it in.
let me go back to here. So we have, who do we have existing and what's their hourly
Okay,
rate?
existing,
Right.
current, existing, you have April and Sewer,
No, I'm sorry, just water.
water. Okay, right now we've got Augie, Josue,
And argument, what,
Augie's making
17.
17, okay,
Josue's making 15.
all right.
That's
so
all we have right
And
now.
Omar will start Monday, 14.
At 14.
At 14, so that's gonna be. We're gonna have a total of $46, right? Yeah, that's gonna be $46 total for 4 guys. Times,
2040,
pardon?
times 2040,
Yeah, times 2080.
It's funny.
That gets me back to the 96,000. It's not 95,680. Yeah.
But that's existing, so that's not no new additions.
Yeah, well,
Is that the water? Are we talking water? Or are we talking sewer? Water. So we've got it right now at 74.
we did, but
So we're going to increase it.
I misunderstood Chris and we moved it to 69, which reduced our expense. But I was thinking 2 people and Chris was moving to 4.
So no,
Overall.
originally I was wanting 2 more people.
Yeah.
But then when you move people over, I'm balanced with the dollar raise on everybody's price.
So now we're going to actually 3 in water.
We've got 3 at 90, but let's just call it 96,000. And then we need to do the fringes. So can we run with that this year?
I'm okay with that, but that's sticking where we have, right?
No, that gives you one more.
One more. Because we're moving Augie from water to sewer.
Is that kept?
So now we're gonna have 2
Out.
at 3.
Yes, sir.
Oh, okay, yeah.
I've just got 3. I've got 3 at the rate Connell was talking about. Which comes out to 95.
So we're like 5 right here. Correct?
I'm okay with going 6 if you can push it, but I don't know, it doesn't sound like you can.
I mean,
It's
It's 6.
6. That's what.
126.
No,
I'm sorry.
6 and 20.
Oh,
Yeah, I don't think we can, so I think we'll go with 5, right?
We have enough for 1 more and 2.
no, because, let me put this in here and run it down real quick. 95, 6, 80.
Just on a side note, so the sooner you have to have a certification, you're going in.
Yeah, that's where Dr. Gate, Dave comes in with the certification.
Okay, so we'll just stick with the 1, and then maybe we can go.
Basically, we'll have 5 in there, part-time.
So that puts us at 19,500 deficit. So we'll have to cut some other expenses somewhere. Actually, it could be even more, if we did overtime. Right? Yeah, I mean, we're just looking at 40. So whatever you guys think, we can't cut anything from health. I mean, all the payroll expenses. We can run the numbers, but can we reduce Dave? We got him at 25.
Well, 16.
I mean, 25,000 a year. No, I mean, we've got him budgeted for 25 total contract.
But we're paying, that's what I'm saying, we're paying 16. 16 times 4, 16 times 4, yeah.
Well, we've used him if Dave is the only one we've used in contract labor, we've spent 16,000
Okay, so far,
to adjust to July 31st.
okay, so we still have August and September. An additional maybe 13, 3, 32, 30.
Yeah, but now, if I'm not mistaken, we took him out of, he resigned as an employee, went back to contract labor.
Well, then we didn't make no changes on it.
I know, so who else did we have in contract labor? Do you remember? In sewer?
That was it, just Tim, because we always have to add, because remember it was Tim and Abel. For a while,
That's fine.
so we have to add more money into it, because that he was out there with them working weeks and all that,
Okay.
for that extra cushion.
Okay, well, we can keep going, but right now we're at 19.5 on a deficit, so we've got to chop something.
What if we? Can we do 50 cent raise? No, but then we're gonna do the council wants. Well, I got you, but I mean, what I make a dollar is nice.
Let me ask you this, Tony, on water tap. What new construction do we have? Because we had a $7,500 revenue for water tap fee.
That's the grades or grades 2 or.
Yeah, but we brought in almost double that. So I guess the question is, do we have that same type of construction for this coming?
Is Mr. Wiley gonna build them? Mr. Wiley's still talking about building, but he wants assurances of city of Corpus is gonna grant us our ETJ. They're gonna grant them, yeah, right. Because part of this property, it looks like it's between 12 and 14 acres is in the Corpus ETJ. So I have to meet with them and get them to release that, so all of that is in the city limits. That's fine for next week. Also, it's like anything else, you know, he has been developing the city for a while and you go there and haven't done anything yet. There's a sign that says something.
Oh, well, I haven't seen it much.
So it's really 2-3 years out. I would, before, you know, be nice is.
And, Bill, on these taps, if they're over, 5 feet, we usually have a person or have a contract that, we don't do it to it's.
Okay, so we can pay someone else.
And that will be charged over to the customer, not to us.
Well, this shows revenue to us, so
Yeah.
I'm
But right
assuming
now,
that.
the only thing we've been having right now, in actual construction are the GLO homes and what they're doing, so just.
What are we using?
Is there using their existing cars, only 1 meter for the.
It's a,
They haven't known, so they won't.
do we have names for vehicles?
It's always is.
No way.
We have disposable, we have 3 that are in mind to get rid of October.
Well, I was gonna say, what if you could, instead of giving everybody $1, maybe pull back $1 and somebody give them like a cable, right? Maybe you got a permanent vehicle in the city instead of using your own. Well, as a benefit, I mean, I don't.
Okay, so that's a good point, but you gotta look at it, is it gonna cost the city $2,000 a year to let him have a truck, take it on? Yes, it's gonna cost a lot more than $2,000 a year to let him have a truck. You got people in wear and tear, maintenance, oil changes, and maintenance, gasoline. So yeah, you're looking at spending probably double that just to give you.
Okay. It was just a thought.
No, it's a good thought, you know, it's a good thought.
You know, to pull back to the we're negative. Like 19,
Yeah.
we're gonna buy a new vehicle, right, for them.
Yes, that this is, that's coming in the next week.
That's another part.
This is your budget. The truck's ready, we just, we're gonna go get it. 'Cause they want to-
And we've already bought, we've already bought 2 new police cars out of this budget.
And they're in route.
We're just waiting on delivery, we've already paid.
Yes.
Okay,
So
so
that's all, that, I was gonna ask that question.
They can pay for, they'll be here probably next week. or 2. So, we'll see a new, vehicle for public works. It's gonna stay here, rarely will it leave because it's a heavy duty vehicle, so it's not gonna be driving home unless they have to. But that's not the plan. We're also going to recycle the two, Dodge pickup trucks, the black ones, the police vehicles now, they're going to public works.
Okay.
And then one of the Dodge trucks that public works uses, is going to the fire department. So that Mercury is gonna go out. The Mercury's gonna go out, the Explorer will be out, and the F-250, pickup can go out. So if we can sell those, that'll all out. So that's it, those are the vehicles that we have. Those three.
Can I sell them for 19,000?
I would say. I would like to. Say
It's $19,582.
we might, you never know. How much do you think is the vehicle may get that?
Used cars.
And well, they've got the microchips in them that they need.
So, back on sewer, we were at 81,120, and we're gonna bump some overtime. Remind me what we're gonna put in that. Wages for number 8, for
Sewer,
sewer,
okay, then we're at 21 and 18,
man.
21 and 18.
Yeah, I've got all that. So we're at 81,120 without overtime. What do y'all suggest?
So how much is
I
there?
thought we were gonna leave it at 96
You gonna leave it?
Yeah.
Okay.
because of the overtime.
Dollars.
And right now they're averaging, they're averaging about 20 hours per hour.
About 20,
So,
about 10 hours a week overtime.
but like, what, like, next month? I mean, we're gonna hit the fall soon. Do the breaks still occur through winter?
No, that's the weird thing. Because
It's mainly right now when it's dry.
We're not, it's dry, it should be, hopefully we don't get much rain where there's some groups and we can do a state of 2 more weeks.
Oh, it's too wet.
Too wet.
Yeah.
We didn't send it.
Wet, too dry,
Yeah.
that's 22, whichever which way you go.
Well, I would read like it's gonna rain a lot. pretty soon.
We don't consider the AC, but the AC is the one that expands and that's the one that shifts and when that sucker breaks, it just runs. Takes off. So,
Okay, yeah, we're gonna. If we leave everything like it is in the system fund of the water and sewer, we're gonna need. If we got a 19.5 shortfall, so we'll have to work on it before we bring it to council. Or somebody's, staff on it. We gotta do something. Yeah. Because
Well, that's with one person, everybody gets bumped, right?
everybody gets a bomb.
one person.
We stayed on. Yeah. We stayed at 3 in water instead of 4. Right?
Yes,
Okay, we're good.
for your water teams.
well, we could easily bump down the maintenance contracts because we don't have anything as far as maintenance stuff.
What is
Everything
that?
we have is,
We're gonna have a brand new building.
The $5,000.
What's the big building?
everything right now should be good for about a year. It's all fine, but about a year,
Oh, here,
yeah.
but if you think about it, how much maintenance contract we used to be able to see?
Just that was the, no, I'm talking about the system.
Yeah.
The system doesn't have basically any maintenance contracts. I think the only one we do have is Lofton. That come in and do the generators.
What about,
That's the only maintenance contracts we have.
what about the guys that have to check the tower?
Yeah,
The tower guys?
Those go under inspections. We have a separate line item, and that's being funded through the Austrian energy.
I know, that was supposed to be far, I'm gonna go on with that bank.
So that's how we're being the inspections are we, when we come in.
What's that?
Every
What's that?
every year.
yeah.
TC can request,
I remember last time.
they just last year, this year.
It's
they have-
coming up. That's
It's coming up again.
Oh, by the way, Chris, you did that one time about the GTEC contract.
Yeah.
For installations. We did get that.
No, they
That's
usually call it-
for 2 years. So our rate is up to, I think, 1687 a month. So, not a lot of money, but I mean, every 10 or 12.
Yeah, no, but
All for.
And then it'll go up again January 6th. It'll let you know for another one. And we've got that figured in the budget.
nice.
So, okay, so what are you standing on? You want to go to 0 on?
No, we need to use something for the law, so that we can set that one down.
2,500, I don't know what they're charging,
Yeah, I will go with 25.
2,500 in maintenance contract for water operating. Right, so we have something in sewer that
We're
we
gonna get sewer. We have.
what are we calling supplies operating sewer? The 1530. We got 5,000 and we spent 1,035. Because that's different than operating supplies. I think the operating supplies is what Able needs.
Usually those are like your meters and
Yeah,
then we do.
no, we've got a thing for pipe. This, I think these were chemicals.
Okay.
Because we actually included a sewer chemicals expense account for this year. Because we wanted to isolate the chemicals from.
Chemicals are your chlorine and everything else.
Can we reduce? Can we reduce the 30315? Yeah, supplies operating sewer.
Now, we're looking at this current, right? You're on the current, or you're making adjustments to the budget.
I was looking at 3031530, and I'm making an adjustment. Yes, sir. I'm making adjustments to the workshop numbers. But we've only spent 1,035. We had 5,000 budgeted. I guess the question is, can we get by with?
Well, we have two operating supplies, so.
Yeah, but you remember one of those we decided was going to be operating supplies for the equipment, grease, stuff like that. The other operating supply was actually what he needed other than equipment.
Well, basically, the general use supplies, we can eliminate the general use supplies and keep the two operating supplies.
All right, so I'm gonna take that 1,000 to 0. Now then, what can we do with the 5,000 under 3031530? Because we've only spent 1,035.
Usually it's just their meters and the little,
We can probably put it at
they can put it at 25.
Okay, can you do that? Let's go to the bottom and see what we got.
because but you also have like, maybe I'm wrong, but construction expenses on just sewer is 10, and we haven't used it at all. And then you also have another one in water where it's 25 or 20, and we haven't used it at all.
Now, in the store, when you use something, because it's all usually they're gonna make them slides and all that.
Yeah, and you see,
169 over 5,000.
yeah, and there's another one.
Where are you at? What?
30, okay, so fuel and lubricant would be 30315 money.
That's in water.
That's
So,
operating.
30315.
There's 159 used for the 5,000 budget.
Yeah, it's still in there.
That's just the diesel they use for their tractor or any kind of using.
That's exactly what it is.
And I wonder, that's also the diesel they use for the generator.
It is.
And it hasn't operated because again, that. So, yeah, we recommended 5,000 last year and we only used 160.
I mean, if we
2,500?
If we make it 2,500, then that would cover us if we had a storm or something. Until we can get reimbursed, right? Okay, 2,500 there.
What is the computers and software?
That's for when they've got a computer at their office and they need software to put it in.
Did we move all that to
No,
IT?
that was under
Sure,
your,
that was before.
that was in your contract, Greg.
Okay,
I actually made those the same for all.
Well, so now it's going to be on your heater, and we can take that, you can use that computer and incident piece out, which is another 2,000.
Well, I'm gonna take both of them out because they're gonna be.
Yeah, I'm seeing that. Hold on.
But if you notice, we haven't had any expenses here, but, okay, so I'm gonna take R&M to zero,
Mhm.
incident fees to zero.
15,000 around. That's no brand new.
I'm gonna have to move those expenses into IT budget,
Yeah, we have,
but we get them out of here, so,
right.
okay.
What about 303, 26, 23? Repairs and maintenance for sewer lines. Man, I didn't even take that.
Yeah, look at that, 150,
Yeah, we're only at 18,000.
because that's reasonable.
Well, no, okay. When we, normally, this was before Tony got in the mix of their, Norm and I and Abel got together, we called them in. We had two manholes, we were thinking we had a fix, but one had collapsed. But Abel, in his wisdom, got one of them done, and I think Donnie did the other.
We were getting together on the contract with them.
And then he brought up the fact that we had one of the water service lines, I don't remember which one it was. I think we talked about it last year. Council talked about replacement. It's not the new replacement water line, it was something to do with one of the water lines. Right?
Yeah, we're working on, replacing the one that's on McCain all the way down to, church, along church and the church, and McCain.
And it was gonna be.
That's what's basically bad.
We're gonna have a sewer tie-in and maybe a new,
Oh, that's the one.
on a lift station, that was over this year. Which they're gonna do this year.
They're doing
So,
He was anticipating to that.
but see, Ernest and I already took that down to 25,000.
Okay, so 39.
Yes, sir. Yeah, under, workshop column,
Oh, yeah, Sam,
we took that to 25.
that's 2021.
So
So it sounds.
If we can get to $0 on this, like Ernest said, if we run into a situation, we can always come back and the council and request a budget amendment to. We've got the reserves to do it, but we can't put the reserves in here. to do it.
now we've got to come down with the 19 on the water or the sewer.
Well, total water and sewer needs to come down now 7. We've got it wiggle in.
So what about 321, 0622? Repair and maintenance equipment, might take this one year. So
Yeah,
it's at a 10, you know, $61.
That should be more.
Could cut a little bit.
We will repair and maintenance equipment and then repair and maintenance vehicles.
Because the equipment is our backhoes and the track hoes and everything
Yeah.
else. The vehicle.
So we got a new backhoe,
It's less than 2 years old.
so that's under warranty, we just do maintenance.
We do maintenance on the small unit. And, but I think that was why we budgeted last year 10,000 because we anticipated equipment that we.
I mean, we can take that,
5.
we can take it to 5, easy, I think.
I think so. I think so. I mean, if we look at the 61.
Well,
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
we just kind of lucked out on that thing, I believe.
I think.
Now, we've got another repair and maintenance sewer. And repair. In equipment. Norma, is that a redundant expense account?
There is some that are redundant, but it's some, I think they were.
Because they have, and we notice there's several, there's 2 operating, there's 2. And last year we removed some of these things.
We did remove.
There were 2 or 3 of them. line item the same thing.
Yeah, that's-
So, yeah, we're gonna remove some.
Okay, and I don't want to keep coming back for a budget workshop thing, but I think we need to let us look at 622. I think that one can probably go away. Because the 617 and 619, which are both repair and maintenance equipment sewer, and then repair and maintenance on sewer itself. So one is actually the sewer system, the other is going to be equipment that supports the sewer system. We can probably look at it a little better.
Yeah.
Ernest, do you see anything wrong with that? I don't.
No, sir, I'm, just trying to study where we can just make up whatever we need.
You want to take that 10 to 0?
Sure. On the 23 or? I mean, on the 22?
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
If you,
No,
check-
not 20, but let's see, on 622.
yeah.
you needed 7,000, right, Bill?
Yeah, we needed, I thought. Was it
What do you have at the bottom?
Okay, so now we're about 3,000 to the
Okay,
good.
so you could put 2,000 back just in case.
2,000 back into, what I was going to do is remove that completely from the chart of accounts. Because I think it's a redundant account, Ernest.
Okay. All right, that's fine.
I'll-
Yeah, we had a similar one like that.
Okay, well, either this weekend or Monday, I'll research that in the chart of accounts.
Kind of like construction expenses.
Sir?
What about construction expenses?
We were gonna kind of leave that there in anticipation of something coming up.
Okay,
To tell you the truth, that's probably light, but I mean, we haven't booked anything to that.
What about professional fees? 645.
Fees,
That one's where I thought the license.
is that
Oh,
water?
that's the license.
It's under sewer.
Yeah.
3210645.
Oh, that's gonna be, if we have to,
Engineering fees and.
the people we have to bring in to, help us with TCEQ stuff, things like that. Who is that firm that does that?
The ones that compensate professional fees are engineering or your.
Our doer. So that's when we are doing for something.
Yeah.
Like they're an engineer. Let me see. No, but it's, your point, what about engineering costs at 67? Oh, we don't even do it. So, yeah.
Yeah, that engineering cost, we have some unbudgeted expenses there. Okay, gentlemen and ladies, we're at 2967 to the good. And we can sit. We can sit tight or we can continue
Well, let's.
It'd be
nice to cut them out to get another person in there. But it's a lot of government. That's not.
Somebody looked about 95 cents.
Look at how much you budgeted, how much you really used.
And like, I was saying, on this thing, probably through the year, see how things are.
They made it, man, now. Look at, 621 of the water. Repair and maintenance water lines today with 43,000, we have a budget of 25.
Yeah.
Okay, you got a lot of burdens.
Yeah.
And purchase of water, so
The purchase of water.
we lost a lot of water, and yet they for it with the leaks, yeah.
You know what, do we have a way to capture that, or do we always just have a number on the water we lost?
We can probably just go check.
That's gonna be. Okay,
Is that something else?
system fund looks good to me,
I'm okay
it
with
depends on what council said and what staff wants.
but we made it cut enough to where we can live in a person needs to.
Yes,
Yeah.
yeah.
The, we're not, I mean, don't want to do general, that one I don't have.
General's gonna be. We need a big one, we could look. It's whatever you guys want to do. I did include the amortization schedule, so everyone will know what our next service is going to be. So that's what we have to pay back. Ernest already figured what our tax rate, if you are voting in or say yes to it. Then we can make a payment. We've got the IMS and all the we've got the capital improvement fee isolated, and we think we're going to be able to go up on that for about 142.
And this is for that, for the long run.
Yes, sir. And like I say, we don't have a year's worth of data. We've only got since May, right? When did we? They voted in April.
April,
Right?
it was a kid. April.
And so I think we got it actually programmed for June, though, because we had to go back to the software people.
Yeah, so when it became effective in the first, it would have been in May's bill. So May would have been the first bill that went on for the increase.
That's right. So making the hilltop home is not going to be.
Nice. Not at all. You know, once we get rid of this, then we can start getting more.
Yeah, after this one, we got for 8 years.
I know,
But
I mean,
it
it's still.
seems like a long time, but it's here before you know it.
Yeah. The municipal, are we in the whole municipal, or does it make them long?
We can look at it before, we need open it up.
You know, this is the one that was a challenge because it's, we talked about earlier that we need, we're not trying to say we're trying to push tickets, but tickets keep the municipal court busy, which kind of creates revenue back to the general fund. So it ricochets back and forth.
I couldn't hear you at all.
Yeah, that speaker's kind of messed up. What he's saying is municipal court used to actually live underneath the general fund budget.
Yeah.
So, but we had those separated out because, but what Ernest is saying is the interaction between municipal court and general fund is a certain amount, is it a percentage for the fines due to cities?
Yeah.
Because that's one question Ernest had. I could
It's,
answer.
it's based on what the fine has been set, if the judge sets the fine. And then the court costs are percentages of what the building sets. So
Okay, so,
what we keep is the actual fine.
well, we keep the entire
The
fine.
fine.
Okay, Ernest, that's the answer. We get the fine, but the court cost is adjusted by the municipal court judge.
Okay,
Yeah,
I thought it was like, so
I always thought it was a percentage.
when I was looking at it, it was, I could have sworn, I think it's 1.2. So no matter what, the state gets their cut, right? And I can't remember what numbers, I haven't written on here, where we're intaking, like, I think. Oh, right here, 4665100. So the payments to the state and then the fines, so the fines were 189,266.36, right?
Yeah.
And then when you look at what we pay to the state is 149 out of that 189. So we're only keeping like 40, right? Am I correct?
Yeah, I'm also.
That's a good age at the top. Yeah,
Okay, transfer to the admin.
so like, if you look at the top,
4603310, fines and other. There's a total of this current fiscal year of $188,644.36, right? Now, that's when we into it, the fines, but the state gets their cut on the operating costs paid back. So we have to pay back under number 4665100, payments to the state of Texas, $149,350.57. So, I mean, it looks like we're getting almost 200,000, but actually we're paying back 150 of them back to the state. So we're only keeping a small point. That's what I'm saying.
Because, yeah, you're only keeping the one with the fine portion.
Yeah.
Based, I don't know. I have not seen, I'm gonna say, for example, a stop sign, it's 130.
Yeah,
Okay, the state will only keep what's theirs, and if you've got your fine set at $30 for the actual fine, that's what you're gonna keep. The rest is gonna go to the state. You have to set your fines,
yeah, no, I got you there. And so,
and that's when they pay, okay, you keep the fine portion. Now, if they make partial payments, then you're gonna be getting very little,
yeah,
because the state is will always be the first to put it there.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. And like out of the total, because the total fines was 189, right? And then we paid back to the state 140. So that's why I'm saying when it looks like we have this much budget, we really don't. So when we raise the judge, right, the price of the judge, that's where the hourly rate that was calculating earlier. And then, see, this is what I was looking at the municipal clerk as well, payment wise, is like, we're in the hole.
Because she was generally being paid out of the general.
Right.
This is what I'm saying. You're actually, when money goes in from your funds.
Yeah.
Will pay part of the general, pay part of the PE and part of the court part.
I think what he's asking,
Where we're doing,
I think what he's stating, I mean, asking, he's stating is,
there's less money.
he's stating we collected 189 and we paid out 149, so we only made 40,000.
In actual money that's coming in, that's
Okay.
transferred
So,
into the general fund.
so considering all that we're paying out, we're in the hole.
Yeah, with operating costs are really important.
Because now, it's
Yeah.
gonna show you all of this.
But-
But you're also putting in crystal into the.
Yeah, well, Crystal, she has to, because unless you, in other words, unless she had two time cards, one for municipal court, which is not in, one for the one she's working at. And you have to put her in one of the buckets, you can't. split it.
Yeah, and we do have her full wages.
Full-time, and it's-
Yes, sir, we did that the first, Norm and I did that the first of this year.
So. Then, like, according to what I've got here, we're in the whole 70 grand. right?
Yeah, and we just made enough to pay for some.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Well, and, yeah, and the transfers to admin. I've got that movie wrong, that's a little more than. We transferred more than 46,000 this year, right? From buying. Actually, you were holding on from transferring everything for a while, just because.
Yeah, I was actually, since the service fee,
Yeah.
the fees where I was holding back, until, so that we could more or less balance out toward cost of go up to the state and all. We wanna come back and say, hey, we still owe something. But the fine money is actually full fine money is going into the general.
Right, but what I think what we need to know is how much has municipal court generated into the general fund, back into the city.
Well, that's where I'm saying.
There was a big lot of generated.
Yeah, let me. Got all the backups and.
What's that, 7?
Transfer fines from court. No, I'm looking into my general. Into my general.
Yeah, that's.
It's supposed to be going into the general.
Yeah.
And I'm not showing you.
That's what I need to look at quick notice.
Because what's happening is The money is from the board transferred into the general
No,
account,
I understand.
and it's not showing anything on.
Well, here's my thing too, is that the money gets transferred to the general fund from the ports. But then you're choking the ports, because you're gonna have enough to survive on the fund. In other words, the ports is almost like the.
Yeah, but now you're having it over here, but I was looking over here, I mean, normally it was transferred over here. It's already over here, so that's what it's saying, is 46,000.
Yeah. Yeah, so recycling out what's.
But
not
then,
what it's-
Bill, the way you got it here is transfer funds to admin. I go back into the admin, there's no problem.
No, I saw that one ago. We meant to go in and see if that's being voted.
We needed an audit originally when we got the new touch came back and we requested an audit the previous one. I would have kind of figured this out.
Because I'm showing the state funds to the court.
Yeah, we need to change the fines.
Increase the fund, because the state court costs keep going up, so you're.
And then the balance of that, I know we didn't, that's when Judge Gibbs was saying that, you know, Judge Byron had never moved. And we weren't making, money. Not to make money, but you get a lot of people getting money.
I think one of the other issues, like last year, we had all the CCTV workers, 5,000 plus that were working here. We had veterans, and I don't know if you remember, but 4th Street was back every morning. And every afternoon.
That's
So there was a lot of extra traffic.
Yeah.
And the officers that we did have signed up were really after that, and things are moving. But I think for the most part, it's the traffic and all the work that we're in town, going back and forth, it was a lot more. Now that it's gone, I'm like, we're out there, but not so much going on. And now it's all fast, everybody's going through half the file. So, I'm like, we also don't have much, traffic, unfortunately, in the area or in the city. But that's a big reason.
We'll be here for over 40 years, or setting up or way down. And engineer, maybe this year for 40 years, so that's gonna be able to put some traffic. That's something serious. So it means something you have to look at. I mean, last year was a good year, this year's not good. As far as that goes.
No, I don't know, I'm just kind of like. Trying to figure out how to balance it. I know the judge likes the clerk, and she wants the clerk, but I don't know if we can afford it. But I don't know if we can afford the judge.
According to this, we can afford the judge better than. According to this, we can afford the judge better than we can the clerk.
Yeah.
But people are constantly, people people come in a lot to City Hall, they're fine. And so we need to work. And the other,
No, I know.
another, before we also work as, assistant clerks, they take fines. And so we have 3 people who are concentrating. Yes, they're taking fines and working with their. So, there's always something going on in the summer. Fine.
Right now, no. We have to clean the court system. Now we've got to pay it out of the general fund and make it survive. Otherwise, we're not.
That's one of me, there's gotta be a way to. Someone will do the ballot.
Yeah, but we can't get rid of them.
Okay. This is transfer. So it's the speed graphs.
So the sign says 85 and put 35.
Seven, 55.
No, I mean, I go back to October. We did. Click. So, do you have 42? 163? You should have 46, 163.
Oh, then
That is-
you asked, you guys, finding those spots, so.
That's going on what's happening now, so. Get up there. Wonder, maybe one. Maybe two.
Yeah, it's two, it's narrow. I don't know, somebody.
Very narrow.
So it's gonna be dangerous, you cause more problems for the drivers and the. Where the amount of it down the bottom. Yes, sir.
Yeah, that's the correction. We're going to transfer 14.
Totally.
46 value.
The same thing there, like what you're still on. Oh, it does years. Scared and getting. So what we need to do is then.
So technically, we should really have about probably 240, 245 for citations. I hate to put it that way. Let me say the enforcement is down because of, accidents that officers.
The guys are getting lax.
But,
Oh, I don't think it's the balance. That's actually 2 years ago. Yeah, that's just 2 years ago. It was really good. And so back when we started seeing numbers of half a million. And again, in the chief's defense, the officers that worked for me were ticket writers. They were traffic enforcers. The bunch he's got now, they're not so used to. And they're doing their job as the son.
We have some that patrol the neighborhood, the city, and one code enforcement. And then we have some. Agent. And find people out there, but then you kind of risk, maybe that's some on the highway versus what's going on in town and making it back. So, a little bit of both.
Yeah, you try to get that happy.
Yeah, I know, just kind of see the reports, and it's like, couple here, couple here, and then this one.
Yeah.
that-
Right, that's.
I can't remember.
That's the difference.
Well, we can tell you, I think calm down, man. And so in the years before that, we had 3 of them that were in that month. Yeah, they were all like boom. And another couple of here. The mediocre was down here, which is still alive, and the others were up here, now it's more. One guy and the others. So it's just motivation and keeping them. And the thing about law enforcement, dude, it's not, I don't know about other work, because probably all over done for so long, but you get burned out quickly. And like every 6 months, every 7, 8 months, you start to feel like you're just spinning the wheels, not getting anywhere. So you have to be self-motivated and you have to realize, and with citations, every year you start over with 0. So those of you that work on commissions know what I'm talking about. You build up to the end of the 30th day, you're going, yeah, I mean, I'm doing this, or day 1 of the next month, you're starting all over again. You go, you're gonna do all over. So that's just where it is. And so when you see a motor officer who writes 200 to 300 tickets a month, you gotta give that guy credit because he felt motivated to see what he finds himself and he works.
Well, yeah, still gotta look at making it a balance now, too. Because, like up in San Antonio, there's certain, neighborhoods that you watch your speed, you watch your stops, because they have a reputation. You go just over that line, you gotta take it.
Well, to be honest.
But that's going to keep it.
Yeah. I drive them to the asphalt.
But that's why I say balance, because you create that reputation, your citations go down, so now you're not getting that move marks. So you want to kind of balance it back up, so they don't know
That's
when
you're
you're
gonna
going
do
to
sometimes, right? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, my God, slow down here.
So if you get comfortable and possible. Yeah.
So you good with this support?
Now we're $75,000.
There's no, I don't know, there's no, I don't know where you can cut in here, right? I don't know where you can. I just wanted to make sure that I was right when I saw that number over the side.
Maintenance,
I don't know, what's making this stop?
I mean, we have to,
Main function, that's over there right now.
because we budgeted eight,
That's,
zero.
yeah, we are kind of that,
Yeah.
so,
All right, then.
so I'm looking to see where it went.
This encode is gonna get moved to the IT.
Well, if you're looking at, if you're just trying to find big.
Yeah, we haven't, we've got
Page
it budgeted
two,
right
right there,
there.
it's out. Transfer price admin. You got it for the workshop budget too, like it's 75,000.
Okay, also, I'm sorry, also on, the, bank charges, on bank charges bill, 276 on page 202. We budgeted 4,500, we only used 535.
And there was some questions I had on like, it was like, let's see, they were on this material.
Yeah, that means, well, we've got 1,200 for this year. I don't know why that 4,500 was budgeted.
So 1,200 is a good number.
1,200 is probably going to be, yeah, we could probably cut that a little bit. Trouble is on some of these Wells Fargo accounts, the more activity in there was what they made that time analysis thing and all that on. So we could probably cut it a little bit. We're gonna get 75 out of it.
So then we, another question I had was. The Linebarger, is there a way to? I know we've got Linebarger, sending out the letters for the people that are default, right? Because they're scared and stuff. Yes. Like, is there a number that, like, out of all the letters, is there a percentage that can actually pay? Like, does it make a difference?
Well, it's only based on what they do for it, but I don't know what it does for you. So
Yeah, no, I know they get paid on that, like, percentage, but what I'm wondering is, like, out of 100 people that got the letter, how many are coming
Oh,
down?
yeah, what's the point of
Well, it's all based on what they collect, and then the percentage that we keep, the percentage that they keep. Is what we want.
Might be something to look into and see if it's worth. We get probably 10,000.
You know, that should be, in the detail somewhere.
It should be.
On
So if you look at it, we only, we're 2 months out, or at the end of the budget, and we've only paid them out for. And we budgeted 10, and I see we brought it down to 6.
Yeah, I just took it down to 6.
Which is good, on this, thank you. That's good. That helps. Well, this should be-
And the only reason we're staying at 175 payments to the state is because
That's gonna be the.
we anticipate the 450,000 coming in on revenue. And that's just about what that ratio is.
There was some line items that I don't know if it was here or where I saw, but it was like corrections. I don't know.
It's corrected, it's probably some on this stuff, but was it on the municipal court?
I could have sworn I saw it here too, but I'm not seeing, but I did see it in systems. I know I saw it maybe in general. But I was wondering, I was gonna ask what that was.
Oh,
Probably looking at the data entry errors.
Yeah, data entry errors, that's
Okay,
what.
that, yeah, those are funds, so we have 2 ways of collecting funds right now. It's through the online portal and people use credit cards. To
Yeah.
pay our citation or vote. And then they can come into City Hall. What'll happen is, if the wrong key is pressed or if they mess up at the bank, let's just say their citation will go into the water.
Okay, so this is.
System fund bank. So what that should have been worded better.
Okay.
That looks like fault that somebody, that tells me that I need to go research, or Samantha needs to research, and we'll pull out the fine that goes to municipal court and then push the rest of the system.
Yeah, that's where I was like, what is that? Yeah, I think I had it highlighted.
No, that's a good catch. That should be close to zero every month. I'd like to blame Norma for that. but Kind of look around for somebody blind real quick. So we've got work to do in municipal court. I know it's dragging on. Well, we can't approve the deficit budget. Ernest, you got any ideas? I don't know where else we can cut. I mean, we chop.
You know, I know the municipal court runs by tickets. I know they're doing what they can, but I think, we're looking at the staffing. We need help on that side. I'm just trying to cut to the chase because it ricochets with us.
We've just got one clerk in there, and then we've got the contract judge. Is she gonna stay at her rate this coming year, or is she?
Does she want to raise? Yeah, she had discussed me about it.
She didn't tell me yet.
Because she did last time.
Yeah.
Let's see how we can. No, we can't. We're not, no. And she's not on the group's life or retirement, that's for Crystal, right?
Yes.
And the dues and memberships, I mean, does Crystal have to have any continuing education training?
It's so well.
She will be there. She just.
But once we move, Greg, when we met with Greg yesterday, we advised that there's a new interface and some updates to the municipal court part of info. And Crystal's gonna have to get that training.
Well,
No, this is state training that we're talking about. This is state.
Oh, state.
and sometimes the judge, what she's doing is. She's charging the tab 1 year, and then the next year will be she'll interchange as far as the training is concerned. Just like over there, 1 year over there and 1 year.
But it's so minuscule, it's not like.
Yeah, it's like it's the boss, and it's not like that.
And let's say that it's gonna be out of town. They don't want to pay for the hotel,
But it's still like 95.
Not usually.
Have we had any issues where we had to transfer child safety to admin? Because I saw some of those.
The county sends us quarterly or half every 6 months a child safety subsidy to us.
And so there are some, you'll notice there's 4 Ps down toward the bottom there, 488 0012, 3, and 4.
Yeah.
And so those are restricted fees that we have to accumulate in the municipal court, but then we move it into a separate account. Just because they can't get going in with the general judge.
Yeah, well,
Yeah, so we house that over there. And I think they've only extended a little bit out of building security. I think it's 75, how much was that? $46, right?
Yeah, I was just.
Yeah, it's $46.
We need to tap into that for this situation, because they're gonna be looking for new support. So we put that, we get that, yeah, that's what I'm talking about. You get some of that, those funded, that funding for this building.
Yeah, that's a good point. So, y'all need that building security committee.
Yeah.
There's a judge, you, and then one other person,
So
probably the chief if you want.
since Greg is here, on the 466 to 533 or 32533, the computers and software and repairs and maintenance, I guess.
Where's
Is that
that?
11,000? So under port operating costs, under yeah, for like fifth down. From the phone. 4663533.
Actually, I'm going to take those expenses out of municipal court, and those will go into the new IT budget. But I think Greg had to put a whole new computer in that place. I don't know if he's sitting there. Well,
Yeah, that's what I was asking you. So the software and computers, I mean, this is all brand new stuff, so this is a one-time fee maybe, right? We're not gonna have to.
I really have no idea what Bill put in there. I mean, I don't, I distinguish
these are
what,
expenses.
right, I see the numbers, but I can't, I mean, more than likely it's the new computers. I think there was 2 new computers.
But the, well, what I'm saying is like the software, yeah, I mean, it's installed on these computers.
Omni, I'm not familiar with that. The Encode,
Encode.
Encode is, yes. I'm not sure if those numbers reflect Encode though.
Now, the Encode doesn't have an
No.
annual.
It's a renewal, yeah.
Yeah,
And we've moved that over to the IT budget. All of the Encode, all of the subscriptions for anything software related.
so these can probably get pulled out, right?
Correct.
334.
Yes.
That's what I'm trying to figure out.
Yeah.
Yes, as a matter of fact, I'm gonna go ahead. I'm gonna put those to 0 and put the total into IT workshop.
And I'll take out 13, and I'll let's see.
Okay, so I'm gonna take 33 and 34 to 0.
Yeah, and then Omni base too.
Okay, on the maintenance contract, we're gonna have to do that. Now we're gonna do to IT. The maintenance contract, which is 8,000.
Which one?
Is that the thing, it's going to be 5230 maintenance contract?
Well, right now it's 0.
We haven't spent.
We haven't
That's
spent
right.
anything, but
But it's gonna be moved into your IT, but now. we-
If that's Encode, then yeah, it would be
this
moved
is
to IT.
in code, yes, it is in code.
Mhm.
Well, are they gonna bill us this year?
They bill us a year. For tech support and everything.
I know, but we haven't booked anything.
If that's what I was telling her, it's under general. It's under general admin.
Municipal courts.
Oh, it doesn't, okay.
So we can eliminate the 8,000.
All right, so I'm gonna take 5230 and make that 0. And add another 8,000 over here.
Now, I believe that the maintenance agreements in the IT budget bill that already includes the 8,000. I took everything that was gonna be Encode maintenance,
I think so.
and that's what that 55 is, but we're gonna have to we'll figure that out when we get there.
Well, it looks like we're gonna reduce your overall, just right now by about 50. Close to 50.
Yeah.
In other words, we're moving expenses out of general and system and municipal that are IT related. And they're not going away, we're just shoving them over into the IT. Yeah. I gotta talk it out loud.
You're just telling yourself, right, Bill?
Wait on Bill.
I'll be there and be.
It's okay. You want some more coffee?
Probably. Okay, what about OmniBase? That's still there, right?
Yeah.
What is OmniBase?
What is on?
On the basis for the fees that we pay for the warrants and all that that goes into the system.
Oh, okay.
And that comes out.
And what cost, that's state.
Yeah, it's not software. That's the service.
Yeah.
It goes to that.
That's state.
Okay, we're 62.9 on the whole.
I can't take any more.
I don't see where we can-
That's all I see.
I don't know where we can- We're gonna have to feed it. Well, we have no pump, we're gonna feed it to something. We get the-
What if you transfer fees, the transfer funds to, transfer funds to that? This,
Bill, if you can hear me, we were trying to see what capital projects we had in here to hit the capital project funds to, help the IT side.
Yeah. Let's say that.
Well, here's what happens, if we reduce the transfer of funds to admin, then that's going to increase. That's going to reduce your revenue in general fund, and we're going to have to go back into this.
Okay, ahead of myself, but, okay, so.
I'll catch up.
There you go. Colina Street, we're funding the whole thing, but we're going to get back from the 4 million. A check this week, next week, for 50, and we're hoping that they will budget for another 100. If the 4B budget's the 150, we'll put that back into this. That we use out of the capital projects.
Well,
We can use that to take care of these support.
right, but remember, we've got to reimburse general fund the 299,000 that we spent.
That's what I was.
Because general fund paid for Colima because we didn't have a bank account, right? So we didn't have a capital projects back.
so it's going.
But what council did about 3 meetings ago, they authorized us to a budget change order so that we could fund these capital projects. For Colima, the splash pad. Colima splash pad.
And water one.
One other.
No, it's just only one end.
No, there was 3. I'll bring them. Well, here they are. Generators for city hall, but we've already paid for engineering. So yes, I mean, technically, you're right. It's gonna end, all of those expenses are gonna end up over here. But since we had no way to pay CK Newberry and Robert, because we didn't have a capital improvements bank, we went ahead, and they were general fund projects anyway. If it was stayed there, they would have all been general fund projects.
Right.
So we paid it out of general fund, now we're gonna reimburse.
And then we're gonna take it out again.
And then we take it back out and, it's a shell game to balance
Right.
capital project.
It'll be in general fund for a couple of days.
More to- So,
Okay.
I don't know what to advise.
And it's what we may surprise me and offer us 200,000 instead of.
What's the thought, how much?
It doesn't help municipal pool.
Well, I mean, yes, it does. We'll take that, and put it in the news report, and hopefully we can have the funds up again.
I don't know that 4 weeks will fund this.
No, they can't. No, I'm talking about police.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, can we have extra? You might float us a little bit more.
Just to take.
Just this year. Well, I still, no more, the dragons, but I wanna get that washer dryer for them, we need to go out of the 5K. So they can wash the fire suit. Okay.
We may have, depending on how expensive it is, because we have fire department donations of the $1.
Yes.
Plus we've had other folks and donate money for our.
Oh, it's good.
So I'll check and see what that one time.
I know that they have a service station. It's like a big one. That's what it is.
All of the public here.
So they don't have anything to do, right? I'd like to figure out how we can get them. All right. I don't know how much I do with that, I can't see the one.
Well, we need resolutions. Ernest, what are we gonna do with this?
I couldn't hear you, Bill.
Ernest couldn't hear you, Bill.
I mean, we're still at 62.9 deficit in municipal field. I mean, we can come up with it, but it's still gotta be resolved.
Let's come back to it, because.
But we'll take a break, we'll eat something.
I want to do that.
Okay,
Let's take a break.
can we call you back, Ernest?
Well,
Sure.
Ernest will just stay on here.
Okay, I'll text
Be
you.
on, I'll be here.
All right, thank you.
Sorry, I'm gonna get it.
Yeah.
Right there.
You didn't realize it, did you?
What, I'm gonna see me like this? No, I was expecting that, because I'm.
Yeah.
There's something in there. Just lines and numbers and everything. What's coming, what's going out, what's the debit, what's the credit. Like balancing. And I because this is what it was last year, this is what we budgeted.
Oh,
Okay, so.
Like three different roles. Budgeted, what we spent, what we want to spend.
Exactly. So. If you go through it, I'm realizing, I don't know if these are negative, but like, the different currency is a negative. Yeah, you wanna see something?
That's one spot.
So.
I'm glad it's starting.
Where's maybe? Where's property? Exactly, you don't know. So I was just going through, bringing them closer together and actually, it's more practical. So we have to go one over and then, the one spot where there was actually. Exactly.
Yeah, what is it?
So I quit working. It's like, yeah, I'm done. Because it didn't make any sense.
I agree.
And I know, it's not for public work, for a little while.
Yeah. It's fixing to look.
What we waive is the tax, what is it called? It's it's like the, see, they, I'll do that. It has to do with the actual, and what they collect on taxes, or what they collect from the renters. And they're supposed to be giving the city a section, and it's usually waived because they don't generate enough revenue to pay out whatever has to be paid.
It's a deal where we were using their place and.
Yep. Unless that's what they worked out in years, but I don't see. How did y'all manage to go use over there to there? Would y'all do any kind of?
I don't know, because apparently we're waiving a little bit of ad valorem is what we're paying. I wonder if we're talking several
Because
thousand.
you know, back then, it's based on the agreement, essentially to the rent, correct? And they're supposed to pay so much to the city.
That makes sense.
But sometimes they don't make enough. They used to give us a yearly report, It says, okay, this year we do this, we learn, we can waive it for us and we can sign or something as a waiver, so it wasn't enough to, to make a difference. So when we were doing the streets and Bernie was there. We had, we went through bad years, so we accumulated so many years, and then he gave us that many, and that's how I get there. They wrote around almost ours. But they imported and we furnished.
Does that road go to the field and?
No, it goes around, it's a certain, called a circle.
Yeah.
It goes right here, when you drive in, you continue going, you'll see it going down the part. Then it goes around, comes back out, then it goes back out. They have, we were able to, we did that one, we didn't do the little center, we didn't have, there's a little center. That was up to. But we have not, that I know about, what they put in, but since then, but I know what they put in.
And they're gonna solve the one over there on this.
But it's it has a date. It has a date. It's but it's based on the elections. You know what kind of elections? A percentage or something like that. Because the cities are one, supposedly the city appoints their board members. They have one tenant member, and then the rest are appointed by the state.
What? I thought those were appointed to the person. Mayor. We want all that.
They elect their chair, which was the fact that it was. But we appointed and we're supposed to every 2 years or so. And
I don't remember voting any of them.
the mayor renewed Ernest Louise and Jane.
Yeah, those two.
And then
But that was, I thought only the mayor could do that.
yeah. The city appoints your membership. Except for the one that you know, there's one, there have to be one tenant resident. One resident, one tenant resident that has to be.
Who is it right now?
There's a lady from there. That's a board.
You know anything, water, property?
Water.
One water?
And they.
I'll take this in water.
Water.
The city's the one that wants to, of course, they run it, but the city appoints the. That's the way it's been.
I'm sure whatever we made, they're getting from the states and. They can get it right back.
This one was based on the rent revenue. I think it's. But it's all, they were always waiting. Because it wasn't, they had a generator revenue to on the rent space that I'm supposed to make or lower.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's not that they changed. They're other things. A new system. But I don't know if the city had a contract or what, they were waiting for it. It's more of a tax. And then I'll look at the contract. You still have to know.
They're from the province, no.
We're still in the learning phase, we're still adjusting.
Bookkeeper, what do you think?
You don't speak Spanish.
No?
She's not, she's
Where you speak to non?
she don't speak any Spanish.
So what you're saying is that Don was talking about. The mayor was talking about, it, and maybe we might have some funds and things just going, well, they, because we know where we're at, the housing. Yeah. Yes. That's a bit much.
What we're gonna have, because I'm gonna get it that way. So. We got about $1,000 on this. To parks for this plan. So sometime, I'm gonna move it before the end of the month, but I'll move it this month then. I'm gonna move that into, capital projects to fund it, so it'll sit in the bank until we. We got. They have 6. So we're gonna figure out what they do.
Watch out, because you gotta take some of that, money, and they're gonna lose 6 because of the percentage of the cut that they have to do back.
Yeah, that's what it'll be. 40, yeah. So we're gonna get that back. And then we can put that back into. We can leave it in tax class. But then we're gonna find. So, or maybe 100. They already got 50, so we gotta get 100 more. So that's 150, that's still be 400. Where's the 400, 100 grand, they want to be listing, it's 50, that's 350, they want to be lights and maybe 30, so 100 grand, which is very hard for them, let's still have 350 grand. So being they, you say they have 300,000 bucks, they can help out with another. It's. I don't care, so that, you know, I'll just, you know, implement it into, all the points actually. But Jim. So really, we were on the leadership, but there is a function of that function, really not that fast. Or where you're still. Covers the check. I would like for that to get a single balance account because we don't really want. I don't want to have to fund capital project. Right now, we'll fund it out of tax plan as we need it. Maybe they'll have. I won't get reimbursed.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Really.
Needs to do it.
I don't know what's going to do.
Yeah, security.
Stop. What do you mean? I'm thinking a certain way.
Yeah.
You go to work.
Oh, yeah,
No, you're off. But I may think I'm mine. No. I don't think you should.
I'm the same way, no problem. But I gotta do that, probably.
Well, that's so. Like, I don't want to. Does it?
I read your mind. I don't mind with it there, I just want to make sure that I have, because the last thing I want to recommend, okay, so we, no, that's what we want. Oh, no. Sorry. Yeah, and I want them to say money and then. That's where I'm reading get the 4 liters, this time, 100, 200 grand. 200. Take it 3. Where is?
Where's, when I was talking to the older parents, is that from, then it could come out of 4? I was going to come out of 42, 4,500. Yeah, well, we do need it.
No. Out of the 300, right now, you guys are about 45 grand. So we haven't needed it. Yeah, 600. Yeah, 550, yeah, 550 grand.
Yeah, but we gotta act like we got it.
No, don't do that. So you got, okay, well, get the picture, you got 550, right? We already gave 50 to us. And the last one, we did check, so now you got 500. And you still got money coming in that.
Oh, yeah, we're not even double.
So you got for a year, you got 500, you want to spend at least 100,000 apart, still got 400. You give me 100,000 for the league, you still got 300.
I mean, we're gonna have a meeting this Tuesday, right?
We did some problem with that.
So
I might be sick.
make sure you get it.
Oh, yeah, oh, like, feel a little warm.
I think they got a fever.
You know what I'd like the banks we're gonna do is that place out there behind the strike. There's about 41 grand in there. That little strip mall, you can the burger and stuff like that.
It was a.
I don't know what it was. They might have the game room at one time too, but.
There's some games out there.
Yeah, but you know how they did that is actually speak one. This is how we got, when we had the game rooms. Nobody wanted to bust them, because they had so much door in machines, so then they passed a law like a year later. Oh, yes, the one pull the door down.
Yeah.
You don't have to store it anymore. So, you know, we're having. So,
Cowboys on them.
750,000 would have been. Zero.
But they got it, we're gonna, you know, they've been voting on it, the ones that want to.
Yeah, well, now they use computers. They use, I mean, they use anything, I mean. Anything that they can get revenue from, and money.
We'll see. But I got an 8.
You go out our base and I assume with the numbers, you look at thermal.
We used to, not collectively,
When you told me that, I was surprised.
see how you work.
Because it's heavy, it's a big rock.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what it is.
I want to.
Yeah, we'll be the director.
I'm on the speaking machine. Like the global committee, my wallet, you're in the role. Case back in your zone.
No, you would have to, you have to look at how they rearrange their statute for what we had it for.
But I told him I was right.
I know.
That is what I'm telling you.
I can already. So, I don't think either. So I'm going to struggle with this. I don't.
You need to find out if it's not changed, if it's private. It's
So.
Yes.
I would chain from the.
Check, they will be there.
And the chain came all the way over the windshield. This windshield, they came over on the view. I was coming back in the.
But it's easy to do, so I think, no, it has not been. Wow, you got the whole.
Oh, yeah, there's the camera. system. 16 of them. This is the tap room.
Because you don't see me parked over here.
No, yeah, like I said. This is the tap room.
Now I know where I'm not facing.
Yeah. Yeah, there's none over there. Actually. It just gets people coming in and out. What is, oh, Foundry V? Foundry
VTT.
VTT.
There's a switch.
Backspace.
I'll pick it up.
But yeah, just let me know.
Oh,
I
yeah,
know
yeah,
that
yeah.
I got some pretty good this thing. I mean,
Is it a virtual modern role playing? And you can make money?
Yeah, I'll tell you, I'll give you a little tidbit.
Okay.
When we go out, show you where it's at. Okay, I put mine on. Well, I mean, I know. So. I'll do it. No, it's unfortunate because he started, it pulls it out, he goes, come on, get in the truck. So we go out and go. We go, Portland getting up on Kansas Street, right? I took it out, very good. He goes, how fast you want to go out? 120? I never even thought of 1 minute. Of course, but I needed to get force. Well, it's not small. It's important. Yeah, something like that. But. It does well. But I still have an old shit. Yeah. I didn't think I was younger, but. It's like a ticket. I mean, I got a ticket in the league. That's I just go to. An officer comes up and that's on the side of the back. I hate that little. Hey, dude, it's the job. I'll be right back. I was on my way before the stop. Hey, capital plate size, right? And he goes, insurance. I gave it to him. It's my registration. I didn't have my registration. I had my paperwork. So he goes, I don't have to write the ticket for no insurance. What do you mean? I take it for no insurance? I don't have no way to verify this. I go, okay, just use me out. I can go like this. I'm a little slow. I go, I'll catch up pretty quick. I said, so how do you know this is my channel? I never answered that. I never answered that. But he's older than me. I'm 9 months old. That's what he gave me. I think from 9 months old. It cost me $400. I was only doing 9 months over. It was like, I think it was 75 is what the speed limit was. But I went on and before the stop, I was telling people that I stayed at double time. They go, oh yeah, that's just a speed trap, dude. It didn't matter if you were doing 2 miles over, they probably would have moved this. It's like they just and what really got me going, we go to the stop. And you never let me answer it because you visited somebody in jail.
I go, dude,
I go, you ain't got anytime
all
y'all.
my life. You know, I got another bunch of like that. Say stuff like that.
Come back up here before you. You can go to the park.
Yeah, here, let me get my camera.
We're not good, we're gonna know back to it.
No.
We can't believe it.
Yeah, it was-
I know you are. I'll be too, but all got a text.
I was buying. And I am.
Ernest, you there?
This guy's Michael.
Yes, I am.
He's here. Very good. We're good. Good. All right.
We're gonna switch to general fund. I believe,
That one, that's one. Yeah, that's a big one. I started typing it, and then that was a lot of it.
yeah, next time calling, I'll just.
Can we, somebody have a spreadsheet,
If you haven't known, I would have sent it to you.
we sure we don't want to cut these little ones first?
Yeah, I know, this one. So our main revenue stream is, M&O out of Apple, that's at the very top.
Yeah.
We're gonna stick with that number. And Ernest is, I think he's already talking about the tax rate on that. Franchise taxes, 43,000. That did come up a little bit this year, so I'm comfortable with it if you guys are.
I'm okay with that.
Sales tax, this sales tax is actually 38,500 times 12 months. I don't know if that's proven or not, but that's what we're going with right now. According to the reports, that's kind of a mean average. I mean, it's,
You're talking about 30, 35, right? 120,
yes, 1203.35, yes, sir.
So, this is with the adjustment or without the adjustment?
This is with the, just the new tax rate.
Okay, so,
So we're basing it on, what our payment is. And then, Ernest, that was the full 3%.
Say that again?
Okay, so that's the highest we can go. On the 593,000. Now on the sales tax, we're basing that on 38,500 average in months. That could be a little lighter. I hope it is.
Because we were going by monthly and then you get some quarterly and annually, but we're trying to be conservative.
okay,
Mixed beverage, we never realized a bunch out of that. County recipe, I don't remember getting anything from the county. Did we? We didn't get anything, but it's not much, but we're gonna leave 1,000 in because
that,
it's a propane.
so what is the county arrest? That's going to be.
Only arrest somebody, take them over to their day, we don't have holdings on there.
Oh,
So I we take very many because they're not taking it.
And that might be listed under something else. There should be something.
Well, they used to, when they're arrested or the DWI and all that, their arrest fees, they would give us a percentage, like a subsidy,
Yeah.
but they haven't done that.
so now will we have room to put some kind of lock cell over here?
We don't want to do that. We don't want that at all, other requirements.
Union, jail commission. Okay.
Those standards will have to keep,
Well,
right?
Not like a holding cell, right?
The problem with that is if you get a hold of stuff, everybody is first gonna tell you, oh yeah, we'll buy by the movie chief. But the next thing you know, you're gonna walk in, there's gonna be a guy sitting in the jail and nobody in the building.
And you can't watch it.
No, it's okay. I was.
But actually, once it gets like 15,000, yeah, right now it's over.
5 years now.
Yeah.
Okay.
Plumbing permits, I don't know if we capped out, I know the glades, do we have any? What do we have on the horizon that could support 6,500, that's what we're projecting.
The only thing we have right now is,
Mr. Carroll's building, it's very new storage, but what is that, that's gonna be 1 meter? And
there's
maybe,
1 meter and 1 restroom.
maybe a large meter over at the RV park, 2 inch.
I would imagine there would be the big one, because they got supply.
Yeah, so the 2 inch commercial. But I mean, that's about it.
The only thing is, it's just like they're tracking that they're gonna. They may have to contract out based on the location of warrants.
Not fair. They put things. Plus other partners within the city, keep on building new homes.
I mean, there's gonna be a few, I just didn't know if we, really hung our path on the blades and that, for last year.
Because last year we probably had, I'm just guessing, 8 to 10 grow homes.
Yeah, but they don't retract, they just,
There you go. So,
Most of the time they just don't. do this.
their own line, they just hook it up to their own line.
So,
Is there a difference between apartment residential and commercial?
It's
yes, sir.
These commercial.
higher,
Is it a fed rate or is it according to the project?
it's based on the valuation.
We're projecting 30 again for building permits. And electrical permits, we stayed at 8750. We made it about 1,000 over on last year's projection. Police reports, that comes under administrative income, it's extra income. And we're right on target with that. Notary fees, we provide notary fees for the residents or other folks. That seems to be reasonable. The 4B admin services is what the city receives there. I'm sure you already know this, but the city takes care of 4B's administrative tasks and the keeping the books, etc. And that's 600 a month, so there's your 7,200 for the year.
Maybe we need to raise them.
Could we get into the going bump?
It's very complicated, look, you see what's not to do?
Man, Samantha, do you know what we got to, miscellaneous thing? Normal? I'll have to look that up. We don't normally budget miscellaneous income. We don't really like to say miscellaneous income. I'll find out what it is. Credit card swipe fee. That, we're
$3.
yeah.
They will charge them.
Now, we're only doing that at City Hall. So if you went over and paid your bill on the online portal, we don't charge a fee for that. Now, that's something council and staff may want to talk about.
It's all gonna change with Encode too.
And it's gonna change in Encode, so we ought to, if we want to charge a fee for that, we ought to do it before we get Encode. Yes, sir. So that, I know we probably can't resolve that here, but that would be something that maybe council wants to look at. And I tell you what, Norma, what we have a way of determining the activity on those credit cards, because everything there is the credit card online. So we can give you an idea of what that activity is. It may not bring a bunch in, but I mean,
Call it a convenience fee.
it's a convenience.
Yep.
Yeah, a lot of people pay with their cards.
Yes, sir.
Yes. Yeah, I guess.
Well, and everything online is a credit card. Well, yeah. But most of the people come in City Hall, I think, probably the majority of the agents.
Yeah, I do.
The EMS county ambulance, that's a reimbursement or a subsidy we get, right? Okay. We've always left that at 5,000. We got a little bit more than that this year. let me see what the bottom line was.
It's usually, I think, 659.
Man,
I think we usually collect about 659 a month.
I know what you mean, maybe you can try to say, right now, general fund, you don't have to go look at it, I tell you, we're $192 to the good. That's how tight we are in general. So if you guys think that there's potential, Ernest and I kind of, we have taken this thing apart several times, but that doesn't mean if you have none, we'll go with.
So, just real quick on the math thing, for the 659 a month, and the annual will be 79 over the. One program.
Where are we at?
126, 328.
You guys can't remember those.
Okay, what would be a round number? Chris? 7,800?
Yeah.
7,800, okay. All right. You got that one? I'm gonna go. Okay, going fees, I'm not sure how this works, I don't remember. We get revenue on, how does that work, Chief? What is on?
Yeah.
Is that in pounds?
Every time they make a pickup for TV,
Okay,
they percentage a piece of that goes back to the city.
goes, okay.
So more shows,
Okay.
And then there's a yearly permit.
and then there's other one, that's the. You know, 10 years old, we have people in the bigs going. Sorry. Here is the city. Applications, towing properties. No, three companies. Three companies in there. There's three,
Yeah.
there's one, three companies. Oh, actually, more than that.
Well, current, with
You must know how many trucks are in the city, or how many companies are in the city. Three in the city. How many companies play a service for show? Four work in the city, three are in the city. What revenue we get from the other ones? But it's the same. It's the same. They don't pay. Yes, it's the same. They have to pay a permit and have to pay according to the total. And we raise the price of the permit. It's only $50 per truck per year. No, stuff is. Whatever the company maintenance is coming. What do all those cities charge? About the same, we're all in about the same. It's not. Not the same.
Are we gonna be able to negotiate with identical again? Is that contract?
And that contract is, that's a waste of time. We were paying them, no, I'm sorry, they were paying us $100 a month to use our facility. It was really hurting us. They were using all of that, all of that room, just
All of this before.
right. So, no,
So we can't count on that as a number.
well, they're on.
No, but they would pay it, and I've already said it twice. They need to stop, they need to stop. And it's still paying, it's still coming in.
I don't know if we've done anything for this, well, it's too early for August.
Is it-
What we won't know yet, but.
Is it a contract with them?
I don't know, it was already here, so
Yeah,
I
it's already-
didn't see a contract.
I think that if it's a contract or if they just.
They're just keep on
Send
wanting
the money.
about this community.
But we have to send it back.
Yeah, that's gonna be one of them.
All right, so I'm gonna take this one. Zero. And that's gonna hurt us. Let me see where we're at. Well, we're still 3,000 to the good, so.
Where are you sitting there?
Yeah, but the community center, is there any way that we can make it to give revenue Well, that's something for another time, so, we can do that, that's something we're gonna have to get an ordinance, we're gonna have to develop, contracts, programming, how we're gonna do it. We just can't open it up and say, we need to be able to know how much, we're gonna have to. On that note, we also need to talk about custodial. It's only just 15 minutes about it, this week. All of them.
Yeah, that's later, that's not. right.
Yes, yes, but, no, that's not money. Okay.
I'm gonna skip down to income for the police department. Vendor refunds, we don't normally budget those. It's something that we code back in. Sale of the salvage of city property. I forgot, what did we get $646 for?
Where are you ready?
I'm on, general fund, I'm one line above the administrative income.
Oh, sales.
Yes, sir, for police.
Page three,
We sold the old one,
Yeah. That's all.
the white, page two.
No, page two.
Page two of the journal.
Oh, there it is.
Yeah, but what's the number?
9010502.
Yes.
Okay, that's what.
So anyway, we don't typically, we don't budget for those because we never know if we're going to sell or salvage in the property.
We got 3 cars.
Yeah,
It's 10,000. Let's see.
Police training, we actually received income for that, and that's what the police department can use. Apparently y'all haven't seen anybody this year.
We have, and then there's another area that I was looking at in the question, like under the training and travel. But most of the trainings that we sent to so far have been free.
Are you, legal to training or?
Yes, sir. 241.
Okay.
The donations received, we typically budget 500. Normally we talk to the chief to find out who's going to donate to the police department or something. We've actually got 2,300 this year, which helps out.
And that's when you put in your own bank.
That goes into a sub account, and I got to visit with Ernest on that because the reason we put it in the sub account is every year off at October 1st, everything resets to 0. So our expenses and our revenues go back and we start over again.
So historically, the monies that were donations to the police department and fire department were zeroed out to make some look like they had.
Yes.
So the fire department brought across $10,000 in donations and they had it October 1st, they had 0.
So
that was happening before.
Well, yeah, and it should have rolled over. Norm and I got to looking at it and in fact, the matter it's in the general fund bank, but it's not allocated. The money didn't go anywhere. The allocation did.
Yeah,
Yeah, I think exactly.
So
what you're
it's
saying.
like,
Yeah.
so we discovered that 2 years ago, or 3 years ago, whatever. Because we first got it with Tony and it was cheap. Yeah, I said, well, it goes away. So
It's like military. Yeah, use your lose.
It's donated by a corporation in city, shouldn't do it.
well, especially our fire department donations, because our residents are very thankful. I don't think there's maybe 10 or 12 people who do not give $1 to the department.
So
We definitely want to keep that with
Yeah.
us.
So we established 2 accounts, one for the police department and for the fire department, so those funds are separate.
Yeah, that's
good. Yeah.
Municipal court income, we've kind of discussed that on in municipal court itself.
so hold on, so the police income is only, like, we're talking about from all the ticket serving.
No, sir, no, this is just, fire department, police department, or city services, emergency services, we'll call them. So is parks kind of, although it's a rare. Streets is the city service. So those particular funds are not, revenue generators. Your police department will never generate revenue except through enforcement, but that shows up in this report.
And that's what we're negative, so we don't even wear tickets.
Now, the parks will generate revenue because folks will rent the park. Streets will generate revenue through garbage, solid waste. I don't know what our ratio, admin ratio is. I was talking to Ernest about that, what it should be, and we'll look it up. I'm hoping we're getting about 4 or 5% for admin. You don't want to make a lot of profit on garbage because it's a contract thing, and we don't want to lose. So, yeah, that does look kind of odd, but yeah, typically your police department won't have income. Municipal court, we need to skip past that one because we're going to zero that out. The fire department income is what Chief and I Tony was just talking about. As of we budgeted 8,000 last year, and we'll probably keep 8 this year. It looks like we're going to get close to it. So that,
Excuse me, the dollar rate that the citizens pay into, how much is that annually? Annually. So if they cap out 0 today, how much would they get next year at this time? How much do they have?
well, we have 638 residents. I'm going to stay off of if we average 10.
So let's say 600.
Okay, so it'd be 7,200 a year.
Okay. Because this year, just recently, like last week, the fire department tapped out that 19,500, so they can buy all the new equipment for engine 3. So all of that is gone. It should be for the most part, or will be. Out of the donation, our goal is donation. So you can buy hoses, axes, moving tools, different things, dating apparatuses, put the apparatus and stuff. So they're all in that. Well, we still need to come up with 5 kids so we can get them to watch it. Yeah, well, that is also something we're going to look at, because we're looking at possible donations coming in from some of the refiners. So we hope to do that. If not, there's other monies that we can talk about.
So our bill contribution is 341. Excuse me, is different than donations, which is 343. So donations actually may come from I don't know, we've got friends at Chenier. Somebody may just want to give $1,000 to the fire department. So that goes into a donation category, whereas the bill contributions are the $1. And you're going to ask me, somebody's going to go, if they're $1, how come there's 41 cents? And the way the utility bill gets adjusted in the software, if a person's having to pay out a utility bill, like, they just half on the 15th and half on the 31st. That's how you get it. Oh, something else. Yeah, that's how that works. Fire subsidy, that comes from what, Santa County? The fire marshal?
Yes, for running all of the county.
Sir?
For running all the county.
That's okay, that's for the county cost.
That's about average.
Yes. We get paid per call. So they take all the calls that everyone have ran, us, absent, and Odom, put them all together. I believe they divide them. They divide everything up and give us a percentage.
Well, let me ask you this. Are we safe in maybe taking that to 10,000 a year? Or I don't know what it was
That's depending on
last year, not this year.
It's based on the call.
It's based on calls and it's going to be based on weather. Sir?
Yeah, some of there's going to be more than this.
Yeah, I know. I don't want to
I think you need to be conservative.
leave it at 80.
Ernest?
Yes, sir.
You think we ought to be conservative with that?
Yes, sir, I do.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. We'll see. Streets, we have a streets department is in our general fund, always has been. 225,000 is what we project. Same as last year for garbage bill. We're gonna ease up a little bit. I don't know if we want to push 10% on that or not. That's up to y'all. We're gonna charge us 10% more for our water.
I think it was 4%, that's something on the garbage.
Definitely 4%, 10%, so that's 14. I mean,
Is he go up 4% a year in lieu of fuel?
Didn't he lock it in? They locked it in.
Okay,
Until the contract expired.
well, then let me push.
Welcome to the Brain Freeze Collective.
Pardon? Is that Ernest?
Yeah, there's something else.
Something clicked on my machine, sorry. I'm getting thunder out here.
Good,
Oh.
hope you get rain.
Yes, sir.
It's supposed to rain in the crop.
No, here, said
Yeah,
they-
I think
If it's raining, I'm gonna go home now. 'Cause I'm seeing rain, that will make this line item for garbage bill collections, $234,000. If we're comfortable with that.
So how much? 200?
234, because I'm up by the time 1.04. Let me make sure I do that.
Bill, was there a pass through on the garbage, or remember we talked a little bit about one of them that we wanted to factor in?
Well, we were gonna look at this, looking at doing that in sewer, but we're gonna pass through in water.
Okay, I guess garbage was just a minor on the fuel, right?
In lieu of a fuel overcharge and a bunch of weird stuff, the council voted to accept his 4% per annum escalation for.
All right,
Yeah, yeah, solid waste is gonna go up 4%. A cost to us, 4% per year for 5 years.
okay.
So I'm gonna go ahead and this is gonna help us. I'm gonna put 234,000 for garbage bill collect. That does help out. Really good. Okay. Contingency transfers in. Contingency transfer.
So what does that mean? Yeah, what's that?
I'm trying to think of what was the contingency? We looked at that last year, Ron. What was it? I mean, you don't really want to use these, but it has to do with the streets and garbage. What could it be?
I think it was the streets.
City repairs? I think you're right.
Because we remember we were trying to get also a line in for street material and.
Yeah, but that's under expenses. This is under revenue. I'll tell you what, I'm gonna color this yellow until I figure it out.
I think that was a contingency of $10,000 of income in case we needed.
Yeah, but.
Well,
Or street, because we don't really have.
I think it's part of the possible, up, in other words, if Wiley was to build, you know, it's gonna be tax increment.
Yeah, maybe.
Oh, here, not the.
No, like, if you buy the house, you pay for part of the street, part of the sidewalk. I really think this is, when we talk about putting that fund in case we need it for repairs on the streets, means that, a contingency for transfer of income of 10,000 in case we need it to repair the streets. Oh, but this was the.
Yeah, but this was.
Oh, you forget money. Yeah. That's why I'm saying, the only thing I can think of is that. Yeah, the possibility of tax, I thought that would be income contingency, like into the street, that's what it was.
Hey, Ernest,
Yes, sir.
Kind of new.
on general fund tab, K 68. That's a contingency transfer in, and I missed taking that out. Should we leave it or what?
Well, I honestly think we have to take it out because I don't know where we're getting it from.
Yeah, I don't remember. If
Yeah,
I
well,
can come up with what it is, we may have to label that something else if it was,
You know,
so,
if you take it out, we're still in balance.
sir?
If you take out the 10,000, we're still 492 in the
Yeah,
good.
yeah, we're gonna be, I'm on zero right now,
Yeah,
Another positive news on it.
and so now we're down to $492 instead of. I'm glad we pushed the solid waste. Okay. The 100,000 in donations that you see under. Yes,
Yeah, that was a recent one.
we're going to, probably move that in the next few days. Into capital projects, because that was a dedication by. Is it Shadir? Who was it? Shadir for the splash pad. Yes. So we'll take care of that. Park rental income.
Do they still, have they been renting a lot? I mean.
Something
We think like they busy and used to that a lot.
Yeah. I think once the spot, the splash pad is in place, we could see some rental income, maybe 3 or 4,000 a year. Parties or, you know.
Now, what, did they give you a time frame on that?
Yes, we had a meeting, conference meeting yesterday on that, and it looks like they may be getting the tank in October, and once they have all our equipment being powder coated and all our things like ready, ready, but they want to ship it all out at one time, so we're waiting for the tank.
No, of course.
So when the tank arrives, they'll ship everything out, and they say after it arrives here in Park, within 4 weeks out. But that's not till
November.
no, I don't want to push it up to January, that's just being.
Realistic.
Okay. Yeah, because you know, keep pushing it up. So if it's in January, we're in February.
Even if it shows up in November, we're not looking at being able to really do much with it, so.
It's done, March, April, but it's spring, January 23.
Yes. So the parks, rental income and then events. That's a deficit. I would have thought.
Do you think?
We haven't, what events that we've been holding, and we're not too long, what, about a year, 2 years ago, Shadir had already donated money.
Oh,
So
yeah.
the events that we had, because of the COVID, we put everything on hold.
We had to buy movies, all that.
Movies
So
are part.
the movie at the park and all that, so we've already used that, we've already maxed the money that they had given us originally. That was about $2,000-3,000 that we had, so we had to put in about $750. But we've already done the events and everything, and we've already used up all that money, so. We're gonna have to probably budget some money if we decide to have any more events, because we haven't gone out to solicit donations or anything like that.
Yeah, but then this needs to move out of there.
Yeah, we need to get it out.
Absolutely needs more.
But again, with the idea that with the park rentals, much like you were saying, once you splash pad rentals, probably start going
That
up.
can fund other things.
And then we start doing like movies in the park again. That's gonna be real popular, especially in the summertime, splash pad.
Well, we need to have funding for that, so
Yeah.
we have to try to get funding.
That
Because
could
we.
that'd be the time.
I'm in the water.
Yeah.
Did you see, you didn't take that money.
Oh, it's supposed to get more from deep tech now. Maybe.
Yeah, a little bit more.
So did we take something to zero? Did we take
Yes, the,
350?
126, 315.
315 went to zero. Okay, that's when you put it back in the deficit, I think. Yeah, that's $257. So let's see what we can do. Hey, Ernest,
Yes, sir.
I need to, on case 75 and case 76. Any reason why I can't budget a
No,
little bit?
I think you're right. Let's throw something in there. Looks like we could throw with, Texas class coming up. I would venture to say we could put between those two, that's almost 4,000. I think we could easily put 4,000 just to help us because the rates are going up.
Okay, so, for tax class 4001, that's the general fund, reserves, about what, 3,000,
Yes, sir.
sir?
Yes.
Okay,
We're gonna put 3,000 now?
I'm gonna put 3,000 there. The contingency. Now, that's not the contingency bank account, that's the tax class contingency, and I think that's holding about 800,000. So you want to put about 15, 17, 50?
I think that'll be fine.
Okay. That helps out. So now we're 4,500 to the deal. We don't normally budget anything for the restitution due to city of Gregory.
That's already, should already be paid off.
Yeah, the property reimbursed,
That's already been paid off.
yeah, and then we had, I think we had, I don't know what we had to return there. I'll check and see how that's billed, but we don't normally budget those items.
So these are pretty much zero.
Yes, sir, I'm leaving them zero in the workshop. So, under revenues, that was a one-time transfer of that 43,700. I think that was to pay, so that to pay Robert, that was, our, yeah, so
That's the art.
Yeah, so we won't budget that here anymore, anything to do with, pretty much anything to do with, L&D or our bureau, we'll budget under the capital project.
Oh, okay.
Administrative expenses, are we ready to move there?
Yep.
Uh,
I mean, I don't. I'm good.
I'm okay. That $245, we booked that when we have a deposit or we have a check, but we don't know, we don't have images. So that'll be researched out because that just came in this month on the check register. So we won't budget for that. Wages, here again, these are wages in general fund, which covers all of city hall staff. And yeah, that's it. Not, but it does not include Crystal Evans before.
Yeah. Or the, water.
Yeah, that guy's really.
Yes.
This is just all staff.
Or the PDP.
Yeah, he does that.
Oh, okay, so it's just off.
This is just all.
Maybe we could put that at 1.5.
Now then,
How,
normal. Did we budget a full-time employee position and not fill it?
where,
Are you sure?
before, when we did this originally, it was before,
The bookkeeper.
the bookkeeper. Now we have. It's never. I'm bad.
We got 174,000 here, and we're on month 11, and we're at 128 in wages.
Well, because, no, listen to water.
Yeah, no, that's nobody but just City Hall.
No.
No. No,
So this is just city hall?
it's just City Hall. Are you sure we didn't budget an MTD that we rolled over from last year to, or from the prior fiscal to this current fiscal?
So if that's the case, we did not to hire another person. We didn't do two people?
I thought we did two the year before.
I was thinking we needed.
Because that's where, the bookkeeper and Chris came in. We did these two that we just hired, which is Chris and Samantha. And that was last year. Because it was, originally it was just me,
It was two.
three, it was just three, and we had created two positions.
Yeah.
Or they came in.
So now you got five?
So I told you.
There's not a lot to say.
But if you start, is not included in this.
Yeah, I mean, this report should not be.
Included or not.
So
But
if
it
we're,
was in here, Bill. Crystal was in here in the one, in the
Yeah.
174.
she was before, yeah.
You didn't take her out.
Yeah, because Crystal was paid in the general, remember?
Okay, so Crystal is that, let's see, what was her?
She is, 30. He's 74, that is 5. So that's.
Crystal, she should be about 30 to 30. Because we got 3 more papers, 4,
Okay,
about 4 more papers, 5 maybe.
So if we had it over budget here, then we can.
I said, if we take the 33 out, just real quick, and we can see what that does. I'm hoping that's the issue.
Because everybody was being paid out of the admin.
No, because she would be, it would be at 141 if we take out the 33. So,
That's probably gonna be about right, please. If we look at, we're on, month 11,
You still have at least 4 more papers.
I can't even, but, well, 33 may be too much to think about. We probably take out what prior to the raise, right?
So you pull out 30,
It
30,
was this. So we're looking at 10,702 a month just in wages. So if we multiply that times 11.
it's still, no, it's still down to. Oops. I mean, she could have been in there, but there's still gap.
yeah, she was in there.
There's still number like a whole nother person. One thing.
Well, we're gonna do parts on the facility.
So we can add that and we could probably add bonus over here too. And. Evaluations that haven't been happening, have they happened?
Kinds of evaluations, well, it's under somewhere.
Well, here's the thought, I mean, since we're in it, why not have a fund separate for. Like the recognition of good work or something. Like reward, every year you get X amount, and you can divvy it out accordingly, depending on work, that's.
Budget for employee appreciation.
That's, they're in center.
But we could do that. I'm gonna say.
One time thing, right?
Are you guys good with taking 20 out of the 174?
I'm good with that,
I think it's gonna cover us, because we're looking at 10,702 a month. And we've got a month and a half to go.
in a month and a half, so that's like 6,
That's like,
5.5, 10.
let's see.
At that rate.
That rate, yeah. So. Mama, Tony, what do you think?
Under the admin, we got it at 60. He's at 65.
Yeah.
I just noticed it. So that's gonna go up. It's gonna go up. Go up.
Well, I said we postponed the city admin wages until next year.
That's still a big position, we gotta find out.
Yeah, what's. Enormous, I didn't have really seen it.
That's what I'm getting at, is that we get enough room, even if we bump it down, to be able to give raises, right? And still
Yeah.
have that administrative employee recognition fund.
It would be nice to have a little bit of money left, so, like, what you said, Christmas time, so you know what? Employee rate, employees, yeah, $500, whatever.
No, I would say, you know.
Well, I'm just, just saying.
Let's go ahead and pull up the culture on here, sure, I back from our employees, and I got a smile when I said, $5. But 500 is better than nothing. Yeah. I can make a lot of chickens rather than. We got it, right? First you got enough money, we got no money.
Okay, so we'll spend that, we'll see how it plays out, is that what we're.
I mean, we can, but down and still be able to move do that stuff, right? By the 25.
Okay, so this, 211 needs to be 65.
Yes.
Yeah,
All right, so that means we're gonna have to adjust. And we'll go do this, Norman, we need to adjust all the fringes.
Okay.
Administration payroll, budget, one percent. What was that? Susan? Are we charging that to the payroll, what it costs to run the payroll? For the ADP?
Yeah, so y'all doing the payroll to ADP?
Yes, sir. Well, that's gonna change pretty quick because we know payroll module coming in the info.
Oh, okay, because I know, I used to do it, I have the children in my office. It's not that hard, is it?
it's not that hard, it's, we're only paying what, 80? It's not approximate.
Yeah, it's anywhere from $79 to $81 for 20. The payroll service is really inexpensive.
But you're just plugging in the numbers, and making the counts.
They do the calculations, they do the deposits, they do everything to the IRS, 941,
Yeah.
so then I just download my forms.
Yeah, I wasn't saying, because it's but it's not hard. But
I don't know.
I got where you're going with it. Yeah, they cut the check, they send them to you to cut them.
No,
It's
it's direct deposit. So we don't mess with any of that. All I do is plug in, calculate, send it in, then I just do their pay stubs, they back their pay stubs.
Yeah, that's the part I was. That's okay.
I want to look at the. What is that? I just want to make sure that money is not something we need to go.
Which one are you on G? And then
The
payroll other?
the payroll other, yes, sir.
But it's just.
Okay, yeah, that's what that is. It's ADP. Some payroll fees that we pay. So we're good with, we don't need to budget for that. It really needs to be. Okay, administration operating. This. We have a cell phone reimbursement, normally we do that. Who do we
That's
reimburse?
where,
I'm sorry, you're at 1201 030.
We make a deal here. It's not- 7:45 or 7.
That costs more than my cell phone. Building inspector.
What is that? We were just here.
We budgeted 30 and we spent 45 now. I don't know. But some of that can be charged back. Because as Norma as we find out that they need further inspection, that's not in the permit. If we have to hire them, then they reimburse us. So, or they pay for it themselves. So there may be some charge back in there. I don't know.
It's not from the amendment, it's from the 75. It's not from the universal.
Can you just budget where you use it every other month? So, and that's it.
Can you just do like, maybe 5 minutes? Yeah, just go to Walmart. and see everything.
Oh, there's no rain.
Time
That
to
would be 900.
There is no rain. I was,
They said on Facebook it was raining in Portland about 30 minutes ago.
go.
Yeah. So what did they say? I don't know.
Contract labor,
That's where, I don't know what that one is.
yeah, I mean, find, what do we do in the city hall for contract labor?
oh, we have maybe the moment, I'm not sure what's in there. Is that what that is? The moment? It is?
Yeah, because we're really, he's going far.
Is that where that is? Is that what that is?
It's line item 477.
470 line item, top of page 409.
He's done it several times.
Where's that?
I figured that's what it was, and
Okay,
So it's somewhere else, right? We get
I don't know where they're holding it. Because he gives you one for the park, he gives you one for the streets. Down in those, in the city hall. City hall would be accurate.
Is it maintenance? What about maintenance? No?
Maintenance contracts is 2446.
Okay, contract labor is when you have an emergency and the design is changing. When you have only Abel and Rick working, you need to make the contract so you can have.
Oh,
Have to work on it.
so that was a one-time.
You know, like they get started and
I remember.
oh, Steve, you're working at that, he was on, but he contracted, we're gonna work with him for those hours, special things.
So will we need it still or not?
oh, you
Spread.
know what? We hired this guy to come spray for mosquitoes.
Oh, that's.
Mosquito sprayer.
Yeah,
Spread.
Yeah.
His name's Spread.
Fred,
Oh, yeah,
On there.
okay. Well, yeah, is that what you have under?
Mosquito sprayer.
Something else?
well, it was for City Hall, apparently.
You know
I
what?
got told him.
He should be on the streets where they can go.
Right, with the other veterans.
Well, we can change it.
So this other guy we hired will be coming into the control. What's his name, Gonzalez? Or, Gerald. Son of a.
Just somebody all has a license for that.
Oh, it's the players.
So,
This is another person.
it's kind of, and so we have to have that, but this has to go get that inspector or from the spray, not let some other people who get the license. So, more of the, yeah, we just stay in. And our guys do that next week.
Are we gonna have election? this
The other
year?
guy should be.
Not this year.
This one? No,
I'm sorry.
no
Next.
election is finished for sure, right?
No, not.
No.
Okay. Is that-
Next year.
Just go back to 100 years.
Every, even year we have elections, which is every 2 years.
Yeah, so I'm for 2024. I was about to say, I think we have 2 more years.
Okay, I'm on attorney's fees, we already adjusted that.
Now, which one is, okay, so this one is Nevada?
Yes, sir.
It only did, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I skipped a couple, office supplies. Operating supplies, we probably need more than we normally would. When the general-
You know, and ours, and sometimes ours, 4,000 or the sheet because I'm more like $400. But how do you all divide the sheet means there's office supply and all that? Sometimes you just buy, but they don't.
I think general fund pays. A lot of times when we go to, and then give me that. But that'll change pretty quick because, I'm finding like a lot of support the new city. Yeah, we need to look at that. That's a good thing. Yeah. Okay, this is attorney,
What's that? I'm good. Looking up. It's 9/11. Help me out here.
Well, let me go with it. Oh, that was. That I'm returning check. Now, I don't know what happened on that thing.
Is this the one that was together, take back,
But we,
OB and all this back and forth?
I think it was a goofy deal, and why they returned the check, we have no idea because it's. But anyway, that was booked that way, and. Normal, yeah, $911 bad check thing, remember that fiasco we went to the Wells Fargo? I can't remember how it started,
Which one was it?
the return check,
Uh-huh.
remember when we scanned the check? I think you scanned it through.
And then I would deposit it.
And then they wouldn't deposit it. It got returned. When you had to go to the bank. So anyway, it was initially reported this way. And we don't budget.
So you can take that out.
Yes, sir. So these two, okay, these next two, 13 and 14.
Oh, great school.
I'm gonna
Yeah.
set those to 0. Because we're gonna have to fund that out of the IT department. So let me, on mine, let me color those blue real quick. So that'll help us, although we're just moving it to another. Repair and maintenance office. We're not gonna need that here. Shouldn't. No, I'm not the ones and stuff. Now the old building, old city hall, we're gonna have to move that expense there to PD at some point. And we can fix that. So let me ask you this. Can we take this to? Can we take this to 2,500? Considering we have a new,
Yes. You talking about 615?
yes, sir.
Yeah.
I wonder if we can take it down even more. Would you get, how much is our, how long is our warranty as well? 1 year?
Some,
Okay,
some 5,
so,
and then we put air conditioning 5. Lighting, certain things in
yeah. I mean, obviously, I guess
Most of it's one, yeah.
the mower throws something through the window.
Hardware, some of it's fine.
expensive.
I'm pretty sure Raymond said labor part 1 year for him for sure.
Okay. 2,500.
Dropping that down, but you're also talking about moving it to ED because they're taking over the old city. So what
Yeah.
what are gonna be the costs?
That I'm going to introduce that as soon as you give me 5 minutes.
Okay.
You want it now? We can do that now, okay. So in the next couple of days, we're gonna receive a check back from you. We're expecting about 150 grand. Out of that 150 grand, we're gonna use the 50 right off the bat. I'm gonna take 50 and I'm gonna pay back everything that we bought for this building. The tables, the IT equipment that we needed. Everything? Oh, that's right. We bought racks, we bought camera, we bought whatever. Greg said, I need this, I want anything to do, get it. Well, when he tallies it up, when I get a tally, he said, everything for IT, he did it all, 8 grand. Okay, out of this.
Yeah.
The tables, we need this, out of that. Printers, we need it. Yeah. So that will come out of there. Fire department things that they're gonna need, I'm gonna get it out of there. Flagpole for the fire department, I'm gonna get it out of there. My goal is to utilize all those funds for these buildings. And rebuilds, and leave myself 100 grand to get 3 contract bids to remodel the police department.
And that will take care of it. Okay. Was that before or after replacements?
Well, we need to get it as quickly as possible.
Yeah.
Once we receive the funds, and have after that, we can move on.
Yeah.
Because 100,000 would be 20,000 in 2 years.
Yeah. 100 carry, won't carry too far.
I know, that's what I just said, right? So, 100,000 in 2 years and then 20,000. So we need to move quickly, but at least you can feel confident that the money's, when you look at, and when you look at tables, when you look at, you're going, God, spend money. We're gonna, that's like, yeah, no, I get this. We're gonna try to make this, no cost to the citizens is fine. That's okay. Now. Okay. So we're in 5 minutes. But that'll take care of that. Yeah, the goal is to get that roof department, inside. And it was like trying to do the institution. Because the building and those walls are. Lit walls, that building is solid, and the roof is new, so we just have to do. Internal. It's hurricane, right? Sorry?
It's hurricane proof, I think that
Pretty much.
right?
Very neat.
I'm sorry?
Very neat. Asbestos, I think.
I don't think there's any business in that building. The building in 1985. That's all there. It's all there. Installation. So we'll see how far, about 100,000 goes.
Ceiling tiles.
I'm sorry?
Just ceiling tiles,
Oh, yeah.
there's a drop ceilings like that. And it was built back in the 80s, that might be a concern still.
We'll see what the contractor says. So,
Yeah.
I mean, that's what we're gonna go with. We're gonna try. We're gonna do the best we can. We may still have some in the back. We'll see. We'll figure it.
We're sitting at about 4.5 hours on the Zoom, 3-hour Zoom meeting. So just so you know, I just wanted to say, that.
Like it's a big upload, you know.
yeah, it'll be pretty big, but it's okay.
He's got a pipeline.
Yeah, it's a 5 line.
How's that line?
Greg's like, it's
It's really good.
Is it like that?
Yeah,
So then.
it's really good. No, yeah, it's really cheap. Yes, you should. And you get a $300 gift card. From Frontier, yes. I was shocked. It took, last week I found out about it. Yeah. Fiber. Yeah, it's Frontier. Okay. Okay, you can get Sparklight or Frontier anyway. Okay, they just started offering Frontier just started offering internet. I found out about it.
No, I like to talk about it on the phone. What is he doing?
Okay,
So I got rid of my landline.
yeah, I know. I'll tell you later.
Go ahead. I'm listening.
Okay, you can get a gigabit internet for $150. That's what we have here, and that's what we have at the fire station.
That's what I have at my house, but I have Sparklight.
Yeah, and it probably cost you like what, $300 for a gigabit, 200 and something? I don't know,
I said it was 180 or something.
but it's five, and you got a fiber with Sparklight?
No.
Okay, Sparklight here was gonna cost us somewhere around $700 to $800 a month. Now, something Tony and I are gonna talk about this coming week on whether or not we should put all our eggs into the Frontier basket or keep our Sparklight coming down the pipe at the end of the month. Frontier had the fiber run within 3 days of me calling and ordering. Sparklight, we told them June that we needed it at the end of July, the beginning of June. And they said, okay, now it's gonna be the end of August. So I don't understand quite what the difference is between them because they use the same poles, they use the same ground, and they're both in Gregory.
They're using the same backbone.
It's all fiber. They all got fiber trunks running into town, so.
I don't know. I don't like the service. I can jump out. I'm gonna do that. I like the fast.
And a $300 gift card for residential.
Yeah. Wow. Well, like, you ready?
Oh, I don't think you like it with me. I thought it was gonna take charge.
Yeah, it's like a word on it. It doesn't say nothing on what do she sounds like. Yeah, let's pretty, but
We can save a little on wages. The, so,
we're on like,
yes, I think we went through 13 and 14, but that's going to be computer software, repair and maintenance. So those two come out and they get added to the IT budget.
and then 1615 is 1500, right?
Where we were on 15. Yes, we went to 15 on that. 1.5, is that what we're saying?
Yes.
Okay, the IT monthly contract, which, I'm taking that out of general fund, and that's gonna be wrapped up in IT. Yes, sir, in IT. Unfortunately, we already took that out, and so I'm still a little bit, let's see what we want to hold here. Well, we did something good. I got 14,005 to the year. Did we say that much money?
Yep,
Let's see.
yes, you did.
Yeah, we did, because we had 12,000. Okay, that's good news. Yeah, it's gonna end up in IT, but it gets general fund to the. Sir?
No, I thought he was getting about 3. No, that's the 14 thing. Oh.
I'm on the maintenance contracts. We discussed that, all right? And this, we came up with the 2,000. Right, on the maintenance contracts, 0625.
It's like 6 down from where we were.
Yeah.
So the info planning, is that still going on?
Yes,
Income planning, yes, sir, and I'm actually accumulating expenses. We have no way to really accumulate those so that we can, I want to track all of those
Bill, on that 617 encode planning, the 21, does that include the hardware too? That's associated with it?
Everything that has to do with.
Okay, so that includes the hardware, the servers.
Whatever's been billed, let me go look it up. What is that? 12/10/6/17. Because I did that. All that came to the next bill, right? Okay.
So the maintenance contract, that's money.
Did anybody see that?
Oh, it's Tyler Tech right there.
I don't know if it's. I don't know if
You have to make it bigger.
Yeah, you gotta make it real big, Bill.
How did I get that on in Windows?
Hit control and scroll the mouse.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to figure out. Unless you, they're putting
Oh, no.
on the streets for mowing.
No, that's not.
No.
The control button and scroll your mouse.
The park has its own.
Not working.
So it does convert it.
You know what I'm talking about, right? Where you can make it.
Let's see.
Well, in a nutshell, it includes me and Tyler Tech.
It won't have.
No, don't do that, Bill, because you're gonna mess everything up.
So I can read them out. If we go back, to accumulating encode expenses. And so 10/27 of 21. And so there was tech support, security features, and new PC encode prep. Everything in here is encode. Tech support.
See the big ones there, Chris? 4,000, 3,000, 7,000.
Yeah,
Those are no, those are Tyler Tech. Those are contracts. Those are the big ones. Most of my stuff are little. That's encode.
Yeah.
Yeah, so.
I'd have to look at what they build us.
Either these.
The annual fees.
Directed to Greg, or we pay them directly to Tyler Tech. So the 21,000.
So that's.
And what's gonna be good about having the IT budget is I'll be able to tell you where it all goes, yeah. Cause I'll have a code and yeah, and you'll be able to look and see real quick where everything's going.
So that's closed, 21.3 and only one got 21. So, but with that equal, get a monthly or a yearly.
It's in the maintenance fee for all of the encode is in the IT workshop.
Is that part of the 23?
Yes, that is part of that.
And that's something like how it's. We pay this out of general. I'll give it then later. I don't know that it matters at this point. We're not gonna budget for it. But I think it was a good idea, Greg, and I know I'm gonna talk about this, and Tony also, that we isolate expenses into envelope planning, that's what we call it. So that we can report that for our council.
So this next one, the IT is gonna go, this is gonna go to IT as well.
This is actually an expense that we did. I don't remember what Greg did for.
That's for this, Bill. That's for the municipal complex.
That's your equipment.
Right, it's the stuff that we're doing here.
They gave us some money to build the building. So I got a budget from Brandon, which was milestone budget. Just for the first part. I talked to Ernest, I said, look, I need to keep track of these funds separate, they have nothing to do with Gregory's budget. And so we created an initial complex.
Oh,
And so as we gathered expenses, the city would participate as if it was an in time. So I would report an expense for this amount, I would report a revenue for this account so that they would zero out, just so we could keep track of what was We were spending our money on our own bill.
Okay.
And it kind of made it good. You know, it was a good place that effort, that they were going to do all of this for us. I think we were gonna do the podcast, we came over and demolished the house, we, then Greg started doing some IT stuff or something. So we really don't need a budget for that. Repair nets and equipment, we don't need one for that. Some of this stuff we kind of went through, maintenance contracts for general fund. We've got 2,000 was 15. What is it? What is it?
Unless it's the copy machines,
I don't think it's,
the copy machines, and it goes. For the load and mobile machine.
okay, this one is just for this Kyle Sarah, Tiger.
Yeah,
So that's the copy machine. So we need to keep that.
Because we're paying Sarah for the payment and everything else, and then was for the copy machines, the rentals. Rentals of the copy machine, because we're paying two, the Sarah and Neville.
We're not paying Sarah, to switch,
We already finished that.
so that's zero, right?
It should be, well, you got the other. Yeah.
And Sarah, you said.
No.
It's a different number. Yeah. Figure out what the claims on, so you don't have to do. Yeah.
Well, because I mean, contracts, I mean, it's been down. I mean, that's-
Yeah, it is.
I know, I agree.
Okay. So maintenance contracts. I can go ahead and put it away for that in the future. And are we gonna limit it to copy machine? Or are we gonna,
Or we have,
we've got other equipment.
yeah, we had other, equipment, just picking those. The vending machine and postage.
But that's like a month, I don't think. That could be low.
Okay. Maybe obviously, but when you put machines in there right now, we'll put
Which one do you go to? Where is it?
Yeah.
Yeah, wait a minute, there's 660, you got postage and shipping, so postage would be that machine for the postage.
No, that's
weird.
That's gonna be, money bringing.
No, that's the postage you pay. You pay for the postage you get billed on some.
So you're saying I have nothing to do with the railroad machine?
No, postage is separate. That's penny goes postage price.
Yeah, you can rent a machine and then you gotta pay for it.
Yeah, and that's all, that is all posted. That's, yeah.
It's code enforcement and these to make.
Okay. I think we skipped something, appraisal district. Normally you think that's gonna be about right by the time we get through the end of this year.
Yeah, because we're all through
They build it,
September,
yeah, they're gonna
so
build
they
it.
won't bill us until probably I think this is quarter.
So what are we paying?
For the appraisal, they appraise the bonds.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Okay.
That's pretty good. Yeah.
Wow. Plus, I think I'm past the, yes, I don't know. That's probably gonna be a valid thing. I don't know if I would cut much off of that. Where are we at on bottom line?
Well, on tax, where
14,000. Okay, we're good at 14,000. That's good.
are you at?
I'm on, 12/10/6/30, Santa Pat tax assessor.
Okay, that's what I was.
So we paid them annually, and that's probably correct. Noel is still at 25,000 audit fee.
He said it would be a little cheaper if we made it easier.
Well, we're gonna spend a couple $100,000 to get in code, so that it's a $5,000. I would, I'd try to get a hold of him about that fishing trip that we never got. Outside accountants, which is Ernest and myself and our firm is 60. And we're probably, we can make it 59 and 99. No,
It's a one play. One penny.
it's a lot going on.
We're still here. We're still here.
Ernest, and we have to talk some point after we get over the info thing.
Yeah.
Because Ernest really, for quite a few times now in the past year or two, we've been meeting to start reducing our time here, kind of hands off, we've been training. Our problem is, we didn't anticipate info. We did budget a little extra, I think, I don't know if you were at that meeting, Pablo was. We budgeted 7,500 extra a month, thinking we were gonna need that, because we were talking to Greg about all the, what it was gonna take to convert. It turns out that we won't have to expend that money, so that 22,500 is off the table. But the city has hired, someone Ernst recommended who has done these conversions to help us with the mapping. We've got to map everything that's in QuickBooks to Encode so that when they go extract the data, they will call into the right spot. So we've got a subcontractor, Paul Bain, very good, real strong at this. And the city's paying that bill, so our 22,500 goes away because apparently we're gonna be able to. But at some point, I do know that we probably need to visit with Ernest and see about when we need to start facing out. Gregory has been good to us and a lot of friends. I'm in there, I know the residents. But we gotta go at some point. We gotta go.
I got it.
Professional services, normal, I don't know that we need this.
I was thinking, was it working? Or going to put, who check in there?
No.
Because the attorney fees, when we had it set at 75,000, it was just for, a Movado.
Yeah, but there's a big difference in what you get. For no.
Yeah, professional services to me would be. I mean, if you needed additional accounting outside of the fee accountants, or you needed
Well, then we're gonna have to move it for May.
because, man,
Then we're gonna have to move it for May.
they,
Oh, and, but that's just a one time. That's a
yeah,
one time.
that's gonna be a one-time deal.
Because right now, we've got, could check in the one that gives the attorney fees.
Well,
I want to visit because they didn't.
all right, yeah,
So we're gonna eliminate.
let's, we can leave it in for this year, but
That would be more like a contractor that, let me say, do we have a contract? Did we have a contract labor, which is 1,000, where we can eliminate this one.
yeah, but normally I'm thinking contract labor in general fund is gonna be something to do with office or.
Or
I'm not as smart, but I can see it being used for it right now.
And this is gonna be, this is next year, so it's gonna be after the end code or right after, so even if it has. Go ahead. Go ahead.
I think we need to move Paul under IT budget.
Yeah.
Because, and I need to visit with Ernest, Ernest,
Yes, sir.
on our IT budget, that's gonna be a no revenue all expense budget.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out how we're gonna blend this in because we're already balanced. Short of just charging each fund, the general fund, municipal court and system fund. Uh, or we could make it out of the general fund. I'm trying to figure out how much we could use out of the capital projects, since these are one-time things, but the reoccurring, you've got to create. I can go with what you're saying by going by department. After all the capital projects are spent. Because we know we need, that's a must. We must have an IT, it's just part of the way of running this, it's just a necessity. I understand.
In your experience in other governmental entities, doesn't the IT fall under the general fund? It gets funded from
Yes, sir. Yeah, yes, sir. And then sometimes we'll charge some of the other departments because, the system fund uses it a lot.
Right.
And so we're arguing from the left hand to the right hand. So, but one way or another, we know it's a necessity, keeps us running. Municipal court needs it, so does, and then we do have some garbage, we got regular accounts out of the general fund. Somehow we got to make it work. And the last thing we want to do is have to raise some kind of fees or rates, but we may get into a corner there.
Which way you think of living 645? Nearly the population is the 15.5 for the now.
Well,
I mean, if we reduce this and we're dependent on paying Paul out of IT and whatever we reduce it here, we've got to increase.
How much is Paul?
Paul's gonna be here, full time. so
It's only been.
Yeah.
No, he's just on call by the hour.
Yeah.
Have we even run it invoice from him? I don't think he's invoiced.
That's why I say he would probably, because we don't have anything to do for it, we would probably.
So I'm confused with this Paul, so he's not doing the one-time conversion, he's gonna be like the maintenance people or anything.
No, so he's one time,
He's a one-time trainer.
Paul will be the one time guy, once Encode is up and running and we have a chart of accounts. And we can move all of our activity into Encode, so we have history.
Yeah, he's just extracting.
That he's on. But the trick is I've never done it. I don't know anybody in the room who has done it. I think you've actually done the mapping.
Not from QuickBooks.
Okay, yeah, so that it's,
You're doing the back end mapping.
yes,
On the tables and
The girl,
we're actually mapping each piece of activity according to the account code that we're using now, to the new Encode account code.
the girl from Encode, the Tyler Tech girl that's working with Bill and Samantha has done it. She told me 150 times from QuickBooks and Encode in multiple different types of agency. She has a lot of experience in it. And Paul being there to help Bill. And I don't know how much.
There's more like a scripting, right?
Yeah,
You get a script to-
yeah, kind of like that. But they probably directly just import it from QuickBooks into the Encode. They probably have some kind of a program that they developed over time. Whenever I first did it, the first go around, probably 8 years ago, it was very cumbersome. So I'm sure that they evolved over the 8 years into having their own process and program.
No, I got you. I can kind of stick with my head every time. But the only bad part is that, once the conversion happens, then you're like, okay, is everything working on? So that would be where Paul has to stay to make sure that you're gonna have some buffer.
And that's where Ernest comes in also, because we're gonna have to kind of know his audit. See his ending balances, needs to be our beginning balances.
Hmm.
And then we've actually got to look at it. It's not that difficult, but we want to make sure once we get all set on the info, it is tip top. I don't have to go in there and start making a journal entries.
No,
So I think what you're alluding to is correct. If you had an SQL statement that if this was it, it needs to be this, and then you just copy it straight down, that's what the thing is doing.
yeah, we did a program swap recently in this. I know exactly.
We're getting close to doing that here now.
Yeah. That's where I'm like, yeah.
Real close.
The tables, we gotta match up and all that. We gotta do the right.
And we're doing the whole, and we're doing the whole thing. I mean, we're talking utilities, payroll,
Yeah.
timekeeping,
I got it.
permitting, everything's gonna all be in one enchilada.
Web-based.
No, yeah, well, we're gonna have the server here, so. Yeah, we'll have the server here.
Yeah, that's good.
Okay, we can come back to that if you want to. We're really, even with it in there, we're 14,592 positive.
I'll just leave it there and then. Once it happens, we'll figure it out and we can move it at that time. I don't see a problem.
Yes, sir, we can do a budget and then take care of that. Engineering services. We cut that pretty hard. We're going with last year's budget number, but we spent 11,000. I don't know if this is.
Is this
Let me look.
These are, what has happened, what I have found out with, the RV park. When we submitted the plans and everything to Veritas, okay? They come back and they tell us, hey, we don't do civil. So what I have to do is now, since they don't do the civil portion of plans, I send them over to our bureau. They charge me $500 to do the civil plan checks and approvals. So now I'm having to add 500 to the Veritas when it comes to anything that's got to do groundwork. Homes and all that, you're basically just doing your usual. But when it comes to commercial, now I'm having to pay our bureau to do the civil plan and approvals. So they're charging me. And now I'm having to ask them to come do the inspections. So they charge me for inspections because Bureau Records does not do the inspections either.
So we should do maybe a new line for that specific?
We're gonna have to do that, yes, but I've been putting them here because we're there, it's an engineering fee, even when I look at it. So I'm gonna put it, we're putting it in here so that we can pay them and we have a place to log it into. But that's what's happening with now, so, it's
So this is really like. Without.
it's more like, it's like more, it should basically go into your Veritas, into the system, your Veritas fees. But it's,
And some of these we can recover. Because you have invoice to recover,
Some of the fees,
some of those fees. So, back on May the 6th, L&D had to do, inspection in our behalf, for the blade.
for the blades, right?
So we can bill that $212, back to the permanent, back to the permanent fee. 4,500 of that was for the splash pad, which I'm not so sure I have a part of it, that was the capital project, but I'll take a look. So some of this, you're right, some of this can be backfilled and it will be. So how comfortable are we leaving it? I say we leave it at 5 and see how we do.
I'll trust you on that one. That one I can't see it. I have to go and look. That one, I mean,
And
Unless
that's,
you
that
create
would,
like
that
a-
would be something that you would need to call in and find, it's not something that it's gonna be a contract. This is something that's gonna come in, and it's at the base.
I'm okay with them.
Dues, memberships and subscriptions.
This is for your, certification.
Certifications and, the training. And mileage, which is sort of
Mileage.
Yes, we have an annual, coastal bend cog membership dues. TML, yeah, we have TML dues,
Rotary.
we have, an annual.
Well, no,
contribution.
the notary comes out of the bonds, out of the bonds and.
So, this one though. With more personnel, you don't need to bump it up then?
I don't think so, because it looks like, this, a bunch of this is actually just city of Gregory. Let me see. We had our coastal bend cog dues,
We have
we
bonds
belong to
and,
the Texas Social Security Program, that's annual dues related to that. What is SFF? I forgot what that stands for.
that should be fire department,
Okay, that's $775.
that should go to fire department.
We can actually have it. TML annual membership is almost $800.
Right.
COG is $224 for our participation. And then we pay $100 a year, or maybe every 2 years, I don't know, for the Sam's Club, the discount we get over there, which is probably worth it.
You can say a lot of them.
That's what we.
Equipment rental, I think that's pretty much in line. Now, what are we classifying as equipment rental in general? The copper machine,
But then that's for,
That's
contracts.
Contracts is
well,
for the maintenance.
This is just.
And this is just for rental of those. Maintenance, anything on that, because they automatically send you the ink and
So is this also putting those in here?
it's picking those and,
Yeah.
now.
and, yeah, NDS is what our cash register, or what is
NDS
it?
been along. That was their own operation, so it's gone.
It is gone?
Yes.
Okay,
So now it should only be 50% to sheet them.
okay, well, then. I don't know what we're gonna pay on Toshiba, we haven't built to it yet, but $50 is gonna be hardly nothing.
So is it nearly 7K? Now we're doing.
I'm thinking we could reduce it, but. What do you think?
I would be here at 7 months.
7?
It's almost like, because we really don't know, we separate it between fire and the police division. But the thing is, we don't know, because in here, you've already, got Sarah and everybody, and then we're.
Okay. EMS expense.
So that one's gonna stay 7?
Yes, sir. EMS expense. I don't know how that works, somebody can request it beside me, but
You don't know?
Yeah, it's 15.
I know that we pay.
It's 15.
Pardon?
15 monthly.
Well, then we got to leave it at 18.
Yeah.
Okay. Postage and shipping.
That's supposed to be.
And where do
What do you think? And where?
It's water bills. Water bills, checks that we mail out, I don't know if the police department, when they're going to charge you anything for the police department. For their postage,
Yeah, another.
you don't have, yeah.
Yeah, that's not how you bill. That's how it's separated.
Yeah, it's charged 13. Because they been sending out a lot of letters to.
For the baby.
So that means that you're using more like 6,500. Like to move it up to 6,500? No, I mean, you're adding them up, and they're being charged 13, and City Hall being charged $5,000.
What we do is we try to get all between the different departments. You know, when we get the bills, so yeah, we get it, and we get out of it.
But we budgeted 1,500 last year, we only spent 5,000. So.
Maybe there's something in there that we haven't.
You know, here's what's in here, Norma, we've got,
But you just be thinking those postage.
well, so we've got Pitney Bowes. We have a little bit of FedEx shipment for $18. We got Pitney Bowes. Toshiba Financial Services was on 200.
That's more.
Okay, so what are you telling me? The Toshiba Financial Services need to be looked to the early contract? So we need to finish those. The Pitney Bowes purchase power.
That's the postage, that's the actual postage.
It's, okay, that's what we get charged for that. Okay,
What's that?
sorry.
What is that?
Right now. 554.47 for July,
So we're looking at about 500.
500 even for, for May, but for June.
Okay, it's 500.
Yeah,
6,000.
okay.
So it's not. So it's not. So I think we're going to get 1,500 for single million.
Because some of
Okay,
those-
okay. System has no postage. And that's your water bills right there. No, there's no money in there. No, the census going into it.
so what do you say? It needs to be divided?
Yeah.
Okay.
Is that they only be on postage for system, they only put, oh, that's the sewer, hold on. Sorry. Sewer doesn't have. Postage, no, they got it. They've got 1,900 in there. Whatever, it might be,
Don't you send off water or sewer samples or something every once in a while to the customer?
no,
We send off, I thought
you
you
should
said.
take it,
Oh, that's right, we go to this.
yeah, we go to Oasis. So,
All right,
so the stuff that's in there that you have in there should be pulled out and put in there. So we should have about less than 5,000.
okay.
So that's what you have.
All right, so I'm gonna color this for me, yellow.
Yeah. We need to look at it and see what's.
No, we can straighten it out. It's just a matter of it was misallocated to the wrong account. We'll fix it. 7,500 for telephone. Now, talking to Greg and Norma yesterday, we could extract this telephone because it is IP. We can make general fund look better, but at some point, general fund's gonna have to help fund IT.
Of course.
So,
I think I'm generating revenue.
yeah. But we can,
Typically the phones are in the IT budget. I mean, that's it.
so by doing that, we could actually go in and pull up IT and say, what's it cost us? What's all of our IT?
Yeah, that's okay.
Instead of having to run around to settle it. So if we want to do that, I can set that to 0, put it outside and add it to Greg's IT budget.
I would do that, but that's including the landline phones, right?
Well, it's, VoIP, they're all VoIP, so. they're all
Actually,
connected.
Actually, we're saving money. Didn't we get a budget number of 5,400?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was 54.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, I'm gonna make 665 to be 0. And I'm gonna put this out here and head to red source.
Yeah, just pass it on over, Bill. I'm right over here.
Oh, you got a good shoulder.
You're right, they don't have landlines. They don't have landlines.
Well, that's yeah, the void replaced the landline.
Yeah. Please, go ahead. Okay, sure. But they're digital, that's why I'm.
Yeah.
Of course, when the internet goes down, when we use the smoke signal. The electric utilities, work. You know what, that's gonna go up. It's gonna go up. Exactly, that's going up for this bill.
Exactly. That's on this hat, and nobody didn't. Oh, nobody's here.
But no, that's telling you, we're gonna have. That building was costing us. Whatever we got in here, yeah, so we're gonna have that building still, this building. Fire department. So we're gonna, we need to cover that.
You can just say 500 first.
We can have a building.
In general, not for this. That's not gonna be fun. No, maybe.
I got to call somebody.
We're gonna do it back.
We're going to this line. They had summarized, like, what you already thought about. Right, you know what it does, or it gets everybody in on how this works. You know, I don't know.
No, like this, okay, the old top was right there. And you told me how
The old one was completely hot, and like. It was kind of crazy. Yeah, like, it just doesn't add up, see, it just. Yeah.
I know, you know why? I love them about the building, but then-
You know, it's so easy to read.
Maybe you need anything not wrong.
It's number in that other. Yeah, it's still every year as well as like. I'm pretty on the first one. No, see,
And we're over going this, over the last 9 years, Chris, you've seen the budget. I
Yeah.
see you with the struggle, it's a struggle.
Either way, it's not. I mean,
Hey, but you know what's the better, right? It is.
That's what we're gonna focus on.
You said that discuss salaries with, like, new salaries. It's hard to choose one.
This is all volunteer. Hey, get that. Oh, that's right.
We're at 5 hours and 5 minutes. Just.
Yeah, I mean, something.
Okay, so you understand that the electric utilities are gonna have to go up.
What is your side?
6,500.
No, it's gotta be more than that. Well, no, not. The building over there is 500 a month, about 500.
Yeah, we're at 498823 for the building across the street. That includes the police department.
Would you say 5 grand? For that one?
A year.
The old one, a year?
You said 500.
No, I said 500.
I'm not, oh.
Yeah, I think if you look at the whole of time, this building,
They would say,
we already got one bill of what, this last bill was pretty steep, yeah. Yeah, well, because they have everything open now, once we won't know what the actual bill is.
we can get a general idea.
If the bill for this building is $6,000, we get a general.
That would be a scenario.
It should be a lot, yeah, we're a lot. Yeah, but this, that's what I'm saying, we won't know until we actually.
Yeah.
Everything's cool.
Bill, am I seeing that right? 2,100?
Right now, there was doors open and there's the air conditioning for on.
Right, everything going.
Yeah.
I understand. That's what I'm saying. You just.
Because I thought I probably had a different meter number. Our electric bill for July was paid on July 21st, and it was $2,109.02.
Total for all three buildings?
Okay, that's
I
good.
don't know
No,
what that
if you
means.
click on it, it'll tell you.
It's,
That's just for this building.
that's just for the city, the new city hall is national.
Yeah.
$2,000 a month.
Yeah, but you gotta realize, we had people coming in, doors open, and
That's fine. So June 25, 3,000 a month. Maybe. So times four. I mean, you always go, you know, and if you're 100, you're like, all right, you go, it's gonna cost us 2,000 when you get 2,000.
once we're in here, the doors gonna be closed, no people coming in and out, are gonna be customers. Our computers, our phones.
It's still a lot. A lot, yes, make sure you keep the lights down. And stuff a little bit. Looking at 24. Roughly. That's it, but. I mean, that's why I was thinking 1,500 a month. No, I mean. So, no, all buildings, yeah. I mean, even if you wanted to do easier on us, you could say 1,200 a month for all three buildings. Well, at 15, you're at 18,000. You want to do 18,000? Do we have that one? You're adding a lot of square footage. I understand.
We've got. Including the fourth time. So you're saying increase it by 14,000.
Yeah. Bill, perfectly fine, excuse me, but now we have to divide it up. Now the PD needs to be billed, the fire department, their electric needs to be billed.
Well,
Well,
that's how we already separated, it's, they're already separated.
I know we
Yeah.
can have them, but we have two. In other words, if you go on my own, part of the spreadsheet, right? You know, how much the PD, the fire department. needs to-
Just transfer it to IT. No, I'm kidding, I'm kidding. Don't do it.
People probably say-
I hate how they go.
Unless people.
Okay, so,
PD is paying utilities right now.
we have.
They have a
Because we
36.
have the 400. We have.
Well, we budgeted 36. PD is paying $3,021 for utilities. I'm assuming that's electricity.
Hey, but somebody puts in a 69, everything.
So. That's what I'm going.
Yes, but Samantha's going to divide it.
Highlands utilities probably needs to go up since this building is more.
It's bigger, yeah.
And then maybe the fire department. officials, that's me.
I don't know that we put you. We do utilities.
Yeah.
Yes, we do. Yeah, we do.
The utility for fire departments.
But the loss rate, I don't think you can. I don't know how it works.
Okay.
You don't know.
It's gotta be at least 4,000. You know, they fucking do a lot rate. On the electrical, which I thought we had. That's gonna be one of those that should be done. Fine. So we're looking at about 3,500. I'm not there.
Okay, let's get me an estimate. Give me a budget number for this building here.
This one.
Yes, sir. Whatever you guys say.
1,500,
I'm gonna say 15, yeah.
1,500 a month.
I'm gonna say 1,500 a month. For this one, that's
So that's
18,000.
18,000.
Yeah.
That's just this building.
All right, so there's 18,000. Now then, tell me what it's gonna cost for the police department,
I'm probably gonna say the same.
about the same?
Yeah, that's gonna stay the same, I think.
Okay, so I don't know what.
Because you're gonna be, well, the average bill for over there is about 4, maybe 5. Let's go with about 5. That's experience.
Okay, so that's gonna be, you're telling me 6,000
A year.
That's double what they're now.
double for what?
What they're paying.
Because you're getting that.
Oh.
We're gonna be gone, it's just gonna be him.
It's just gonna be you. It's all you, buddy.
Yeah.
We're going to be one
Huh?
person. We're going to be like one person.
So like, the average bill for the whole building is like five. Oh, they go to five.
Yeah.
Five. Five times four, go down five.
And now you're speaking.
Yes.
Maybe.
Unless you expand on like hurricanes. No, it's probably because of here says, where we have a budget. That's going over. All them to turn off.
All right.
How much does the fire
So the fire department right now is 1,000.
No, they're budgeting 1,000. But they used up.
500.
Yes, but you gotta remember that was.
Yeah, but that's the old building with the small office.
So that's. what it-
Well, no, you got, no, you can have a building. They didn't have, they don't have a building, they didn't have a light field somewhere, I don't know.
Oh, a lot of them. We always make sure. Well.
But that was part of them.
Yeah.
My buildings are.
So that's gonna be.
For this meeting.
Yeah.
Okay, so this meeting we're bringing in 563 on it. Okay. Correct?
How much is a building?
But I think we got the wrong building.
You can see them?
Well, this is where it's built. This is the new city hall.
Yeah, well, we got a fire department, so it's gonna be on the fire department.
Fire department, utilities,
That's what it's going to be.
no, right here, fire department.
What's the number?
There's
12,670 is what it's coded to. And that's what I've got 12.
670, fire department, 563, 55. Right there. Because we hadn't gotten any bills for them, they didn't have a bill.
That their portion was 37806, it looks like, from the line. That's on July 22nd. Does that look familiar?
Yeah.
Okay,
That's the new bill.
okay, so the new building is gonna cost around 400 a month.
4,800.
And there'll be a couple of months to be cold, of course, the other one. But I'm,
It's all electric, so we're looking at about 5,000
okay,
per year.
so.
We're gonna go with 5, you round it on it.
Yeah. All right, and so.
So fire department at 5. That means we'll stay here another hour because we're gonna be over. No, I still got $3,100 to the deal.
Okay. Oh, man.
And you still haven't taken out the incident fees. That's another 600.
I think I've got,
What were we going for the building? 18,000.
For here, we can maybe just stay up there.
yeah,
Instead of the 45.
okay, where are you at this? Because I'm on.
We're on 106. That's what I thought it was still, but we had to break it up. into three.
Oh, yeah, no, let me get back. All right, so we'll look there, other utilities.
Other utilities, other electric.
Yes. Gas and voice for the generator,
That's the only one we have gas. Fees, I don't mean the same.
that should stay, that should stay the same.
See, that's where I was gonna ask you, what are the late fees?
Well, when. They put late fees on here, we don't really have late fees, but their bank service fees. Wells Fargo's, as a matter of fact, Ernest has asked a couple of times to maybe look at new depository, but. Wells Fargo cost us a lot of money. I think one and I just wrote it out that between all of our Wells Fargo accounts, the fine analysis fee, this fee, Roger fee, I mean, it's about 24,000 a year. 22 to 24,000.
So we need to change things. Not really good idea.
Well, we probably ought to look at it, and Ernest can comment on that, but, you know, we looked at other clients who have Wells Fargo, and we don't see that much of an expense.
So where's that?
I guess we're very stuff. So, I mean, when you think about it, I mean, it's even at 20,000, that almost pays for the employees.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's probably something we need to look at.
We have to go there. I mean, it's the one on there. Everybody have to go there, like, or just get that.
Ernest, do we need a special kind of a bank, or can we go with a financial institution of our choice?
Well. Not to be.
Yeah.
Portland's got the community, yeah, there's community,
I mean, it's,
no, we had hospital. Yeah, no, they got one done for us. And they went to.
Did they finally close it?
They never did first meeting. What is the oldest customer? But they're customers,
I got it. It's a long time. That's where.
So we have to do is there, we think about when I don't think we're supposed to be. We just need to do it because we can say 24,000.
well,
I mean, they're gonna switch.
they're gonna charge us something, but I don't know how to do this. Ernest is well versed on how to go out for depositories. I think we have to advertise or do something to encourage 4 or 5 banks to.
Right. Open the deep for our business.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to do that. But thanks, I mean. For us, it's special with another school, that's fine.
Well, I think isn't that why you guys left Boston in the first place?
Exactly.
Becoming a friend person.
Yeah.
So. I guess we're stuck with this budget number for now, but
Yes.
that's something we want to, I think, come to.
Come back to
I'm at 676 and leaving it at 13.5.
Yeah.
Payroll processing fees that's actually going to go away.
Okay.
Um,
Concerned with that?
Yeah, I just wonder if we ought to move that budget number over to. We're not going to have payroll processing fees.
Once we get.
Once we get into
Another 6 months, we still have to run it.
I think Greg's probably talking 60 days. We're gonna be ready.
Yeah, probably a couple months, 2 months, 60 days, we should be up and going on income. Yep, exactly, that's what we're shooting for. I talked to Noel during the ribbon thing.
Well, for next year's budget, we could do.
Yeah, for next year. This is next year's. This is. Yeah, okay.
So, I mean, if we're planning on,
Yellow, but I'm on board for 0.50.
Okay.
Okay. Liability and employee bonds, do we have some that are 2-year renewable or something, normal, or is this?
They're renewable in a few years.
Okay, so
So I'm gonna need to renew.
can we cut that down to 2,500?
No, because I'm gonna have to add,
The new.
these two, Samantha and Christian.
Okay. Can we cut it down to 3,500?
Sure.
I mean, if we multiply what we've got by 2 right now, that would be 32.
And then that's the bonds, and then that's the, liability insurance, and we have to be counting the results.
Oh, it's in, Okay,
because they have to be voted.
so do we need to increase employee bonds then? Until they're already said it. We're charging something to it.
Yeah. Employee bonds, that's separate from private insurance, employee bonds.
Okay.
Can those two be? Can we merge those two
I
accounts?
would
What's the
say,
difference?
I would say,
between-
yeah, it would be, employee, because it already has employee bonds on it.
Yeah, I know. And we've only got 142 charged to it, so can we take that to zero?
Yeah, but the 686, yes.
Okay.
Zero?
Yes,
Yeah,
sir.
0.
686 goes to zero.
Okay.
Property insurance, this one always threw me for a curve because
We're gonna go up.
we budgeted. Oh my gosh, what was.
Matter of fact, Mama's already. We've already done all that.
We've already done that,
So
so.
happy before we can get into.
So are we at 12 or we're?
Norma?
We can leave it at 12, because currently this is just what we have for City Hall,
The old city,
the old City Hall.
37.
Okay, so we increased the revenue, maybe check and see if we have it on the PD. Yeah, because I think what we do, we divided it, the building and the windstorm, which is the property insurance. With the, better than half, with PD.
What about fire department?
The fire department, I don't think we had any, because we shouldn't have any, because.
No, we do now. So what is it gonna cost us each year with our new insurance? You remember? So 12,000 is a good price.
We've got a property insurance budget for the old fire fund, it's 48. Yeah, we spent 4,800 and we budgeted 37.
But they didn't have a building.
Well, we've got them in here for something.
Oh, you know what it is, the vehicles?
Oh,
So I
we've
think
got another property. insurance.
4,000 is pretty good to start.
That's gonna be liabilities.
Okay.
I won't go until I get their bills.
You already, you already had already done that one.
You know, she had contacted me and really giving all of the value. We need to have a building.
Okay, so 687 stays at 12.
Yeah.
Travel, training and meetings.
This one, I thought you just said that it was all included in, one of these other ones, dues and memberships and subscriptions.
This.
Oh, no, it was under another one.
No.
Let me see what's charged to that. 695.
Yeah, these memberships and subscriptions also cover training services, mileage.
There you go. Yeah. Maybe,
12, 10, 6, 9.
oh, is that all fire department rating stuff?
No, I think that's not. 12, 10, 6, 9.
We'll go through, we're gonna get, we're gonna change.
Oh, okay, that, I think that was some stuff. Remember when Crystal went on the trip and the judge paid for everything, but we
had to read.
we gave her 105 for,
Meals,
yeah, and then 100.
Mileage.
Yeah,
so that's.
for the training.
So there's gonna be one line out, 1-0.
I think so, because we're actually gonna, Greg's already got most of that training in the IT budget. So we can take this one to zero.
No, we have it over here at the top. One.
Sorry. All right, so we're gonna go to zero on 695. Okay. Let's see. Our list doesn't like miscellaneous expenses and neither do I.
Zero out. That's what you get.
Well, we're not booking anything to it, I guess. Let's see,
IRS, UST,
Um,
we got time.
I can't tell you what that. You looked at code. What did we have with IRS? I did or something. Really?
What is US?
United States Treasury. That's exactly what I'm thinking. That's what it is, United States Treasury.
Oh, that's they send us a reopen penalty for some payroll taxes or something.
There was a penalty here, I remember when it was done, but I don't know.
Yeah, it was for some taxes on,
It was on, it was on.
no, not here, yeah, payroll.
It was at ADP. Well, that's okay, we paid it.
Zero out.
No, we, yeah, zero it out, but. We pay those as soon as they come in.
Records management, which one's this one?
This is the one they come and pick up to destroy and label our boxes. I'm gonna get them to come in and do, once we do everything that's in place. Come in and do inventory, barcode, everything that's property. And it'll inventory it all. We don't have it on file.
So we should be with that. That much. I'm sorry. Fish ready,
So they maintain your, everything yours.
It's record retention.
Yeah. Okay, okay.
And they're gonna, like I say, I'm gonna,
This may for the cultures that are.
everything. Equipment, water, PD, city, the barcode and whatever's barcoded in that room is the property that has to be in that room. Everything's fine.
Yeah. What's the same?
And control is what we pay the county. Where did it go up? It should.
That's what I mean, I was looking at that too, I don't think we did. 11,
what it shows it, we pay out about 16.
yeah. Let's see what's built to.
I haven't seen it in a while here. We got mine.
I hadn't seen.
Yes, it got by.
Yeah. Heck, I've called them before.
They were hit on what they need. Yeah, it's all sent that under control.
Yeah, see, they've been doing this.
We had $1,050 for 4 months up to April, and then it's 350. Why would it be 1,050 for 4 months?
Those are all dated, those checks are all dated the same date. Look at that. 350, 350, 350, all from July 8th. The check was written, I guess, but the date.
Oh, you know what? If you add those 350s, you're gonna get 1,050. So what happened was it didn't bill us, and then they sent it in, so.
3 months.
This April, look at this May, and look at this June.
So 350 a month.
So I guess my question is, why are we paying,
5,000, 4,000.
let's see, at 350 a month?
We probably got a million, but then it's actually.
Yeah.
So they do, don't say they do, they provide service, 350 a month. And whenever you call, they're supposed to respond, the vicious dogs, pick up, if you call and say, the vicious dog out here, you're supposed to let them know. That's what it is. But that's what it is.
So it's an on-call, I'm ready.
It is.
They do that.
It is, and it's 350 a month.
Heck, I've seen Portland animal control more than I have. Back.
I would say they do this.
Just saying.
I mean,
We don't want.
yeah, I just leave it as it is.
I mean, we could put buddy out there with the 1-2 rifle.
Hey, Bill, come on.
I need to look up 11, 1,200 and kind of look at this.
Admin operating,
I don't like that either.
well, it's just admin operating, I don't know how to.
It's probably something that is non-allocated. But let me see what it is. Please. Yeah, it's just. Expenses that don't need to be broken down.
Can you zero that out?
Yes, sir. It just goes to, okay. Nothing on the office equipment.
Now, this is what, state one?
Yeah, this should be coming over.
Oh, okay. If you look at it in the office, we don't need an office. This would be like a replaced chair or something. So this is probably a zero out. It should be in this.
Yeah, that goes to zero. The loan interest, that was booked, that was our last of the previous, who did we have that with? Frost. And that was half of the interest that system paid and general fund paid. And so that's a zero budget item because that's a capital. It's in debt service. Okay. Keep it closed. Police department, let's have some fun.
Tickets.
How many years ago? What can I start getting tickets on TV, man?
Yes. Yeah, so you got 4,000 alive, and this year we used up 5,600 more than stuff. So that was the, they got hurt a couple of times.
That's right.
That was like 2 or 3.
No, there isn't.
Oh, they're not that.
I think it's the way he paddles the kayak.
All right.
And so.
So I don't know where the police mayor will work and stuff together with. We had some, I think 4,000, we had some. The insurance expense, the health insurance has gone up, and that's the other thing, and health insurance is going up.
Oh, do we have a number on that? As far as deployment goes, the PD good, right? Is that right, Debbie? As far as- well, this budget had you at six and chief.
No. Yeah, it's probably last for last year.
Yeah, for the last year.
Last year. I mean,
It's, there's supposed to be 8 employees in the engine. There's about,
Is that what you had?
there's about totally 21, 8.
So then we can copy this except for insurance and increasing workers' comp or whatever the increases in interest.
Hey, what's up?
Okay, so.
it went up like 35.
We talked about.
We talked about it and this is right from my stuff.
We went up, $100.
Per person to 800.
$3 more.
It was like 364 for 264 for 312. That one, I think it, which would have been
So about 30K. A year adjustment and.
624.
Wow.
Plus, states.
Oh, but it's at 17 right now.
So do we call it?
Yes.
Because the employee's gonna earn the employee coverage going to the employee pays 0 for employee. And 312 for the dependent coverage.
Okay. So, you know, the employees going from 264 to 312. Okay. Okay.
Oh, so the time.
624 a month is gonna be for family. For family, 646.
8,000 times 8.
I mean, the good thing is the vision's going down from 12 to 11, and the panel's going down from 44 to 42.
So just health is 65.6, 8.
No, thank you.
So
That's still lower. I mean, it went up here, but it's still lower than what we had quoted.
Right, at 24, look at the family.
That's just- That's just health.
yes,
So
But the employee pays the benefit and the vision.
they want it.
so on top, I mean, well, so should it stay the same? You said it was gonna go up
So well,
from 72
we just say $50 a day.
to 26.
Make it 600.
They go about $600 a year.
It's gonna go per year. 73 or 74.
6.
And what are we gonna use?
So, yeah, that was-
461.
So put it at 76.
I gave you what it was for the actual. So, what was it? What do you say? Yeah, it's good. No, I was thinking for something when we went. Always for the same, just for the employee.
Oh, I didn't. put that. So I was only interested in what I wasn't interested in what the employee's gonna pay. I was interested in what the employee's gonna pay for standing. And the reason being is because you talk about retention and stuff, and you say, well, we're gonna give you 50 cents, but you're gonna pay back 75 cents. So that's what I was trying to do, say, well, we can't get them a raise, then maybe we can get the benefit to bump up their paycheck $50 to pay for the insurance. Then we look at the loss, it offsets it. Yeah, that's
You need to run more tickets and then we can afford the rate.
So you want to add 600 to 461?
I thought it was more than 600.
Yeah,
We're looking at like 4,000.
Yeah, like 600 per
Person,
Per person.
so times 8.
but that's only, how many people are on family? How many employees?
There's a 3 to 4 employees.
That's only 4 there, but, which is not fair to go like, if you insure your family, we're gonna give you an extra 50, but if you don't insure your family, you're gonna worry about them. That don't cost them. It just depends on you.
That's mixing it up.
Right.
No. Right now, we're looking at this one.
Yeah.
So
We're gonna have to increase it.
4,000 more?
If that's what it's gonna take to cover it,
So that's per 8. So what you're saying is there's only 4 unions, right? So we need a 2,000 one? I mean, I got you where you want to balance it out across all the employees that even though they don't need, but that's.
well, you know what, that's, it's already in there, because you go from 68, well, currently, that's already 2, so it's already in. So we need that. So it shows the extra, it shows that it was 1,000.
Yeah, so we can leave like this.
I think we should.
Okay.
Right, Bill?
Probably so. I'm looking at 687. So basically, we've got about $3 grand to cover us for one more month, and 2 weeks.
And then 78, we bump up that,
That should.
that should make it so that, 2,400, extra was in for those point points.
Okay, what about wages? Okay, we're gonna stay at 318, we're bumping to 271, and we're missing what? About a crop and a half over a year's time, maybe?
Yeah, we were allowed at 8, and we haven't hired, it can be at 8 for. So it was just a couple of months. And
Oh, that's right, no, we were down 2, we were down 2 officers.
We lost one, and we lost another to reserve. So now we're gonna-
Present two,
But I mean, this,
we're already looking to get more.
So we've had about 10 applications in the last 2, 3 months, but they're not. followed up with a need. And,
So now we're.
What about the new guys coming out of?
we actually, I think the job here, insurance, there was one person we had 2 that were interested, move on, even, but like I said, we were comparing, us and the other ones were, coming out there, they're paying, or they do, for the council. So just paying, doing the pay comparison, we're not the worst, but we're not, we want to do that. So that's what they're going back on the same track as far as public works, everything else. They see that they're getting more money, even better stuff.
So keep in mind that these young people, they don't look at benefits, they look at hourly. We told them, yeah, we're only gonna give you 20, but you got your insurance free, they don't care. It's kind of, how much am I gonna get every 2 weeks of my money? How much you want? Yeah, so they go to the departments, like the sheriff's office, for example. They're paying 21. Yeah, but your insurance is $500 a acre. They don't look at that. They just look at how much am I getting about.
Yeah, I don't know how much they're paying on who's in.
That's
That's the
But
bad
that's
part.
traditional, that's been that way for years, so these officers do that.
so we're at like 15, is that what we're at right now?
So you need salary?
As far as what we pay
No, we pay max 20. We could be at 19, we go to 20. And so, and we're above Mathis, we're above, Odin, we're above,
Well, I think either, some of these might be above their pay hourly, some offer like, sign-on bonuses or contract pay, you say that we get lump sum of $1,500. Some pay for the 50K, some pay for, eval, they get their little other.
So we can't, entice them more. I mean, that's something we need to discuss.
Yeah.
Around.
And that's what we spoke about that the other day, about looking at for the green pay, the pay, maybe something along the line, like I said, as far as the bonuses or whatever, maybe forward or whatever. So that's something that we need to look at and address, if we want to start keeping the options that we have, and then start bringing other.
It's difficult because we raise day rates, everybody's doing it. I mean, when you go to a meeting and there's a bunch of people there, especially law enforcement, and,
No, I'm talking about each other.
It's all that happens, and then you hear, people look at the sheriff and say, they're paying more in Gregory than you pay. And so the sheriff got himself.
And I go down there, I didn't put them in, we would be out. But,
They get take-home cards too, don't they?
on that,
Yeah, they get take-home cards too, so that's,
that's a little different.
Yeah.
Tell you what we can do, I mean, as soon as if you're up for it, find out what's in donations.
Yeah, I
What-
thought about that.
What has been saved in donations versus, and what we have this year is about $1,200. If that's, I don't know what you guys have to give, we may not have enough in there, but that's a start.
Yeah, how much do we have right now? in those?
I have to go, I don't have that on this.
I thought it was
I think the
down.
last movie I told me was like 6,000 something.
Yeah.
Yes, because before you left, you brought, they gave you 2,000, somebody did.
From, before,
I don't remember, but it's.
Yeah, we banked that, we bought some ammo with what was left over from the year before. So I think, I'll find out. We could have as much as maybe 5,000 to 7,000.
it's very competitive.
I got you.
And this is where, I mean, in my opinion, like you said it originally, like, you can go over there and make more money. Doing more work. That's the selling point. Yeah, and then you gotta understand, really what we want here, and what we expect to get is mature officers, because the young kid is one couple of years, unless he's looking for a door in. Nobody else on the line, you give him a chance, you're lucky to get a year on it, maybe two, and once he realizes he thinks he's good, now, any grade, he move out of here, because he's good, because it's quiet here. Yeah, and so like, a person, at your age would say, this is good for me, I like to do, versus a person that's his age, but man, I want action, I want more, I want more, I want more, I want to see that. They're not gonna stay.
But he won't leave.
You don't have to sit.
Yeah, but that's not bad myself,
But I mean,
like that guy, he's good, but it's just.
so maybe, what about when they come in the introductions and they look, you know, this is how we operate here. At the introduction, when you're coming in, this is what it's about, I'm telling you.
Oh, yeah, I've gone through that, I've had people come in and sit down in my office, and explain to them what it's gonna be like, you know. Make back and go out there, control the neighborhood, you can serve all that other stuff. But in the end, it's the pay, the benefits, and that one thing is 20 of them. And we're gonna work for them. So, you know, it's like the admission, you know, with the brief and stuff like that.
Well, that's not true, the 20 was not supposed to be that, I was hoping that this year, the 20 would be good, if you go from 1, 2, 3% pay raises every year. You know, and then I was gonna increase associate degree $25, the bachelor's degree $50, the master's degree $75 or $100 more a month. But we haven't gotten there, because when you build that, they collide, you know, you actually come down. And so now we're at vote again, we're trying to get them in. Maybe we need to make a chart structure, like, really dig into it, build it, and then in the introduction, this is what we got to offer. Go everywhere else, but this is what we got.
Yeah, and that's what I did the other day. I contacted every chief in our area, see what they were doing. Some are offering, 90 differential pay, and we also working night shifts. Okay, if you live out of town, I can give you $200, I'll pay for gas to travel back and forth, or live in. Some are giving, 2-year food allowances, I mean, there's a whole bunch of different things, but. So just trying to pick at every department and see what they're doing. And again, I will see what we can try to implement within, well.
We need to make. And it doesn't help that the way everything is nowadays, and just when you think it's gonna get better for law enforcement, something like the law happens. And you are officers are like, oh, so it's hard to draw. And so you have to find people that have a passion for it, and generally those guys that have a passion for it, they're generally good officers, and they don't want to be in a small department when they can be in a large department in a larger city making lots. So when you go down as innocent for 18 days,
That's not.
So I'm still unclear on,
Where were we at?
well, on wages,
Oh, I mean,
because Tony you started that budget year off as chief, right? So were you at full capacity at 318? If, I mean, I guess the question is, can we go ahead and budget this?
well, at 318, we got to full capacity, but we already got to full capacity, but when we did it was short. So maybe we can go to 3. Well, if we do that, then you want to do it. Well, no, well, I still got from 71 to 3. Yeah, so, well, I'm just saying 3 because you still got the incentive thing is. When you look at it, that's who paid for one officer, that's 40,000, right? So you're looking at it, it's about, one pay period, one pay, that's the one officer we have. So if they're at 20, right, but they're at 36. They work different.
So what we have right now is we have 6 officers that are at 43,060. And that's at $20 an hour. So, and then that comes out to 262,000.
Oh, what do Leos get for? Is that 280 a year, or do they work? It's,
we can work them a little more, so they get, if you look at the 12-hour shift, they get, built in 4 hours of pay period overtime.
So, yeah, their hourly,
That-
not
that's-
28, it's like 29.60 or something.
It's a little bit.
Our hourly,
No, like your hour per year.
oh,
So in other words, you have to hit, so they have 44 hours. Almost.
No, no,
So that's-
80, I mean, 84,
84.
84 for pay period.
Yeah, that's what I'm getting.
after we four.
so you have this guy at 33,680, is that what you said?
Yeah,
Okay, so that's 2,080 hours times 20.
No, you can't do 2080.
No, they work
They work, well, they work at different sites.
Yeah, so we need to look at that 43 because that really.
84 times 26.
That's what I had that.
84 hours times 26. And then you have,
Your
then go to the 24 and you have salary.
So.
Oh, okay.
2184.
Yeah.
So 49.60. No, it's $20, 23.60.
It's at 20.
Yeah.
That's right, that's enough, okay. Yeah.
So. I mean, if we're gonna increase them, then we're gonna.
Well, we're talking about raises.
Raises, but right now, if you gave him a raise October, he's still at 7, stop playing with his budget, 318. Right?
Well, I mean, here's where I'm kind of looking at it for. If you gave them a raise now, you can't even keep them with where you're at. You know, that's where I'm like,
But it'll keep it once you have.
so like the one that
Yeah.
that I did have. You know, I gave you a letter just so that way I can get a clue of what her name was. She wasn't making up for 40 days. The insurance, everything out, we bring home about maybe close to 1,000. Okay, maybe she really didn't buy. So when she was thinking like, I love being here, I want to stay, but right now I think it'd be more beneficial for her to go home and have a husband. Or his job.
so,
I see what you're saying.
They save money by her, because you know, childcare, they your kids.
Yeah.
43,680 is what this person made a year, right? So. Let me see.
Well, actually, then you get off probation, the other off, once they're there, you know, once you get there.
So you think this is.
I mean, it's not that, it's all about the plan. You know, like,
But there's only a couple of guys.
So that, here's that, I'm saying, is 305,760.
So this is very. That's the.
The annual. Candidate, or, well, what I'm looking at is. So the insurance is what? They pay how much?
it's gonna go up to the three company.
I go, what's the, how many lines set up right now? So it's full time, if you get the full family.
Unpaid, but if I include my family, my wife and kids, then I think, well, like right now,
The
2.
difference between 24, it's gonna be 312.
So it'll go up.
And we have, we have it on family, besides you and another mother.
Yeah.
No, not David.
So it's just our back, it's just back, but thank you. 600 is down. Nobody else is like, tax, so this is a lot of that.
And then we've got, I think we've got one.
That's separate.
I mean, it doesn't cost us, but we.
But
There's no way we can, maybe do I wonder if there's a way to do that. Like, if it's just the loan, we cover 100%, right? So, but when they do have family, we can do half, if they have, we pay half. To offset. Maybe,
yeah, or
I mean,
He's got proposals here, go ahead and do
Well, and like, so with everything trying to bring the other options in, and trying to go with that we have. Like there's 2 or 3 that came in, 1 or 2, they like what we're here. It's not, you know, people, so there are 3 options, which you obviously want to give you the best one, which is bumping everybody up $5 at the very least. Which would be 45,000, basically for your per office.
Okay.
And that's just something to say, hey, look, we're willing to go and help and trying to, fight for you to stay here, working with us, so we can try to keep out your long.
So, like, if you do that, right, now you're looking at 1280, just per person, right? So at 1280, what bracket does that put you in on the circular read when you're trying to pay your taxes? Like, does that bump you down? In other words, help you?
I don't think, I think right now, like, I think, what's his name, Rodriguez, he was at, I think what it's like, you can get like up to 24%, or that's what he did under. So once you got any overtime after that, they bumped it to the next bracket. But I don't think it's like that high, I don't think that's enough, it's not gonna put him in that bracket, so you can put that. I think, how much that was, I don't remember what that was.
When we talk here,
He's going to simply the spirit.
let's see.
And when we look at that bracket, the amount that we got in the next bracket, 24%. That's what the under what we made already, or what we're making. So it's not gonna affect, it's not gonna like bump them off their pay rate and they're taking any tax out. I don't think it would.
All right. Sounds fine. But my thing is, again, like, we're, okay, so I know that everything's going on, and you give the dollar, the problem, especially with the gas rate, okay? But then next year, you're back in the slump again. Okay, I need another one.
And that's the thing, I guess, with the council, would have to agree with or would want to do for them to decide on whether or not every year there's going to be, a way to maybe pay them like their evaluation, you know, however they want to make it. Did before.
Well, that's exactly what I said.
Yeah.
Yeah, see, that's why I wanted that stuff, because you have to know where you're at. I mean, it's great to come to work every day and you're like, oh, okay, yeah, I'm happy. And then you do it for a whole year, and then you're like, oh, man, I didn't get a bonus, I didn't get nothing.
So
But at least in the halfway point, you're like, hey, you need to shape up. And that's what you do.
I've done heat house,
Yeah.
but there's 2 that started and haven't been here for 6 months, so.
No, you can't expect that, but the people that have been, then you can justify, okay, yeah, you want to get, we'll go to that, and get it done. But that's where it's like, it depends on the employee's performance. So if you do the $1 raise, I got you, but then from there, it's always gonna have to be $1, right?
No, not necessarily. Let's say that, he gives you $1 next year, and then next year, he decides. He said, you know what, we got 5, we got 10, and I don't know the options. So he may decide next year, we're gonna do, see, 1%, 2%, 3%, and just.
There's another way where you can do the same thing, right, where you can do the eval, and we can do the $1, right, $1, no problem. I mean, I'm just saying if everybody's okay, we do the $1 bump, and then from there, the incentives, right, like what we're talking about for awards, on top of that, we'll give you a budget, we'll give you an extra $5,000. You decide how you're gonna divvy that out with people on their raises, you know what I mean?
Yep.
That'd be easier, because then now it's off us and it's on you, and it's already budgeted.
Yeah.
no, that makes perfect sense. I think what a jump to personnel, manual, to see what's in here and to get that money, right? Because you're gonna have to have this personal. Somewhere.
That's all. And we need some.
And it could be easy to prove that
That'll jump your number up.
you got a couple of dedicated Tommy cooks out there who are right. Picking more competitive.
Yeah.
And they happen to get, send them a couple of times in the role. We don't want that people really look at it. There's a lot of things that come out of that. But the incentive part back up. Yeah, and we can pull that out of donation, we can pull it, I mean, those are,
Well, I guess
we
what I'm
could
going,
probably budget for it, to tell you the truth, if we know what we're talking about.
like, what I'm going is like, okay, so like here we got the 318, leave it, or make it $1 more than bump it up, right? And then from there, on top of that, put wages, well, you put an extra 5K, right, or let's do 10K, whatever. So that 10K pool is just for you to distribute for wages, raises, increases, that's it. You give them, you don't, the money stays there. All right, if it depletes, you need to justify the depletion, hey, show me where they got, what did they do? And that's where the incentive, like, hey, this guy, that's about his name's on the board over here, he's got a picture on the wall, he's doing awesome. And that's kind of where I'm going. You know where I'm going?
Yeah, I think I know what you're doing.
So basically, we're funding the whole department, I don't have no problem. But then the increases from then forward is on you, because this pool is 10K, it will constantly be 10K, right? Now, if you got a guy that's $35 an hour, let's pull the equipment.
And that's about what it's.
But I understand, I don't need to sustain it, I like the idea of promises. You have 10K. And you say, at this period of the year, we midway review, officers or full sailors, if you will, they're gonna get a $500 check.
But exactly.
And this guy's got a whole number of and then that some judge got on 10K, but, that's a way to do that.
Yeah, I like that, but I mean, it won't be able to be like hourly,
Right.
I mean, like we.
Well, no, the hourly would be part of it, right? So you do the hourly bump, so that you're out, and you're keeping people coming in. But from now on, you've got another pool of money that we can work with to keep some going. Now, like, I understand that the insurance and all that stuff, by the time you're done, you got a ton of bucks. But that's just, I don't know what to tell you.
And we're responsible for ourselves.
Yeah. Coming in with a Gucci bag, I mean, I don't know what to tell you.
I'm going to tell you. Say you don't want to hurt, you want to hurt. I'm sure, I mean,
Right now, everybody's all like, hey, I want free money. I mean, that's where everything is at, but it's like.
Well, I said, you know, public public work, somebody sees another paying job, like, over there, they come in with certificate, they, like, they for free of those, even $1 for every next set of certificates that they get, so the longer that they're there, then they have the opportunity to bump up.
That was where the longevity came. Y'all keep that going? So that's where I was going with longevity. Now with, when I was doing the HR, we had guys that were from the maintenance department, we had guys that were security. We had a lot of times the security guy would say, hey, that's paid, it's a lot easier, I'd rather do that. So they jump on over just because they're making money.
yeah, this is GSC. But we can do that with, the increases, we can also do percentage. I think the percentage is very important, so, I think that that's a good idea in the future, we need to do that.
Well, I mean, I wouldn't just stop there. I do it with this department.
Decided earlier, because you decided that, I'm just gonna get stuff, but with you, the residency, you have the 1%, given at least 25 cents, 30 cents.
Well, I think everybody should have a little pool. All of y'all, like department heads have a pool. And then they divvy it out, right? But I mean, it's not just for, not a cooking department, you got it for justification.
Right, you can't just get it to you.
Yeah.
Change the admin.
All right, so what we got now is, we didn't change.
Kids, where I'm hitting around. I mean, I don't know, how do we do the dollar off of everybody? Where that was?
Yeah, I think for 305,760 without budget, I think. Let me see what that number is. I've got 7 at 43,680. So that's the 305, I guess I'm saying is without.
So at the 21 for the 6 officers or 9 different officers, that's 321. 048.
But you said,
321,048.
Yeah, on 8.
yeah, but you said 6, you should 7.
25.
So what if you said it was a two,
Well, we're down to where we only have 13,000.
321, 048. This is that office.
Okay, so we have to, we got 3,000, 3,000.
On, so
So
we make it 33, 321.
321, 50, okay, okay. So if you do 321, 50. Means, then we're at 13 left, you said?
Um,
And that's-
that gives me 10,000 left. Now, don't forget, we've got to do something for. Laura and I still have to go and step back in the law and I have to move it soon and see what that costs.
We still gotta cut some more, maybe, right?
We did address.
How about the cost? Well, I mean, we're not, let's keep going down. I mean, let's leave that there. And then we'll just, so we went to 320, what was the number?
Right now. On,
You said 322, what?
yeah, it's 321.
So that one we have today was figured into the budget last year, like they want. Yeah. You know, so it was- that's the 7th officer, the 6th officers are at the. What's gonna happen? 22.
Yeah, we're gonna budget at 15.
Okay, crossing guard, they can tell us an hour, right?
But we have a budget at 15 and we expended 76.
So I think we need to. No, 10,000, so we haven't even got nothing.
No,
Well, the crossing guards are only, they're gonna be only use them what?
So,
It's 2 hours a day.
10 hours, we go.
And so we
The average 25, 23, which is every 2 weeks. 25 hours. So,
so you can afford to have 3. That would be, that would be.
I just said we have to and I said, we got balances.
I understand. I mean, just.
I'm gonna be. It ain't even my money. You.
2 hours a day, for each. So it's 80 hours a month both. And it's only one hour, I mean, it doesn't go over, so they shouldn't even go over that.
And you said that's 42 weeks. Is that right?
Where the studios. Maybe a month, those are 12 days, I mean, that's, we got holidays and all that, so it's like.
They started again,
Okay.
next week.
I'm bringing camping here.
Nope.
Oh, one guy. He's already. He won't start until next week. Next week. I want my guy.
So
What
if
they
you
rate at 15?
What do you want to take?
I don't think it would be good. I think it would be good.
I'm with Ben.
is that what bonus or? Oh, that's.
They're contractors, yeah.
Maybe come in and maybe.
No, I'm saying bonus, like, in other words, it's, even if you do the 8, I mean, the 10.
And
Go next,
Yeah.
in other words, if you ever meet, is that? So we can go down to 8.
Did it slow down because of COVID or something?
But that's not including the rest, or when they, because that's because they, some, a lot of them falling sick. Or
Yeah, but remember our budget year in 1 month after this starts school. So we're at, see what this 76. Well, we could do that, we could possibly do 9.
Let's do 9.
Be safe.
9.
So how was that? You know,
That's
I got office supplies, and then I looked at supply in general. All that was around that. it kind of all merged into one, like with, equipment and maintenance and vehicle equipment and maintenance.
Where you have, your equipment repair and maintenance is going to be other than vehicle. So that could be radio, and that may be instead of in 16 out there.
So back in the office supply, we got the office supply PD, which was 3,500 last year, or the current year, we're over that.
Yeah, because everything is being carried over into the operating supplies.
Yes, so there's a general supply along. That's gonna be fine.
Generally zero. Because it's being carried over into the operating supplies.
Okay, so 531. Five handle, we're going to go to zero.
Yeah.
Tires, et cetera.
So
That's hard to do.
yeah, I'm just thinking, so that and then the vehicle maintenance are gonna be two different issues. We're getting two new units. So with the two old Dodges, I went to take it for tires, AC, axle, water pump, and it's just been constant. So I don't anticipate we need this one,
Except for tires.
except the tires. So tires should be okay.
So we've got 21 for tires and you got approved of 6 now.
Is that current? Because I know I ordered. And then probably about, I think, 3 sets.
5 cars.
Well, we'll have to see where it's booked, but I'm sure $963.31 for the tires.
You guys just got to.
Yeah, I think so. That might be good for one. Good.
Yeah, they have 5 units. Yeah, no, so makes sense.
Yeah. I don't know that. Or it can be stuff, but see,
So then it said, just we should take that.
so that might be all right. Or,
Yeah.
Okay. Operating supplies, I know you mentioned something.
yeah, I'm not gonna do that for funny.
Operating supplies, let me pull it up real quick.
That's Please, this ammunition doesn't fall under this.
No, that has to, never went to the.
Let's see. But once it's, Cetus is built.
That,
Amazon Business, we had some gun leather.
The pods,
Marble. Okay. Something on credit card, oh, ammunition. You got 353 on.
Give you suspenders, something with that. Over to, oh, son,
what day was that? I think the one that I had was out of our donation.
Ammunition that we bought was March 20th.
Yeah, and that didn't come, I don't think that came out of donation.
Okay.
You know, it's, oh, you got a pod. What is your pod? What is your pod?
You can't worry about getting rid of them. Yeah, but we gotta get rid of the printer, or those old printers that have been picked up.
That's one,
And the other one has,
not almost.
the cat, so once everybody's out of the PD, we can move everything from storage into the PD and then get rid of it.
So I would say about 3 of them.
All of it.
What I do is, but we're.
Okay, so what do we want to do on that budget?
All of you is this, we don't know.
And then I need to-
once we move out. We do other kinds of stuff.
Vehicle maintenance and repair, you said that's going to probably stay the same, but you're getting rid of. Two of the pickups,
Yeah,
the public work.
yeah, so that was the way over that.
they paid, 623 and 624 come out. You know, so they, let me put that over there. That's what it comes to.
So, are you, y'all keeping the same?
So I think the PD's gonna be able to get to IT, right?
Yes,
No,
Yeah.
the numbers that are supposed to there,
That's your.
all of it is the same. We can still transfer back and forth.
See, and we've already saved a bunch of money on.
Great.
on for people.
okay,
Are we gonna be able to still transfer back and forth? With the same numbers from the phone line?
yes,
So everything's gonna stay the same?
yeah, I've been testing it on the phone for municipal court, it works, I just hit the intercom, just like it's connected.
Right there.
Yeah, like we're right there, so it's all still tied together.
So, fine.
What is that, 5,600 for telephone, is that how much we pay a year for the telephone service?
Greg has us at 54 right now. I don't, does that include everybody, Greg?
Yeah, that's
The
all,
whole building and, okay,
so that's what we're getting from Synergy, right?
yeah,
So,
so.
which is 10,000, he's too much.
We do.
Yep, it's zero.
It's actually zero.
Yeah.
Yeah, we took that out. I've got, let's see, we're gonna move, 22,000 out of PD as far as IT stuff over into. And some of this is already covered in IT, so it may not be as drastic as we think, but.
Utilities.
We already went over that one.
Yeah.
That's the keywords.
So the licenses.
Yeah. So that's gonna be some of the officer certification, dues to.
It's also licensing for the Project. For the computer service within that. And it's also licensing for, something else. Actually, I think it's the relation.
Well, that's in the air.
Well, that's under,
So the license, come on, because the licensing. I mean.
So they're gonna stay the same?
Sure.
That's,
Same?
if it's, well, yeah, leave it there.
Or just fall under IT too?
Because they got their own,
Yeah, it's
yeah,
different.
court system, everything, they got their own.
Yeah,
It is a computer program though.
Yeah, it is. Maybe housing is one of them.
Yeah, you never know what that's gonna be.
What are the information? And subscription.
That's your magazines and video, subscriptions you get. Comments.
inspections for the vehicles.
You tell me she's gone up since you started, we started letting you know, so.
Is when did we get charged for our airtime?
That's what I'm asking, is we have airtime PD, and then we have
Fire department.
something else.
I'm starting with some radio.
Yeah, radio airtime,
so we don't need to.
but not for bill, sorry.
We have to pay for airtime, we have to pay some, you cover this dispatch, and it's right there, dispatch is on.
The dispatch is a bit more, it's on the first one,
Yeah.
but this is the airtime, remove those radios that they charge you. You know, the fire department has 15, PD has so many, and they charge you once a year.
Oh, yeah.
The one, the one.
That's what it's regarding. Yeah. Radios?
Why is it there? It's zero.
They have a bills,
Yeah.
they only bill you once a year.
Oh, okay.
And when it's
Split
not
up,
there,
that should be- That's split up. So I didn't get to-
Yeah, the fire department and then PD has it up.
Okay, so we can leave that one right there.
What? Yeah, I'm sure.
Oh, you're gonna all your radios.
That's what it is.
I thought it's radio.
Like,
No, okay, okay.
that.
Back in the day, we called it 40.
Well, I don't know, walkie-talkies, what do you call them?
Radios.
Radios, okay, radios.
So it's good.
And then else, okay?
Do the same. Yeah, you want to say the same.
Yeah. Travel training, looks like we went overboard.
That- I just, I don't know, that's why I wanted to figure out what my training's been free. I go 8 per month.
You got to go there this year, you got a year to go.
That's what I'm doing, that's cheap about bonuses.
Like,
But you didn't, you go, I couldn't see that.
for the class, and then they were.
So the initial one, you has to go to this. Then after that, they have a different place, and that's gonna be the next year, well, after that, 17 years. What 17? That's what it is. So, when you episode,
Let's see, I'm looking Midwest radar equipment, 280.
that's the calibration, it's annual for radars, they're certified and calibrated, every radar.
Your accent, the biggest one is accent,
Yeah, it's changing.
is body
Petty
training.
cash, 54 bucks.
I don't know why it's in there, the Axion training or Axon, I'm sorry, the tasers, right? What is Axon?
Exxon is both the body caps and the.
Axon is the bike.
Yeah, it's
That's
57,
what it is, somebody.
5700.
We went to the new, tasers, we're being built.
So- Okay, they're dynamic bundle and taser certification, so you're
So that was the first year.
travel and training, yeah.
It shouldn't be a travel dream.
Well, it's 5760 is the killer for the Axon.
5,700.
Is that a continuous?
Is that equipment, what is it?
It's a good. But
But there's-
it's
It'd be uniform.
every year, yeah, there's a, by the time that we it's, 3 or 4 years. And then it's, that's what we got.
So there's all the types of equipment repairs. We don't have-
So I don't know where it was.
Could that be part of the uniform? Do you consider it part of?
That's not uniform.
No, I'm gonna. Almost.
It probably needs to be under the equipment.
Yeah, no, 622 equipment upgrade on maintenance.
I don't know if it can be repairs in the town.
Operating.
Well, we can trade a new, expense account for it, just to figure it out.
That's good, it's moving.
So, but there was no training involved in the Axon bundle.
The initial was when they all got certified, but that was years ago.
Okay. Would they have built us for that?
Yes, there's some, we got so many, vouchers. And after that, when you send somebody new, you have to pay whatever it is, 125, whatever it is. You know, for the academy. Which is on.
So part of that could be training.
Yes,
Technically.
yes.
Okay. I'll probably just leave it sit there and so on.
Okay.
Liability and bonds, I don't know anything else is that was
That's
based
where
on.
we need insurance, everything else, property insurance is the other one that's involved.
So that needs to stay the same though?
Yeah, because that's including vehicles, that's including, you know, all of their cameras.
The 685, you say leave it at 10?
We can cut it down, I would say to about 6.
Well, it looks like all the insurance costs is 3,900 a day, so maybe you have to bring it down 5,000. That's what's good about doing it right now, you really.
If we can get it to 6,
Yeah.
if we take it to 6, we can put 500 additional into property insurance, although that's going up, isn't it?
Yeah, because he's gonna get you new vehicles.
We're gonna do a little bit.
Aren't you gonna get you new vehicles?
Yeah.
Okay, that's here, you need the liability insurance for.
Well,
We had it on.
It's getting rid, it's just we're getting rid of people who are adding people.
Yeah, because when you go by value, your old vehicles, their value is lower compared to a new vehicle.
Oh, so you want the
Valuation, yes.
Late
On time.
Those are old
I
vehicles.
got seniority here, sir.
I changed it to about 6, I would say about 6.
6,
Okay, so 6 on 685,
Yeah,
and then do we need to bump 687 about 500 or so to cover? Because you said that's gonna increase also, right? That's the TML.
Went up,
I know it was 10%.
to make it 3,500.
Yes, sir, I think so, just to be safe. Yeah, we see wrote that one, office equipment,
That's the, off the.
Because it's a bit.
Yeah, we're.
we're gonna do signing on this.
Okay, so this is the car.
so what are we doing?
And I've included in the IT, the computers for the new cars. So I know that it was 75 there, but it's zeroed out already. You already bought them this year's budget, right? Did you include the computer?
No, we're not gonna put.
That's
Move them over? Okay,
That's just the vehicles.
all right.
So what stays the same?
So what are we doing with the office equipment? We're leaving it as a amount. The office equipment for him.
Well, that would be obviously would be like new chairs and we need new chairs. And then that's what we do.
But that's coming out of your 1,500, that don't matter.
Yeah, right, but I'm still.
So we're gonna.
On top.
But. I'm just saying.
That's not.
Leave it as a special.
Unless we need 1,000, I'll take.
We don't need it.
It ought to be an expense other than capital outlay, because you know, that's asking for that. That's not a. Man, hey, Ernest, the capital outlay of above 5,000 or what? Maybe on the phone.
Yeah.
I think the threshold for capital outlay would probably be.
It's 5,000.
What is your say? What
Ours is back.
that's
It's
it?
5,000. Ours is.
Ours is 500. Is that okay?
Could we put it under operating supplies? For furniture?
I say zero it and. Well. Let me change where the expense is and put it back up in here somewhere. Under operating.
Can I increase the operating supply from 5 to 6?
Okay, I got 42,000 for the front end. But we gotta get, we gotta go through the fire department. So you want 730 to be 6,000?
Yeah. And then we're taking 1,000 there, in case they do need something, which, I'm just saying, once we move out, so we're gonna be behind.
I don't think we're gonna leave the parties for the.
So let me just. So in other words. 1.13530 operating supply PV, we're getting that 5,000 and putting it into 3730. And making that from 1 to 6.
No, I'm changing the 3730 to 0,
Okay.
and I'm moving it up to the general operating supplies.
Oh, well, okay, wait a minute, I've got it wrong. Okay, so 730 goes to 0.
No.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah,
what you just said.
And then the 5,006. Under 530.
from the operating goes to 6.
530 goes to 6, okay.
Okay.
One last thing in the PD, the software for the cop sync. I mean, I'm not sure, but we should move that over to IT in my opinion.
Where's that?
Didn't we already-
That's Prologic. I don't think we moved it.
We moved 623, 624.
Yeah, it's okay.
It's under licenses and dues.
No,
Yeah, licenses and dues. Wasn't that the 6,000? For
that
cop
was-
sync?
That was.
Oh, okay.
all right, on to the police, right? Get on.
Yeah, we're gonna do that. Of course, we've already addressed court, in this.
Everything's already been moved down there.
And we want tickets or.
And that's something we're gonna have to. We get back with them. Because you understand, I'm never the way we want to go.
I got slow moving around.
Yeah. I love that. Started this morning, but.
I'm different. I'm also.
Keep going with this.
We gotta clear it up though, I mean, I don't want to.
He's going.
As we step to good points. All right, Mike. All right, good.
Yeah, you go.
Oh, yeah. You have, oh, you got such a.
So we're on.
Yeah.
You're.
Yeah, I think it's just.
On 1400.
Again, 14,100, which is the fire department, that's gonna go up, the workman's comp's gonna go up.
Workers' comp, we can't stop, so we go up.
It's gonna go up.
What, 65 or?
I go with 10%, yeah, 10% would be.
So 10%, so another.
So we say about 5,200.
I would say about 55 to 40. So we have. How many acres? Just 1, 2. Seven, five, planes, just 4.
Yeah.
So far, 65 works.
55 or 65. 55.
Positive 65, and then y'all coming down to the one. 5. Kidding.
Okay, and then on the mileage reimbursement.
So
It's similar to.
the mileage reimbursement, we have a reason,
No, that's what you're,
That's what we're giving you.
that's what.
Yes,
you're
yes.
giving. So
15,000.
that's.
So-
You can say it's 35. We can go to maybe 6.
yeah, so we could, I know we've thrown out some ideas, some council notes, so we can either, put it down to 6 and, be able to utilize that money, in some other categories, or we can do the, pay per call. Yes, that's the, you pay, $6 per meeting, $8 per call. So,
I say.
I know someone I was talking to during the ribbon cutting and they were all for it.
So what we'll do is let's go through here and bring all that.
Okay, yes, sir.
There's-
Yeah, I would rather have more of the budget than to tell people, look, we're getting more stuff.
Yeah.
but we're not able to do this year.
We'll do as much as we can. So we've got. We were allotted last month, or last year's budget 15,000, you guys have used up 45. And that's just.
Yes.
But then,
Yes.
if you do 6, you get that remainder, we can use some. Yeah, that's where I'm trying to, like, get that thing, right? Or obviously.
Okay, but tires, another vehicle, I mean, we know we're gonna go with the tires.
Yeah, so for tires, engine 3s, tires are,
Let's talk about next year.
dollar amount you want.
For next year,
For next year.
So right now, we're probably looking at about $5,000.
for next year, they'll take care of tires for next,
The whole year, yes.
so we increase the 5,000 on tires.
Did we do anything on, 426 and 427?
Yeah, 426 is 5,500.
So she's already got it.
Yeah. I think we should make it.
247.
Yes, sir.
And fuel and supplies and moving, the budget is 25, and then you're at 25, and we're staying at 2 more months, so should we bring it up to like 3 grand?
Yeah, so if we can bring it up to $3,000.
Especially with the increase in fuel price.
Yes, and we start because the drivers aren't running calls.
Yeah. So 3,000. Okay. So, general supplies.
What is general?
Okay, general supplies, we can bring it down to operating supplies.
So we bring zero that out.
Zero that one.
Now we're at 434, we've got a 17.5 budget and review 10.
Is that operating supplies?
Yeah, that's operating.
So, but, a lot of this is, you know, the tools we're buying and.
No, that's different. That's gear. That's firefighting gear.
Because
Okay, I thought-
what you're buying right
I
now
thought-
is gonna fall into this year's budget.
Yes,
Right.
So the next year, you're gonna see that budget.
but we're still having to do other trucks, because one truck got done, we still have other trucks.
Right now, we're just talking about dollars.
For next year.
Let's see what's in that account real quick.
Okay. Operating supplies is probably going to be. Operating supplies for the fire department.
Would be anything that they purchase, tools.
This is where.
Anything for the
That's
operation.
the firefighting gear.
So the gear, I believe,
Yeah,
is
firefighter
on
gear.
our actual gear.
Here, it's the uniform.
So the supply.
So 5,000, we can get about 1.5, 2 sets of gear. in.
Maybe that is, looking at the other one.
Hold on, so on the supplies still, this is, that's where you're at.
Yeah, no, it's done.
So in the supplies, this is where, like the hoses that you needed, I know you were saying something about hoses.
Yeah.
So. I was trying to figure out if that goes under general supplies or operating supplies.
I think I was in the operating.
Because we're closing the general supplies.
Okay,
Zero
general
now.
supplies, okay.
During that, this is, we're gonna be using operating.
Operating wise, you need new hoses, right? This is where the dryer thing, the wash and dryer.
Yes.
So. Does that look still good or do you need more? I really don't know the price of these things.
Here's what we're spending in there real quick. We got Lone Star paint for, $15. Carports unlimited.
That's.
So for the-
That's.
That was an $8,700 item.
Yeah.
That's gonna go to the top.
Yeah, we got Gauls, we got Justin Stellars for OP supplies, Lone Star for, hardware for stuff. Cintas is a promo bag. First aid, is that
Oh,
right?
yeah, that was meant to.
Okay. Dawson Recycling.
That's a donation program.
No,
Storage unit.
Oh,
Oh,
The rental of the comics, so that's gonna go away.
Yeah, so we got 3 Dawsons in there, 264. All right. And that's it. So that totals out to $10,004 or something.
so what about your hoses and stuff? I mean, because this is a past, so I mean, when we start over, we're at 17.
yes, yes.
All your hoses and all that stuff you need. Or you need it back.
It'll cover it,
because
we're not outfitting any new trucks. We just, we purchased what we just needed for that one.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, yeah, from here on out, it's pretty much just making sure we have extra hose up to date. And when stuff goes out of date or the hose, fails the pressure testing, then we're able to go buy some.
So 17,500 for next year.
Yes.
Is it like, can we lower it or does it need to be there?
Yeah. Because this year you used,
Like if you bought your hoses, how much is one?
So, so the hoses we just bought, 800 feet of 5-inch, so just 8 sections was about $6,000-7,000.
Okay. So then we should be at 17.
Yes, yes.
See it there, and that'll cover your washing machine.
Yes, and a lot of the stuff we're trying to do, and I'll be honest with you, like council, I said, a lot of the stuff hasn't been done in the past, and we're really trying to start.
You're doing the right.
Staying on top of it, making sure these start getting right, making sure the hoses are actually good.
That's what I was thinking of right there today when I first.
Yes.
You gotta do it for you and then. Okay.
so that's good.
Yes.
Vehicle repair and maintenance. So I know we've been working on the one big truck.
That's already done.
Okay, we have.
So that expense should be in here.
They have not made the 10 for.
They did.
But do we have it somewhere, or are we gonna get it out of some?
We're gonna have to get it out.
So we didn't take it and put it somewhere and wait for it?
What are we talking about?
Because it was gonna be coming out of the. Here.
Here it is. I should have got the holidays. I should have.
No, it's like.
It's going to come out of 15,000.
It was $24,000, 25.
Because that, the other stuff had already been paid. This is the only, the balance that we had. So we put it into the vehicle over here. Vehicle repairs and maintenance was gonna be the balance. We had 15.
We didn't pay that guy cash to take that thing and fix it, and it kept going up, but.
No,
That's what we're talking about.
No, yes, that's what you want.
Yes, that's perfect.
Yeah, we still won. I still won. He said he submitted his final invoice to soon. I thought we paid them all at one time. No. Originally, it was like crazy price. So it really wasn't. Originally it was 24 plus, and then he came back and said, whoa, there's some other issue, he's gonna cost a little more, and I said, okay, so the quote was 30 something, so it's okay. And I thought that that money had already been budgeted out, it's like around not. Okay. So that's going to hit us hard. So how much is the latest one? I haven't seen it. But I know that.
So I know
It's gonna be balanced.
supposedly it's supposed to be the same price, is change the price.
No, we haven't changed.
From what it was originally,
Right.
but I don't know the original.
Whatever it is.
6,000 something.
And I think it's probably closer to 15 now, but I don't know. So we can leave it there.
Because we had that, this is where the winning was supposed to go.
Yeah, I think what we need to do probably is we need to print out the chief's budget, both chiefs, with the account numbers. So that you guys or whoever you send over to get a PO or whatever, tell us this is oil, vehicle maintenance, this is gonna be vehicle repair. Let's see, well, they're both under the same thing, but that keeps it out of the operating thing so that we don't charge stuff to his fire hose budget, because it's a bunch of oil and vehicle maintenance.
Yeah, this is all like, just putting the right numbers in boxes.
And really, we should have started that.
Yeah,
Yeah. We should. But I can fix this, but it, you know, it's not really coded to the wrong thing. I just really have all the oil, gas and filters and tires, well, the tires in one place.
No.
Okay. So are we gonna stay at 15 and 16?
Let's leave it there for now, so we can.
Okay. Firefighting gear, I presume that's probably bumper.
Yeah,
And does that include axes? Or is that just?
I believe it's just a turnout here.
Okay, so firefighting, I'm gonna put, did I put protective firefighting, protective? gear?
Yes, I use a PPE.
Okay.
Yes. Now,
And that'll come.
okay, 1.5 sets of food that depending where we can get.
Hard hat, goggles.
Yes.
All that, all that.
So leave it as it? Yes.
Uniforms still good?
Yes, that's all. These shirts, the T-shirts, and then our.
No, I mean, that's fine.
That's what my.
Hey, Greg.
Yeah.
We're taking fire department phones out too.
Yes,
Yes. Software, computer, software.
Yes.
So, 616, 617, 622, and 626 will all go to zero.
You know, not 16.
Oh, yeah.
Repair.
Now do like.
Just, it's 626.
That looks like that needs to be used.
626 is the one we're calling.
Yeah, I'm taking the phone, the incident, and the computer software out.
Repair, they've got repair, they can do this coming in to do, a brush truck needs some repairs. And
That's a very good.
yeah,
They got
it's equipment repair.
Yeah, we wanted, because you can see the puddle.
Yeah.
We want to fix that.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's what they're.
Yeah, brush truck would be a vehicle repair. I don't think that, equipment repair and maintenance would be like air tanks, things like that.
So you said 37,
Yes,
and you only budgeted 1,000, let's see.
yes, I'm not too sure exactly what the breakdown of that was, but.
What is it, 6.2?
622.
622.
I think it was.
Let's see what that was.
It was trying to change.
Radios?
No.
Your computer, no? No, computer.
Well, most of it is.
No, it's not that.
Okay, John Rick is.
They say it's taken to the fire.
Every service is 10,000.
Yeah, it's all pro-parent, technical, and hopefully long.
So 610, 10,300. That's the.
Six.
What did we do? then?
10 is 10,300.
We're dropping that.
Yeah.
Okay.
10,000.
Is that for this next year, 10,300?
No, that's what we only for. repair.
So
They
Bill,
just dropped it.
Are we gonna drop it or
Yeah, yeah.
15?
No, they dropped it from 15 to 10,300.
That's what we did.
Oh,
I was just saying.
yeah, but we dropped the budget,
yeah, but he changed the number.
Oh, no, I
Bill-
changed the number. I thought you
That's
said-
not for next year. That's just what, that's for this year.
yeah.
Yeah, okay. My bad. No,
Okay, I was writing it down too.
You were talking about how much we owed for that grant. That wasn't budgeted.
So 16 says it's 15.
Yes. Or. Yeah, 16.
Okay. We've got the firefighting gear.
So we're at 622, he was telling what was in there.
Still.
Oh.
6.2.
Yeah, it's all over lawn care.
Yeah, 6.2 is out there, except
Fire department.
it looks like we bought a couple of fire hose, nozzles, forestry, something on the other thing.
That needs to be.
Oh, okay.
line item.
Yeah, that was going on the credit card. So you got 2 nozzles and 2 forestry hoses for 855.
Yes, that was the part.
Okay, where does that belong?
Operate, I mean, part of that, be part of the operating supplies. The hoses, or whatever, yeah.
Yeah, we saw 5,000.
So now we'll bring it up.
Or 7,000.
Okay, I'm gonna change this when we get back to this.
Well, you found out.
You know, daycare is under fire department maintenance, which is the maintenance of the cutting of the grass.
So. Are we still on 622 or?
Yes, and we're done with 626 because we moved it.
Yeah.
Postage and shipping.
$100. $100.
Yeah, they haven't used any. And
Take it away.
if they do some plumbing.
No, we don't.
So we can zero it out, huh?
You gonna zero it?
Yeah.
Normal, what did we say?
The SSFA, FFA should be in your, dues and membership.
Where's that one?
That was in,
675.
it was, where did we find it? As I told you, under dues, it was a lot for the, it was under Edmund, I believe. It was,
Okay.
you know, I'm not happy.
That's on the check that was paid on the elite card. So I'm not wait till we get. back.
No, it was under there, it was, but an actual check. Or it's the seven, what is it called? Yes, yes, sir.
Oh.
What's the number?
Yeah,
What's the account number now? 622? No, the one that's on
675.
budget thing,
She's talking about 675.
dues and memberships.
if who's in the dues and membership,
I don't remember.
look at the 651.
No, I'm adding.
Okay, STF COA and SFF.
Get that one. That should be fire department, isn't
That
it?
should be in 675.
PSF, FFA, whatever, it should be under dues and.
What account number do you want? I've got it in the dues and membership fire department.
Yeah, that's what it should be.
But it's.
No, that's what
She wants you to look at the admin, not the fire department, so.
Look at the admin.
Yeah.
You said as, under the admin that I just gave you?
So where are you going from that? Where did you get that?
No,
That was earlier, way back.
Yeah.
And it was about like 3 hours.
Admin where, going in fire department?
No,
But what, the
the admin, 12-10-651.
Well, it's about, that's on the general fund.
Yeah. I thought that's what you said, that the SFMA or whatever.
No, that's right, that would be, but it's already put there, but there is one
That one.
in January. So this SFMA here, you want coded to fire department?
Yes,
Dues.
that's their dues.
So that knocks off 600, so it was. Yeah. You said it's like 600.
It's 12.
Yeah, so we still have
675.
another one ready to pay. And then so the 1,000 will cover everything.
Okay, so leave the down.
Yeah.
So why don't we go back to 12,651? I know it's triggering, you have to touch it.
Yeah, because you're only showing $100 for the year.
Yeah, so like we paid.
You paid more.
So it's really 775.
Yes.
So leave it at the bottom, okay. Now we got travel treaty.
The travel and training, most of the training is paid for,
So
as a reimbursement, but we are looking at really upping our training next year. So, if we keep it at that or raise it to 2,000.
Keep that. Samantha, what are we doing on utilities for the product? Utilities is going to be electric.
We already
Did that, we're changing to 5,000.
That number I got is right?
5,000?
Yes.
Yeah, we changed.
The property insurance, that one's set, but that goes up.
That's gonna go once, because now we've got the new building or the balance.
You put about 4,500 just in case.
48.
Well, it's 48 now.
fine,
That would go with 5. And then radios and pagers is fuel airtime.
Yes, and I believe we're probably gonna go for that too soon.
Yeah,
so it's 1,500 plus 780, so we should get.
okay.
If we keep it the same, I know we need to get more antennas and stuff like that.
Okay,
So that's just regular maintenance of keeping them out in the field.
no, this is for,
This for your radio.
this is for your service.
The service, the air.
Oh, I'm just looking at the radios and cables. I thought you said all of them, are- everything's combined.
The airtime.
I think it's airtime, yeah, and
Because dispatch doesn't send us a bill, dispatch only sends us a bill for the fire, for the people. For you, you don't get it, we do get a bill for the airtime. So that would be.
So is the 1,500 that Vicky had on theirs for the whole thing? Or in other words, when it's split 1,500, Vicky and the fire department?
We've just been paying under the police department for the dispatch.
So the total 15, so they don't need to pay nothing, in other words.
So this would go to zero unless we.
No, we have to have their attendance for those ambulance.
I mean, Christie said, are we paying it out, are we paying the whole bill under the police department or?
No, each department has its own, the only thing we're paying for the police department is dispatch. For 24 hours, the 911.
Yeah.
It's gonna be okay. But this, the way it says radios, air pagers, they have their own, that was.
Yeah, their own setup.
So that's the air turn that they,
And how much is that?
what is it, 15, and you'll have, how many, you'll have 15 radios and we charge you per radio per year.
I'm not too sure. The number.
Well, we got 780 so far.
Is that the this year?
They haven't sent out a bill yet.
Plus we have to pay for the app system they have. Previous line.
So should we just read that three?
Yeah, I'll take it.
780, probably, yeah. Okay. How many was waste for?
And then they send you the bill,
That's such a damn place to plan.
and so I think.
That's okay, Bill.
Yeah. That's what we're trying to do.
Why do you keep switching loading and unloading in QuickBooks?
He exit out.
Cause I exited
You exit
out,
out instead of just changing company?
closed the wrong.
Now we're on streets.
Street phone,
I'll cover everything.
The 2,000 was probably good, I'm trying to figure out our lives. Well, let's just go down the list. Vehicle repair and maintenance, we don't actually have vehicle repair or maintenance in streets.
No, we do have the equipment, which would be our Dixie choppers.
Or a basic shop.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we can use that 2,000.
In there?
Yeah, we can use that.
Equipment repair and maintenance, free.
We let it 10,000 and put it down to 7.
Okay, so that is going to be equipment that is not Dixie chocolates and stuff. That's gonna be the mini hole, the camper, all that kind of junk. Okay.
And then use 6,000 today, so I think we can bring it down to at least 8.
From the 10, from the 10 to 8.
Yeah.
That's gonna go
That's gonna go up, I'm just saying, I tried to figure that backwards, we came up with 185, that's not what they did, that's just.
Which one you want?
up.
290.
180 tons?
I don't think so.
Now, because it's gonna go up when it's gonna go up 4, it's a 4 point something on it,
Well, right now it's a 2.
or 210.
Yeah. So it's gonna go up higher than that?
No, it's not.
It's gonna go higher than 129, so 3 times.
But we still have 2 months, 2 months in September.
Okay, well, we've got,
I think 185 is a big deal, probably less than that. What do you think on 185?
Okay, 190.
190?
180 goes.
got it. Vector, we didn't have any rain.
That's
So,
where,
They really won't get it.
that's where it's supposed to say.
yeah.
Choose on the lot,
Goes in the,
we need to put everything.
what's this contract labor street, is that gonna be?
Yeah, that's in case you got a call. Down or somebody coming in and help with them.
Very street.
Yeah, just-
Yeah. That's what we use, so like, you know, it's 5,000.
Leave it there?
Yes, sir.
So everything.
We still use Uber? Yes, sir. We use Uber, ATA, and then it's,
Supplies operating.
The street repairs and maintenance, I've got a feeling after we get a couple of minutes, we'll find the answer to that.
We have, because we have great streets to fix, water on this. So we probably
And
did.
then we have those two projects that,
Are we pressing that down? If we gotta go in and tear the street up, like about this agenda. Do we? Separate the.
Yeah, I think, I've never tried to go.
so it's going, I just.
Has to be mitigated, so, okay.
Because we can remember we did the project on Marion and we did it on State. State Street, we did those two projects on State Street and then on Marion.
So
Maybe put it at 40. Also, repairs, when we doing cement, when we grade cement.
I don't have the 46.
Well, this is because we did the major repairs. We had those two cave-ins on Third Street. Two of those, which was on Third and Liberty, and then we did Third and State.
Oh, yeah, the
So, and on the sewer.
Really?
So they.
Yeah, I keep getting it.
Is that a cover at least material? Now, we have a major project. which is what we do these, we're gonna go into the bill. Basically, the 20,000 is just for material. To do the patch ups and things like that. Street lighting, your street lights.
You know, we have like 10 people. Yeah, and we actually break that down, so. That could probably come down the day, because we're at month 11.
Well, remember,
Yeah. Probably.
didn't we added two, how many ones?
Yeah, but we're already in July, and it's still 3.
Put it 15?
I would think. Equipment rental, we're right on with that. I mean.
yeah.
Yeah, that's good. That's okay.
We broke out 3 general supplies to get it away from the, not chemicals. Wasn't that for oil and stuff, that for street patching?
Maybe it's technically.
Man, it's really good. I say we can leave it at 0 and.
Yeah, 0 and
something.
What, for supplies or?
You know.
Yeah, we can go for $20.
I got
If anything, it was just not cool.
Probably goes into operating supplies.
Yeah. Parks.
That's probably the next part.
Parks, we're going into,
Operating parks, and we use 300,000. So I would leave it at 1,000.
You know,
The telephone's been 0 on. Telephone, there's a telephone.
yeah, they had a cell phone, the parks had a cell phone.
Oh.
Oh, that you could call to make
oh, that's a cell phone.
reservations.
Yeah, I don't understand that part. No, that was, I guess that was great administration.
We're not gonna tweet about that one. Hear what I mean?
I didn't, oh, that's right. I do remember.
The park.
I think, yeah, one time we really did.
I think they still have 3 emails too.
We need to get that cell phone back.
Oh, we got it. Bill doesn't know what he's talking about. So, we got it.
Oh.
So are we paying?
I don't remember the parts that I'm supposed to get.
Are we paying that active line one? In case we need it, or is it?
It's still active, yeah.
It's active, but the phone isn't working, it's no phone, and so. That's what they usually close that on.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
Take it out.
I say let's
Zero
it to 0 unless, does anybody see a reason for parts that have cell phone?
No, because
Negative.
right now, who is, don't have to be.
Crystal.
Yeah, so, what about?
Okay.
General equipment.
At one time, we were kind of splitting mowers and stuff between parks and streets and.
Oh, okay. Piecemeal stuff.
Yeah, and we kind of need to Well, that's the people guys.
So that's kind of fair, hope you pay for a meeting or something.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's.
gives it a vacancy, paying the grass and all that stuff. But we can tear it up and just put it on the streets off.
Zero.
Yeah.
It's the same city, same, I think. I don't, what's,
But they want
It's for general food,
they wanted to have
Yeah.
a 720.
okay, so the utilities is just the license that we have there. So. we're gonna have to increase that.
Yeah, how did you plan to figure the utilities on the
What? This part.
would be thing?
I would bring it up to you, because once you start seeing up this flag and everything.
Well, not the installation, I'm just.
No, Power and all that.
Let's put two, I'm putting. Well, the other thing, utilities for the light and the. Well, we're gonna run that thing, it's our viewer. Like, between certain hours. But. November and December. No, okay, no. So I don't have a clue this. Do we have, did that guy give us a consumption rate? I mean, we can.
No, because that's gonna be the second, once you said it, it's.
Certainly,
So I mean,
they should be pretty.
I'm sure it'll be on us. In some.
It's gonna be-
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying, it's on a timer and it's on, yeah, so the timer tells it, don't come on before 10 in the morning. And go off at 5 or 6 or 7. Yeah. But it will decide, and then only come on when you hit the switch. Between those hours. Yeah, yeah. Same deal, there's another one in the back, yeah, with that edge.
Yeah. Which door? Yeah, you can anywhere.
Remember, they need to be ladies.
I'm gonna take a picture, put it on the Oh, the bills get down.
Here.
So we changed the sign, put it on the man sign here. That's ladies. And or it was you took both signs on.
Just thought they'd do it first, and told you.
That would make more sense. Yeah. All right, so. I wasn't there. Well, what's the IT budget? Are we gonna be able to? So there, you're very neat, that's. No, yeah, I want something in my back.
It isn't.
No, it is. They budgeted 35 last year for repair and maintenance. Yeah, the rest of it says, the rest of it says, very, she wanted the list. On or the. Okay. And that's a discussion. You're talking about. He was.
No, it wasn't, no. This is for the prevention and for the rest.
Yes, why, they budgeted 35,000.
That's what it was for.
Oh, they did, yeah. That was part of the voice, right?
Yeah, it was for the restrooms and the,
Okay,
the
new pavilion, yeah. We did it. We got the new pavilion, plus the other roof, which now that we got fire department, that whole roof system.
Deal.
To the park. We have to do it.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's gonna be. Well, they said they would. I don't know the price, and shit. I don't know, I don't know. Because I was talking about, I'm gonna see, I was gonna do it, see the Brian Parkers.
All that information.
We'll find out. So,
But they said the restrooms were already renovated.
no, they're gonna be updated. So we're
They
gonna.
needed to be.
Right.
We're gonna do.
Well, yeah, I make them 88 client.
Right, we're gonna make, well, whatever you make it to do, in order to get it to do it.
Yeah.
It matters.
Unless you don't tear it down.
Right, but you can still do it. It's 88 right now. But I mean, I want to get them all the way down, so that's where the 4B kicks in, so that way we get the 4B, they get that money. So here, we're gonna grant or be a fire. So we're gonna get it, grant, and you know what it seems to be, it's even mine.
Yeah, well, I mean, hey, you know.
I'm looking at what we want to do. Yeah. Working on the city that we've been under a long time ago. And why did it? We said that. Nobody said that. I said you could want to the meeting streets.
Okay, we're at 0 there. What are we gonna do in the churches? Did somebody make some decision?
2000.
Repair, maintenance and equipment, is that where we split the?
That was
That was for restrooms and the,
Park, right?
the car, pavilion repairs.
Well, then, okay, what, that could go to 0.
No,
And
What
then-
we're gonna do,
And then the splash pump,
they're gonna do, I mean, if they do that,
I thought we already bought, what did we buy? Did we buy a pump?
yeah, it's
but it's
forward.
at the fire.
The fire department was using, now they're gonna break it down.
Okay.
We did the roof, remember?
They moved already, but the whole roof, and then they put a new one.
They put a new roof, so that part's been done, but we still have the restroom.
So it's part.
Okay, well, then we are going to,
But
we
we
have
don't,
to do a capital project.
I figured we had a series with that.
We 0 this out and then we get quotes on what you guys, how you want the rest of them. We do a capital project.
Yes. Let's try it. Sounds good.
So 0 and out?
Yes. And then we do a capital project for the new restroom.
Now, there's another thing now. Repair and maintenance, and we're talking about under the parks area for next year. We're looking at, even worst case estimation, like January, February, splash pad. Wouldn't repair and maintenance fall into that?
For the splash pad?
Mhm.
I thought we had already. That's exactly what.
Yeah, you could, he's got a point, after it's installed and we've got it running.
Oh, you're talking about.
We'll have a filter or two to change. I don't remember that whole process. A chlorinated and it's
Monitor.
Yeah, so in other words, monitoring.
Yeah.
chemicals.
And we haven't, that's on that. That's, I think to cover the heatings in case the rest of them, people go through the.
So let's leave, 75,
Park maintenance?
In our,
0? Yeah, we have.
city, we're gonna maintain this.
Yeah.
Also, it's.
Yeah, but the foreign would go under,
It wouldn't get
or maybe operation.
operating expensive.
Foreign and stuff. Yeah. And the utilities, the electricity.
Yeah. 3,500, maybe 4,000. I mean, the worst we have to do is unplug the sewer. For the old restrooms until we get new ones put in, right? Or fix the water pipe.
That's not very unique.
Repair and maintenance equipment. Yeah.
Oh, you
I think there probably needs to be something in this area to sort of after.
Let's do it again, 75.
Even as this?
Yeah. So 7,500?
Yeah.
You see, I'm zero no more? No.
Fuel and lubricants. Was that when we were mowing and doing stuff there now?
Yes.
Do we want to?
Look at 0 and out.
Parks maintenance, that's the.
Especially to use, when we look at see what's open. Repairs and maintenance. Equipment. Okay. This is maintenance of the.
That maintenance of the park, that's the, they're gonna have the lighting down, your water rate,
Electricity. Repairs, remember we did that?
so.
So look, we budgeted 2,500 and we spent more.
Oh, okay, you know what, we sent broke here, over there. A whole bunch, Lone Star, I guess, able to pick up some stuff,
For the park,
yeah, we bought something,
right there would be, low.
yeah.
It's always by small, you think it was bottom there?
It's like half price of my one.
Yeah, change the name.
No.
Cities
Cities get through.
Yeah, that's probably both right, but,
Yeah, it is. Good one. But it's, doesn't it include electrician? Because we have to have some work to work on.
yeah, Marcus, we make
That would be under the.
Well, that's what we're at.
we're at the farm, but that's a broad area. Wait for election.
Yeah, one lights. Yeah. Remember, won't that be utility? Well,
Yeah.
no, utilities is paid, you pay for the. So there's a line that comes from the pole to the pavilion, and some kids grab the conduit and rip it off. So we have to come up and repair all that and then. I don't think. Right next to the kids. Right next to it.
Well, I mean, we can put that under 6.
So leave it at 25? Yeah, leave it. Yeah. Parking that's expense. That again is where we do, trick or trunk, tree Christmas, Easter thing. That's what I did.
And do we try to move that stuff to that?
No, it's not free. But we will, you learns from donations. That's what this is. Like 754 something. That's what they've been charging back to this account for the Easter eggs and things, events. I think 35 we will hire you can see. So when we keep it at about 15. We want to invest in our.
What are you gonna do?
There's some.
Well, there's probably.
We still, we have that big low screen TV thing. Yes. Oh.
We both in very first business to vote again.
Oh, no, I'm sorry, because, the trunk or treat would have fallen under this.
Yeah, that's.
Thank
No, that's what I'm saying. There should be more. Because we did the trunk or treat in October. There's that teacher in.
Right, well, this is the expense, eggs, candy, I mean, it's almost $1,000. You don't think it would be more?
Let's see what's in there.
Maybe, you know, I remember when we were doing something during the movie night, and then something else for the Christmas parade or whatever, that you.
The movie night, we need to.
Well, but that was, it was during one of those. Conversations that we were using, or whatever that was on the part of that already been busted, but everything was done.
Thank you for donations.
Yeah, but something else is going to be in this.
We had,
Here we go.
had a little bit of Lone Star and paying $25 back in November. We have South Texas Trench Safety.
That's electrical.
That, okay, that's what that is. Justin Seller.
I'm only talking about the parking of the expenses.
Great.
This is under.
Linda Ramirez for 4 baskets.
Yeah.
We
Oh,
did
yeah.
those.
That was for Easter.
See,
That's for Easter.
Had a little bit of stuff on Wells Fargo.
You get all lots of money in that,
Wells Fargo put that same. That same club.
right?
Because it should have been more, I believe.
Well, the April one for Easter, almost like
Yeah, I think, I mean,
like $350 on car for that. Does that sound right?
Yeah, but what about the trunk or treat?
that's free in October.
Yeah,
That's right there.
In October, we had some in October.
No, we'll have to go back and look, but
What did you have? What did you do with trunk or treat?
we purchased the candies and I don't even remember.
It wasn't that much.
Popcorn, pickles,
Because we had a lot of popcorn, pickles,
the free,
freeze.
And you charged it, and you charged that on the card.
And then they hooked them down into. Well, it's just, that was it for that. And it all depends on what projects do we have, or if we're gonna do just the Easter and then the project. Because you have a parade.
great job.
Christmas
For
parade.
the next year, this is where we didn't. This year's,
Easter.
Halloween, and, so when we, so we're 1,500.
Well, don't forget, we also have to pay for it.
But we don't invest, city doesn't invest in that. That's all.
Let's invest into a day for the city specifically.
So you want to put it at 15?
1,500?
No, I'm being serious, like.
Gregory, patriotic parade,
Support for patriotic.
that's what the patriotic parade is.
Support the patriotic parade. No, I'm talking. You want barbecue or something? Like when Gregory found it or something.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. See, you gotta keep going.
Huh? The air conditioning looks good in this place. You're not already for that.
We're still on 35.
So what, yeah, okay, so.
Events.
Okay, so this is good, this gives Ernest and I a chance to go back and look, but we have a $53,000 net income. So we can go back and look at some of the budget items. Now, the 299,748, that's a one-time deal. We had to pay the Colima contractor.
Yeah.
And we didn't have to pay the 28,202 that goes away. The 43,700 has been paid. And that was a one-time deal. We don't need to budget for that. So I think we're done except for IT. So,
Okay, the 53,877, that goes.
sorry,
The 53,877, that goes away.
We're gonna, yeah, I don't even know what's going on.
yeah, that's a transfer out. That is a one-time deal that shouldn't be, that's not budgeted.
No, Bill, that transfer out there is for the quarter payment of the INS.
Oh, that's-
Remember, part of general fund,
Yeah,
25% system fund, and then the other half from debt service.
that's right. Okay, so that is a budget number. That's half of the INS payment that goes to. I'm glad he was listening. So anyway, we have a $3,000.
Yeah. Okay, I was gonna say, Bill, back on the IT, I noticed we had like 27,000 equipment, so that could maybe come from the capital projects and maybe 50,000 come transfer from general fund either. Well, we gotta make sure system fund is in balance, but also help the IT.
Okay. Ernest, what do you think of us stopping here and let you and I go ahead and pull all of the IT stuff over in the IT workshop section?
That's probably a good idea because we've covered a lot of ground. We
Yeah.
dissected the general fund real well. We know we got we got some challenges with the other funds, municipal court. system fund looks good. We know municipal court ricochets around. And it puts pressure on all the departments, I understand.
Yeah, we're gonna, we gotta look at something on this before, that's gonna be some more. Can we work on this weekend, probably Monday, or I'm not sure when.
Yeah, that'll be fine. Was this a workshop or did we have this, was there agenda items just to set the proposed tax rate?
Yeah, so technically it's a workshop today. We've got a handle on IT. And then what we can do is come back. How do we want to come back? Vote?
Well, we need to let the tax office know about the setting the proposed rate. So I don't know when our next quickest meeting is.
Yeah, because I'm gonna need everything to propose once he looks at it.
Monday for the tax.
Monday,
What is it, the 15th or 15th, maybe?
Well, we've got to tell them that what we're setting the proposed rates, which we started early this morning on. You know, remember the maintenance operating was like at 60 cents and a dime was on the INS.
yeah,
And so then they'll publicize that in the paper for over a week.
That's what Marcy's saying. She wants me to have the votes from the council and everything by, have it done on next Monday's meeting. So that she can put it on, send it in Thursday. I believe, what is it, the 18th? So that it'll be, so it'll be publicized on the 25th.
Okay,
As far as what is the tax rate, or we're gonna go with the NNR. The new rate for, because if we go over then the no,
we don't want to do that. Yeah, there's not a lot of bad things.
public hearings and publications and all that.
Yes, ma'am. There's a lot of bad things if we go over that.
Yeah. Cause she wants to have everything done by, I think September the 20 something or other, or the earliest the 5th. Because our, September the 5th is, Gregory. The
Yeah,
6th,
so be the 6th.
the following day will be the city council meeting.
Okay. All right. Sounds like a plan.
Yeah, she's calling the date. She already called me, just, yesterday.
okay, can we have Greg, run down this list? And then he's gonna tell me where I need to subtract some of the fees and the internet stuff out of all of the funds. And then that gives us a point that Ernest and I can work on it and push it forward. Because he's got quite a bit to explain here in training. He wants to talk, about what we gotta do.
I didn't see one for the vaccine.
It's on a single sheet.
Oh,
Yeah, it's in there.
It's portrait. It's portrait.
yeah.
I think.
Yeah. It's on it was the last ones. Of the second one.
It's the first year we had an IT budget.
Yeah.
You got it?
A bunch of this involves training, and it's gonna be some cross training. I guess I said this be too early, because Norman needs to comment. For cross training employees and how we work together.
Yeah, well, originally, before when COVID hit, before was one to thing, I was trying to say we should have someone doing the Zooms. We trained back then. That what you were thinking?
No, we're talking about. We've got to get somebody trained on general ledger and some things. So what Greg has done is isolated most of those costs, but it's going to hinge on what staff and what council decides and approves for cross training. Norma should possibly be cross-trained with Samantha on general ledger. That's a whole thing.
Yeah.
Then Samantha's going to be doing payroll, but in case she's gone for a week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks. Then somebody, you know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
primary and all.
Yes, yeah, we gotta have an office.
Yeah.
And so Greg can totally explain that where we're at.
So the training is something you put together, or is it something that's available online, like you gotta do on the computer?
Most of it's online. There's $1,500 training, there's $700 training, there's $250 training. It all depends on who Norma or Tony wants to send to what training. I mean, but we should have already started the training, to be quite honest. I mean, we're already so close to implementing Encode,
Yeah.
but we're gonna have to keep training even into next year's budget, I'm sure. So
So the training, is it like a certification, like you're certified after?
they do have a Tyler Tech certification, but it's just for Encode. It's like their own, everything has a certification these days. But,
How long is that training?
some of them are 2 days. The shorter ones are as low as 2 hours, most of them virtual. Some of them are in person.
I think the payroll one is.
That's the big one, isn't it?
Days, like 4 hours, 4 days or something.
Yeah.
So the other one is-
But the thing is that once you start that training, you gotta take that person out of the work, with their work environment to be able to take that training.
Yeah, I got.
Yeah, so
So the number would be. We're gonna be down a person. Right now. Samantha's the only one who read books. I mean, he's doing books too, but.
So I can do pretty much what Samantha does as far as the imports and stuff. And probably do some accounts payable. But our accounts payable, I think you structure that once every 2 weeks. Or
I pay for his and- But I enter all of the business and everything.
I don't think we're gonna have great difficulty there because we still have Missy
This is the.
and yeah.
So that's, so right now we need to get her in right away.
Yes.
And then.
that would be this year's budget.
And then as a final value, we're gonna admin. I'm just being smart. But yeah, well, that's something we have to do.
As how it compares to next year's budget, not real sure. It kind of depends on how much training we get done for this year's budget. But we do have this year's budget to spend. I mean, we will have to spend out of this year's budget, in other words.
Well, the training, I mean. You have to have it.
Right.
It's not like we can wait.
Exactly.
Something that's.
So that kind of, it impacts the IT budget, because how much do I put in for next year? Because we're gonna do most of the training, or a lot of the training this year. So how much should we allocate for next year for new employees or
How many people are gonna be using it?
everybody? It's just the only software package we're gonna have.
It'll be
Well, I've never seen what it looks like, so I'm guessing it's like Microsoft Office Suite, right, where you have Word, Excel, but instead of Word, Excel, you have.
Have you ever-
Water bills, you have actual payroll over here, and time clocks in here. and
Right,
all that
it's
stuff.
basically a box. If you ever used Adobe online and you have Illustrator, Photoshop, and you have the apps, it's like that. It pops up once you run it, and it's got the modules, and each module, depending on your login, you're available to use whatever module. And then we set it up to each user, depending on their job description.
Who's in charge of that one?
That would be me.
Okay. Yeah, because this is a lot like, Office 365. No, this is like, we use it for. We call it HQ, and that's, I think.
There's a lot of packages out there that
Yeah,
are
like
modeled.
it's basically black and white, but what you have access to according to your training is colors. So you
Exactly.
can Click on your
Right.
module that you have access to. Yeah, I got what you mean.
Yeah.
Okay.
And right now, if you wanted to see an example, we do have Encode for the municipal court, so it does pop up. We can have the box. It's the older version of Encode, but that's why Crystal needs to go to training for the new
Yeah,
municipal
no,
court.
I completely got it. Everybody will have to get it. What about, public works?
I don't think so. I don't think they use the computer for this.
So we may need to add them in office.
There's 5 people actually.
So PD, no,
There's not some things that can go in. So we need 5 people. So, well, and then we could do, a trainer type of thing if we did. The 2 people are gonna use the same program, there's a good possibility that depending on the costs and everything, that one person goes and trains them. Because eventually that's what's gonna happen, so happens in video. Or we could release the trains on how to use it.
the only, yeah, I got you. The only, thing is a training wise, right? Because that's what it is for. It depends on who's training, right? So if I'm training you, and then I'll train you, and I'll train you, each of you come over with a different thing. So then you're training on what you remember. So yeah, it could be something that somebody, in other words, I would think everybody should do.
It depends on the program. Yeah, right? It depends on what you're doing. Like, some athletes, it sounds like it'd be probably pretty easy, because you do the same all the time. And that's what she would teach everybody to do, certain things.
My only thing is that once you do this training, I only. Maybe it's just me, but if I want to go to training and then I'm using this thing, I create myself a guide on how to use it, so that if I run out past. There's a book, hey, here, this is step by step, how to do it. That's all. And then once you do that,
And so it's only 5 people, so you said.
yeah, but I would, when you experiment, don't put all of them.
Oh, no, we wouldn't do that. We'd be saying, missing, then we hold Chris back so she can work front desk and vice versa. Makes sense.
But
I'll go with it. No, I mean,
on the other end of all this, the budget for next year, that's one of the question marks or one of the fluid situations that Bill was talking about. How much do I allocate for the training part of it? Some of the other stuff that we've been going through all day today, I'm gonna have to incorporate into the, bring it over into the IT part of the budget so that it's more accurate, because right now, these were just general numbers. Off of,
Yeah, we're gonna have to get together again. And finish this up.
it's not, no, we gotta finalize it. I mean,
Well, I mean, another workshop day, finishing up IT and this sort of stuff.
Right.
And then we'll go back.
Once those numbers are up,
Plus the track.
Yeah,
Do we have a date for that?
we have to see it. Monday. It has to be the council.
What we can do in the shop time, one Greg and I coordinate, I get back with Ernest and he does what he needs to do. We can move things over in the proposed column so that they're ready to act, the council ready to take action for the place so you. But we do have a shortfall in this before.
That, yeah, so then, but so with the training, like, so if everybody got trained all 5, right off the bat, how much is that?
it depends on the modules. It's 1,500 for just the general accounting. So that's one, and then I would think Bill needed to do it because he's gonna be there doing it during the transition. So that's 2, that's 3,000 right off the bat. But see, I'm thinking it's gonna be in this year's budget. It's not gonna be in next year's budget, but if we hire somebody new next year, we need to send them to that $1,500 training. Cause it's a more intense for bookkeeping, and it has all, I mean, it's everything. Now, some of the other smaller ones, we can do the cross training or they can train the trainer. We can see how it works.
Yeah.
And
A question. Do we have recording devices that we can record the encode so that we can go over it several times, especially with new personnel?
no, they won't allow you to record the training.
That's kind of, you put on YouTube, right? Yeah, no,
I hear what you're saying, but I kind of agree to disagree because we're paying a chunk of change. Yeah.
Talk to Encode, talk to Tyler, that's their policy. It's copyright.
So let's say I sign up for general ledger. Samantha's going to do payroll. I don't have any reason to do payroll. long story short, when we take that course, I wonder, is there a downloadable PDF and guide on campus? I wonder how that works.
And I don't know, you'd have to look at the class intro.
Yeah.
We just haven't done it.
Yeah,
So, but he didn't take the course, right? At the end of this, he can just turn around and train her on all of it, and we only have to send one for one.
Right.
But the software is, I mean, you're managing, it, so you allow access to whoever needs.
right, whoever is doing the accounting, they get the accounting package. But more than likely, Samantha, for example, would get access to the utility billing. Probably some of the other modules that are not too intensive, maybe municipal court as a backup. For an example, Crystal may do water and municipal court, but she won't have access to accounting. Accounting being the top tier.
Yeah, I got it.
And then other users only being able to use the water and municipal court
Right. So.
per
I
meeting.
guess, so you're managing the permissions on who has what access.
Correct, by their login.
Now, are you held accountable for the access you grant?
Accountable as in,
Like, in other words, if you gave her access to everything, you gave Mr. Fallon access to it. Because what it is, so when you create the account, the user account, so Norma, and then she has access to accounting, general ledger, payroll, like, use her access.
yeah,
Once
tiered
she gives the
access.
access, she can click on anything,
Mhm.
right? So are you held, in other words, does anybody audit what kind of permissions they get?
Encode keeps an audit trail on who logs into what
Okay,
and
so
what they do.
with the audit being done. If they find out Mr. Connell doesn't have, you know, payroll training, but he's using payroll. Can the city be liable for it?
I have no idea.
Well,
That's what I'm
But
getting.
how could he get in it if he didn't have the training
Yes.
and have
I
access?
think there was coaches read the package, so it's obvious to utilize whatever comes in the package.
Yeah, I mean, there might be steering maybe. Somebody comes in, right? So, you have to show somebody.
No, I'm saying, what I'm getting at is basically. Is there a reason we have to send everybody? What if we send one person and then they just train?
That was my idea.
Yeah, I mean, I would definitely try that.
If we do each module,
Mhm.
so 1,500 plus the others, every single one that we need, what is the total of that one time?
One person to take all the training?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I haven't added it up.
no, that's a good point, because you hit on another issue, not everybody needs everything on them.
Yeah.
So
Well, I'm just
there's a savings there.
Well, what I'm trying to figure out is that instead of 1,500, we do 1,500. And if it's simple enough, well, then you can train, and then it's 1,500 one time.
Yeah,
But
totally agree with
In other
that.
words, it's like if you logged in with a CAD card, right? That CAD card belongs to you and only you, and it's authorized to you to use. But I have to choose to open up anything, right? But then I train you how to use it, and I give you my CAD card. Now
Yeah.
legally, that's not right.
Yeah, you shouldn't do
So
that.
that's where I'm getting at.
Right.
Is that
Now-
legality, what? Is there any legality to it for one person to train the others?
I don't think so, no.
I think we're
Not for training parts. Now, sharing logins, now,
Yeah, I think, sure, but that's what I'm getting at, is it tied to for one person they got the first one?
no, not at all.
So I think other programs, use important, there were several. No, once the market city purchase. That's it, and then you know how to use it.
And then a lot of people look at the main company, they would get the access for an individual. And then that person, get that code out to somebody else, then that one's.
Yeah.
That's one of the reasons we have to have a domain. So there's two questions I think you might be asking. One is, does Encode or Tyler require you to have the training to log into that piece of software? Is that, am I correct?
Yeah,
No. You can log into it if you think you know it and you convince Tony that you know it. He tells me, gives them access, you're in it.
Okay, that's where I was trying to.
Yeah, exactly what I just said,
Yeah.
what I was inquiring. Once we purchase the encode product, it's ours. Okay, and I can say, you start using this, you can start using that.
Yeah, and we bought cups, and they give it, if not, we want to do charge money, like, they give like a copyright. Where you charge money to, people, you can use it.
Yeah, right, that's the different, yeah, but I'm saying, if, once we bought the package,
Yeah.
whether we decide to choose this or not, it's up to the individual, so we have the package. And who we assign to use what is it for us.
And who owns the key to the info? Is it?
It's on the server, it'd be there. Tied to the city, it's a domain.
We're running.
Yeah.
The IT doesn't buy it, it's the cities.
But our, so the server sitting back there, it's ours.
Yeah, all right.
Yeah.
And it connects to info.
Yeah, it gets updates, it does backups, it does everything.
Right, just
They
like,
can get in and support it.
just
and
like
that-
cops, if something happens to Buddy or like, I left, Buddy got, Buddy needs somebody else, it's cops, and the city's paying for this product.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's it, doesn't matter who's running it.
One of the,
No, I'm wondering in case, like, who's your backup? Say you took off to Hawaii for 2 weeks.
yeah, I have,
That's a lot of things that I need access to. I need the cameras, I need the keys, I need access to these. I need, who's gonna come in, where, what door. We're talking about security, we're talking about all the utility, building, people's information is in there, within there, your information. And I need, Norman, I need to be able to say, sir, I can show you, but nobody other than us, that are, supposed to look at your information underneath that. I don't want you to think that there's just anybody can come into these doors. Yeah, so that's why we need to be able to be, so there's a lot of things we still need to do, still.
we just got the fast internet yesterday, so,
Yeah, we just.
so we're moving in,
On Monday, we started to move in, correct?
if you want.
Well,
It's
yeah,
your call.
That's it, yeah, it's it. Monday we're moving in. So Monday, we're gonna move in, that's when, as long as I have a computer here, and they have their computers and phones. And we have a register, well, we can. Like, we're going. And then we go from there, it's 86 with.
I would do just one license or one training for each. But make it somebody that can join it.
Well, see, that's the thing, I like to train, I like to train, I love, you know, experience. I think she needs to get the bookkeeping thing, right? And then if she wants to teach, or we want her to teach other people, well, that's fine. And then you support, you grab, Crystal's, you support, water department, Chris, building, permits, this. Yeah, and then Crystal has to teach them how to do this report, because they're her back. And she can teach them how to do water and the permits, because she's their backup.
Yeah, no, I got it. It's probably a good idea. What you think?
Yeah,
I think that would work.
because I don't think they'll buy it. I think they'll get upset, and we go like, well, we're gonna send her everything, what about this place? Nah. they're not gonna use it.
Well, that's not what I meant, I was it's like sitting Crystal to do the booking, but she's gonna be like, I don't understand the term, nothing. I got it.
I think that's what we do, we'll send key personnel, which means.
Yeah.
All five, of them, but they'll do different things, and then they'll have those things that don't know, and they'll be able to. Yes.
Yeah.
So, I do Mr. Court, but that's not really my deal, it's Kristen. So Crystal really knows it. Crystal goes, look, I'll take a water, but I'm not really sure on that yet, but I'm learning. But once they all be question, you buy it.
I got it.
But it's the same thing with any of the other board.
But as far as the continuing, for the next year, I think it would be a one-time.
Very possible.
Pretty much. I'm sure.
But if you get a new hire, I mean, maybe it'd be easier just to send them to the training instead, because you still have to have that person working 8 hours a day doing business. And so instead of having to do that, maybe send them to the class instead of having to sit there and just learn from watching. Send them to the class and then let them go watch.
Because in the perfect world, she's gonna say and teach the new person, but you know the truth.
Yeah.
If she gets mad and leaves.
Yep.
like, so we gotta send that person to train. So we always have to have.
Oh, of course, but I mean. The budget wise, I would just budget for maybe 1 or 2 sessions for the next year.
Okay.
If you don't use it, you don't use it.
Yeah, the expensive ones. Yeah, because the $150 ones, that's a no-brainer. You know, I mean, and it takes an hour, 2 hours. They can do that, you know.
The good thing about starting the training pretty quick is that we'll pay for it under this budget.
Yeah.
And so that 150,000 that's truly didn't use this year, we can move those funds around within the same budget. So that takes a little bit of training out of the IT budget. And but there are some other things, I'm gonna go make that policy. The maintenance, contracts, Greg, and all of that.
No, I think we probably should save that for whenever we're gonna go over the IT budget in depth. I mean, I can go down the line items and tell you what's all in there. I mean, it wouldn't take very long, really. But I just took everything out of all the other departments, like the maintenance contracts for software or subscriptions, like your cloud backup, the encode, Copsine, anything that's software and you have a maintenance agreement on, we put it into IT under maintenance agreement. So you just lump it all in there. And then any of the other items for training, like we just got through talking about, any computers that are going to be bought that is foreseen for next year, put them in there. That's,
Everybody should have this piece though, right?
there's just a couple more left, and then you guys need one in your office. Yeah, or a laptop, whatever.
Well, when you say a couple more, which ones are the?
Missy's computer still
This is
needs.
good, we can use that.
Yeah, we can move it.
Close in one out. Yes. This is still good. So.
Well, it's still got a mechanical hard drive. I mean, obviously,
Well, but it's good enough for when it comes to business, I want to use it for work on.
if you say so.
Well, you know, this is always screen.
I don't agree. It needs to be either, we need to change out the hard drive. It's just something that if you come in and it's slow, it'd be frustrating for you to work on. I mean, you can check your emails and stuff, yeah, but it's on its last leg. It's had its past, it's fine. Computer world, you know, they only last what, 3 years now,
And it's only been 3 years.
but you budget it.
Well, and regarding that solid state drive isn't that expensive.
No.
We're ready to work it out.
Greg, I'm gonna email you what I got.
Okay, sounds good.
Extraction.
Yep.
We'll do another date from when we're gonna have the next meeting.
We'll have to say that, like I said, we will be doing it. We'll have to need another workshop.
Yes, we need to.
And then we'll have to
Yeah. Yeah, we appreciate it. I know it's been a long day. It's really already good.
Yeah, let's check on one, it took us about 3, 4 days. You don't need it to try and 4 days.
You already have one day.
Well, I'm gonna have a motion to adjourn. I'll make a motion to adjourn. Motion to adjourn the meeting, made by Margaret Lord, Elder Lord, second by Dave Smith, all in favor? Aye. The meeting is now adjourned. It's 22. Midnight.